infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to season 3, episode 17 of the Nintenbyte Podcast. 2 episodes in 1 week because hell, man, we had an hour plus long direct today. That was pretty badass. And before we really get going, we introduce people. We have another guest that's coming later. I got Thunderstash literally texting me right now to see if and when he might be calling into the show because he's at a bachelor party, as he announced last week. So, bachelor party! Woo! He's probably already multiple shots and drinks into his night. However, I'm not at all. So, one, I want to let my audience know something. Today is a special day. All right. Number of reasons it's a special day. Begins with Metroid Prime 4. That's reason number 1. 8 years. And we now have literally a release date. And yes, folks, it's not delayed. It is this year, December 4th. So, in celebration of finally having that release date, we got some shots over here. We're going to throw them back and get this thing spread. Look at that. Tiger Time's got his drink going.
That's
we know, baby. We got flipping the switch over there, or the swit over there. What do you got over there, buddy? What are you drinking?
I was torn between the Blantons and the Yamazaki 18. I went with the Yamazaki 18. It's a special night for Metroid fans.
There we go.
Right?
So, celebration of Metroid. Finally having a release date.
Here it is.
Cheers to the audience. Cheers to the cast. The waterman in the middle. He's got to be responsible.
Actually, this is vodka. So
vodka.
This is a real shit right here.
Yeah. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
All right.
Oh, that's not terrible.
Yeah, I'm glad
that
you
is
got
good.
that was good. What a good start to the show. Put some hair on the chest. All right. Welcome everyone to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Obviously, we just had the longest Nintendo Direct of all time, and that's not exaggerating. It was literally 66 minutes, which does officially make it longer than the Switch 2 event in April. So yeah, longest Direct ever. Pretty crazy. There was a lot of good stuff in it. Now, not everyone's happy with the Direct. That's just the way it goes. I don't know if Nintendo's ever released a Direct and everyone's happy. I don't think it's possible. I'm happy. As people know, I gave it an A- earlier today. But some people think it's a D. I saw Switch Force out there. Just watching that. I'm like, okay, cool. All opinions are valid. Of course, you can only really speak for yourself, right? But we have a lot of games to talk about, a lot of things to get into. Metroid's obviously a really big one. We have to talk about it because it wasn't just the release date. They revealed some new stuff that's never been done in Metroid before. So we gotta dive into that, and maybe we'll throw the trailer up if I can get it to work. Please work today. That being said, sometimes it doesn't work, but I'm hoping it does. Let's go ahead and go around the room and introduce some people because we have 2 first-timers on the show down below. I will note, everyone, that N64 Josh will be joining us later on the show, and he'll probably be here all the way to the end because, come on, man. He hung out with us like all the time at PAX West. I'm going to be giving him lots of shit when he comes on, though. That $55 pizza, he owes me some money, man. He owes me some freaking money for that dinner. I'm going to be giving him some shit. Not only was it really expensive, it wasn't that good. So, like, the slice we had on the last day was better than that. In fact, that slice might have been the size of the whole pizza. And I only paid like $9 for that slice. So anyways, and that hot honey at that place. Oh my God. I'm going back to that place next year in Seattle. That pizza place where we got the slices. That was good. That was good.
And actually, we might get the full pizza this time.
Maybe I'll DoorDash from that place and just get the whole pizza to come. Maybe I don't even have to go there. We can just like meet up poolside. I don't know. There's a lot of cool places in Seattle to meet up and do shit. All right, let's go ahead and introduce everyone. First off, I'll introduce Flipping the Switch Zoo. You guys might not know who he is. He's got a channel. I've been on his channel. I've been on his podcast before. We've done debates on his. He does lots of debates, actually. Want to introduce yourself, buddy, and let people know what the hell do you even do on YouTube? Well, who are you?
Well, heck, you act like I know. So yeah, I'm people call me Zoo, Mungan Zoo. Flipping the Switch. Right now, it's Flipping the Switch, which is a Morrowind reference because I'm playing a lot of Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. It will be back to Switch because I am a Switch 1 curmudgeon and a Switch 2 skeptic. So going to be an interesting discussion here today. And long-time Nintendo watcher, I have an original set of Hanafuda cards. So I go all the way back. But just an interesting company that I've always loved to kind of study and talk about and literally learn business kind of studying them. So got a lot of links there. It's a love-hate relationship, but I think it's fun.
Yes. And as I found out today, you do not own a Switch 2. So
I do not.
So that might be an interesting discussion later. Did they do enough to get you yet? Or are you still waiting? We'll talk about that in a bit. Then we have Tiger Time. Who the hell are you? I'm going to be honest. I don't even know who you are. So introduce yourself, sir.
Yes. Well, yeah, my name's Tiger Time. Longtime watcher of the podcast. Huge fan. Thank you for having me on, first of all. My name is Tyler, which is why it's Tyme. In the Tiger Time. So yeah, name's Tyler. I've been playing games my whole life. I remember the first time I saw a video game, I was on the couch with my mother. She was playing the original Legend of Zelda on the NES, and I was like, that looks awesome. And then eventually I got a Nintendo 64, Game Boy, and I've just been playing Nintendo, playing games ever since. Now I make videos about them. So my videos are kind of like conversational little mini video essays where I just kind of throw out interesting ideas that I think of and have some feisty comment sections. So yeah, it's a lot of fun and it's great to be on here. I'm usually kind of hanging out in like Gamebird's chat, Thunderstash, Prime's chat. So it's really cool to be on here. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. I gotta say, I love your kind of introduction to Nintendo in games because it's similar to mine. I've talked about it on the show, but I was little kid. I must have been like 4 years old when I got a hand-me-down NES in the gold Zelda cartridge. That was my first video game. So that's really what set the stage for the hobby, to be honest with you. So that's really cool that your first experience too was kind of watching your mom play that. That's awesome.
Yeah, she was pretty cool mom. And then my aunt also, I remember like watching her play Pokemon on the GBA and Game Boy Color. So yeah,
good memories.
A lot of gaming girls in my family. So they set the tone. Got to give them credit.
There we go. We have the Spice Lord here who just did technically a spicy shot. How was it?
That was a spicy shot?
Maybe it's supposed to be. It's just chili. It's just chili. Chili's delicious.
It was cold. So I guess it was chili. No.
Now you got to be curious because it's been a while since I've done it.
It's not terrible.
I don't actually remember. I remember me not liking it, and that's why I stopped. But
it's really not that bad.
Well, look at that, guys.
Well, it's pineapple.
So you're going to get a second shout out of me tonight, guys. I'm going to let you know right now. I know like half the internet's kind of like meh on the Direct, and I'm like super high on this Direct because it was fucking awesome. I don't know anyone else's thoughts here at all. Like I asked Eric like very briefly when he first arrived here, and I don't even remember what he said. So, so I don't even remember his thoughts. I am going to say right now, guys, if anyone does $20 super chats and above on this show, I'm busting out random alcohol all night. It is what it is.
Hey, and I will join him in that, so you'll get to hear a drunk Zoo as well.
Yeah, because here's the bottom line. I am celebrating. This was an amazing direct for me. And I'm specifying for me. There were so many great announcements, but we'll get to that. We are going to get very specific at some point. We don't have general topics tonight because the topics of the direct, but we will go like deep on like very specific games. You know, the Galaxy games. Obviously, we got to go deep on the Metroid stuff. Maybe deep on some of the third party. We'll have a third party section, but we're going to start this all out. Obviously, with going in general. But before we do, Game Bird, what are you doing to that stash over there, buddy?
I'm trying to fill in for Thunder Stash in a sec. So
big shoes.
I'm like, yeah, right. I'm gonna need to like bust out some puns tonight. When the opportunity arises.
The dad joke puns for
Might
sure.
need to have a story or two about when I was a child.
Make sure there's also a story about since you've been with Ricky. Make sure there's a story with that as well, because he brings up Michaela every show.
Absolutely. And then the stash. I don't know, guys. I'm trying. Listen, I don't have the Thunder Stash, so I'm trying. So
dude, I swear if this stash ever gets like way out here, that's gonna be fucking hilarious. I hope he just keeps it going way out here.
I know, it's so good. You should totally do a Robotnik for Halloween. It would be so great.
Yes.
Just get the goggles and the fat suit and stuff and the bald cap.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. He totally should. I was saying, as you keep like straightening out your stash, I was saying this before the show, it literally looks like a villain stash. It's so great.
Yeah.
Oh, you think you can top me, do you?
That was good.
I got a point, dude. I got the fancy equipment over here. This is my
Oh,
job.
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. When it's your job, suddenly you level up all your shit. That's just what
Right.
happens.
Okay, look, motherfucker, don't you fuck with me.
All right. Told you, I got all the fancy shit. I don't know if any of the sound effects will work. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I got shit like, look, guys, the way I'm going to be talking about some of these games tonight, it's going to feel like this.
I don't even know what that means.
No one knows what it means. Provocative.
No, it's not. It's
Get some people going.
That's right. Metroid Prime 4 is very provocative. There were people in my chat saying they wish they were the motorcycle. So I'm just saying it's going to get provocative tonight. All right. I'm Nintendo Prime. You pretty much just got introduced to me, the inappropriate, most hated Nintendo YouTuber in the world. But you know what? People keep watching for some reason. So we're going to keep this shit going. You guys can follow me everywhere. But right now, we got to dive into this direct. So first, we're going to dive deep on specific things that those of us want to dive deep on. Of course, some of us feel differently about different games in the direct. But I feel like we got to get a temperature check. How did we feel about the direct overall? And like, what was some of our favorite announcements? Was some of our least favorite? Let's get into that. And I know for a fact, flipping the switch was not positive on this direct earlier today. So let's start with what I know is going to be negative. What's going on, buddy?
Well, I'll tell you, as I've marinated on it, and I've had talks with you, and I've had talks with OJ from Player Essence and a few other people, I've kind of moderated that a little bit. Now, whenever I answer a question like how was a direct, got to keep in mind, Nintendo, guys, that Nintendo makes products their stated goal is ages 5 to 95, right? So not every product's going to be for everybody. So are we talking about, for me personally, or are we talking about Nintendo as a business?
For you personally, Nintendo is a business.
C plus, B minus.
Okay. Now, why? So
again, part of this is my fault. Part of this is my damn fault, because I was expecting some kind of a Mario drop as and people, so the chat understands, all I want out of this world is more Mario, more Metroid, specifically of the 2D variety, more Zelda. If I can get that, I'm a happy camper as long as it's up to standards. Didn't get that. Again, that's my fault. That's for hyping myself up, but got to look at it from my perspective. If you go back to when I successfully called, I did call this, that, hey, we're going to get a Switch 2 in 2025. Reason I said that is because, okay, well, what kind of shit does Nintendo have on the shelf? We've got Mario Kart, which is done. We'll have a new Mario Kart when the new Switch launches. So that's going to happen. We'll probably have a new 3D Mario, because that team's been done for a while, EPD1. Little did I know about Donkey Kong Bonanza. So 2025 just seems right to get Mario Kart, to get a 3D Mario out there. Then everything else, Nintendo can play it by ear. So I was right about that, but I wasn't right about the fact that it looks like Donkey Kong Bonanza showed up and kind of dashed my Mario hopes. That said, I hear Donkey Kong Bonanza is a stellar game too, so we can talk about that. So the main reason is no Mario on Mario's 40th anniversary. That made me very sad. And then there's other stuff we can get to as the podcast goes on.
Absolutely. Okay, Tiger time. Temperature check. How we feeling about the Direct?
Yeah, I was thinking a letter grade wise, a kind of a B plus really for me. The only reasons it didn't kind of reach that A tier is no Zelda. I'm a big Zelda guy, and I was really feeling Luigi's Mansion. So kind of in the same vein as you were talking about, where I kind of had my expectations in a certain place, and so I set myself up for a tiny bit of failure there. But I still really like the Direct. I think that if you love JRPGs, you're eating really good with this Direct, which has kind of been the theme of Switch 2 so far, which I really do love JRPGs, so that's been exciting to see. Obviously, the DLC stuff with ZA and already putting that in there with the price and before it even launches, that's another kind of tick off of it. But overall, B plus. I really like some of the announcements, big Fire Emblem guys, so that was really exciting. B plus for me.
Okay, there we go. What about you, Eric?
I think I'm kind of in your range of like the A- area. I like that we got the I thought for sure that the Mario movie wasn't like going to even be shown because there was the rumors of the trailer being not ready, but this could be their supplement trailer, I guess. But at least we got the name reveal. That's freaking awesome because I love Illumination movies.
By the way, I just want to note, guys, I'm skipping past the Mario movie trailer because it's what got my stream copyright claimed earlier today.
Oh, fun.
So that's why I skipped past it.
Fun. And then the couple of left fields, like the Mario Tennis Fever, kind of feels a little bit like old Mario Tennis back on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
And the Yoshi game, the new Yoshi game, that one, I did not see that coming. Virtual Boy, who the hell saw that coming? And so there was a lot of like left field crazy moments, and that's kind of what I was like. I like it. This is fun. So, and I know there's more out there, but we'll get into that. But yeah, that's kind of what I was liking it, is because the left field did not see that coming at all.
We already have our first $20. Want to throw it in there. It says Pop Brownie, but maybe you're on one, not me.
All right.
I do have I will note, I do have some dope dough, which is like cookie dough weed. So if we somehow get to 420 at some point tonight in terms of total super chats, I will partake in some snacks. We'll have some fun. But for now, I'm already getting on to my next shot. I just want to make sure I shouted that out because there wasn't a question with that.
I'm going in with you, Prime.
Yeah. Now remember, guys, any super chats, like usually we do like Q&A section towards the end. We will be doing that again. So if we don't show your super chats right away, just know that's why. But in the case of this one, like the 20s, if they're not actually statements and you're just doing it to get me to do shots, I'll just feature it and we'll just keep going so you guys know why I'm doing a shot. Okay. Birdman.
This one for me was, I want to say, a 9 out of 10 or an A for me. And I say that understanding that this isn't going to be everyone's cup of tea, but this Direct really nailed on some stuff that I really like as a game. I'm a huge RPG guy, so seeing like strong support for, it's probably my favorite genre, to be honest. The only thing that could have made this an A plus or made this a 10 out of 10, honestly, is the next Zelda game, whether that's next mainline Ocarina of Time remake, the next 3D Mario, or if they had like a 2-hit combo in here of maybe like the return of Star Fox, but also the new Xeno game or the new Monolith IP. But this one was killer. I mean, ending on Fire Emblem, this was a game that I had in my expectations bingo card. The timing felt right. I explained that I think that Engage felt like kind of like a celebration of the series, and it feels like we're due for the next like actual follow-up to Three Houses, and that's what we're getting. And for me, I'd put Three Houses in top 5 Switch games. I think you could even make an argument for top 3 Switch games. That game's so good. It's 3 campaigns in one game, killer storytelling. It's all interconnected. So ending on Fire Emblem was huge. And I know we'll dig into more of the games here, but I gotta shout out to floored by the art style from the new Yoshi game. Unbelievable. Looked like a blend of just like hand-drawn illustrations with slight claymation, but I don't know. There's a lot of really good stuff here. We'll deep dive on it, but for me, and a lot of the stuff that I enjoyed to play, this is a 9, and that's not a fanboy 9. That's like I love RPGs, and just ending on Fire Emblem was huge for me.
Okay, yeah, Fire Emblem was massive. God, I feel really bad that I don't remember the name of it. What's the name of the new one?
It's Fates. It's a here. I'll tell you right now. It's a fantastic name, by the way.
Yeah, it's a really cool name, but I totally am forgetting the name of it.
Cool.
It'll start sticking with
Fortune's
me.
Weave.
Fortune's
Weave.
Fortune's Weave.
Really good name,
dude. It looks like it has like an arena thing going on, which looks pretty sick. We'll obviously get to it in a moment when we talk about the individual games, but yeah, I was really excited about that game. And I understand for some people that's not the best game to do for like one more thing, like the best selling game in the series is like 4 million or whatever. But man, it looks so good.
Yeah.
Keep in mind though, Fire Emblem 3 Houses was when it came out, was one of the highest rated games of the year, did not get a nomination for Game of the Year, but won the fans' choice. This is like a series that was kind of niche that's become more mainstream, but this one's a big deal. It actually is.
Well, let's put it this way, guys, for people that don't think that this is big one more thing, right? If we would have went back to last June of last year, Metroid Prime 4, right? You think everyone's, oh, that's a good one more thing. Fire Emblem 3 Houses outsold every Metroid game that's ever existed. Just to like give perspective, Fire Emblem is factually bigger than Metroid. For now, we'll see. Prime 4 could be the one. We'll get to that in a moment because there's some exciting things going on with that game. But I'm a little worried, just a smidge worried, because Prime 2 and 3 don't look like they're coming out before it. And also, I'm a little worried that new fans might not like the fact there's a 4 in the thing because they think they got to play the prior 3 to get into it. Whereas Metroid Dread was brilliant because that's Metroid 5. But you absolutely did not need to play the prior 4 games to play Metroid Dread. It was not needed at all. And I think that really helped the sales of that game become the best-selling Metroid of all time. But we'll get to that in a moment because I kind of would have liked to see, after they announced it was Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, if they would start pulling the 4 back into the background and let Beyond kind of be like Metroid Prime Beyond be the main title, where we all know it's Metroid Prime 4. But whatever. We'll talk about that later. My reactions in general, look, my audience knows, but we have additional audience here because the bottom line is more people tune into the podcast than pretty much anything else we do. Thank you so much for that support, guys. I do really appreciate it. That shows that we're doing something right when we have more people that show up to the podcast and show up to any other stream besides obviously while we're reacting to a direct or something. I gave it an A-. There's a lot I loved about this direct, and I love that a lot of the things that happened in the direct weren't like leaked or rumored. As much as I cover rumors and leaks, it's really cool to have things that like Fire Emblem. I thought Fire Emblem was a possibility, but a lot of people were thinking like maybe that Fire Emblem remake that's been rumored for a while. No, brand new. Obviously, we don't know 100% if it's following in the footsteps of Three Houses, but I'm betting it will because Engage, to understand, like I love Fire Emblem Engage. It's actually more like the OG Fire Emblem. Like loved Engage because I love the OGs. But Three Houses became the best-selling one for a reason. Really expanded on the social aspects, the college stuff. Yeah. Really cool. The waifus. Everyone likes the waifu stuff. So like it really expanded on that.
It pushed the series forward, you know, a lot.
And it didn't get rid of what made the series great, which was all the combat and the, you know, the rock, paper, scissors nature of things, and quite difficult at times. And because they had the different houses, there was like you could have multiple playthroughs. I kind of feel like there'll be something like this again with this game. And the reason I say that is when Engage came out, you guys know they pulled the physical version off store shelves a year later, right? That's how bad it was selling. They pulled the physical version. You can only buy this game digitally brand new unless you have a store that happens to still have physical copies in stock. They stopped making it in like January or something of 2024. So That was insane. And that at the time, if you guys remember, the speculation we had, and at least I had at the time, was maybe Nintendo's coming out with Nintendo Selects or something like that, a cheaper version. And so they're pulling some physical to come out with cheap ones. No, it never came back. They never brought the physical back a year. Nintendo keeps the price and keeps the games going for many, many years. The fact that they pulled it, it let me know in that moment, Nintendo realized that's not the direction we can go with Fire Emblem anymore. Everyone expects what Three Houses did. A lot more social features, running around in a world, which they showed just a little snippet of us running around doing something. I obviously don't know what, because they didn't show a lot of that, but it's a 2026 game. It's not a spring 2026 game. It's so I think it's second half of next year. So that's really exciting. And I loved that. I think this is a return to the Three Houses format, but not doing it at college style. It's doing some other faction things probably going on that I can't wait to experience, because there seems to be an arena tournament and some other stuff going on. I'm really excited. So to me, it was a great closer, but that's for me. I understand for a broader audience, something like 3D Mario would have probably been better. I want to remind people, as I had to explain to Flipping the Switch today, the 3D Mario team made Bonanza. So if you look at the order of how they were producing games, they made Odyssey. They added one smidge of free DLC to that. And then they actually made Bowser's Fury. They're the team that made Bowser's Fury for 3D World. And it seems like after that, based on interviews, they went right into Bonanza. And Bonanza was going to be a Switch 1 game. Then it started getting later. COVID happened. I'm sure that caused some probably delays in some of the development. And then obviously they were getting towards Switch 2, and they're like, hey, a lot of what we want to do just looks and feels better on Switch 2, a lot of the destruction and all that. So we moved it to a Switch 2 game. Now, we also know there's rumors out there, and this is just rumors because we'll probably never get it verified, that Switch 2 was delayed. Like, it was supposed to come out sooner than it did. So I think Bonanza was also probably supposed to come out sooner than it did, because the system was supposed to. But for whatever reason, I think that's why we didn't see 3D Mario, because I don't think 3D Mario now, I thought there was a chance it could be teased. Just teased. But now that it didn't show up, I don't think it's coming out next year. And I think that's okay. I think 2027 is fine for it. Or if it's really crazy, maybe they pair up 3D Zelda and 3D Mario in the same year again and bust them both out in 2028. That would be an insane time. The middle of the gen, one of the greatest years ever. That would be sick. That being said, going back to the rest of this direct, the A part of it, and I'll explain why it's a minus, comes from the fact that there was 4 brand new games announced by Nintendo that we didn't previously know about. I'm excited for all 4. I'm always a little tepid on Yoshi. I've enjoyed the Yoshi games. Obviously, Yoshi Island's where I wish it was going. And for a moment, they talked about Yoshi and an island at the very beginning of the trailer. And I'm like, the return of Yoshi's Island? It's not the direction they went. They went clearly all the way back to like Crafted World and all that stuff. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'm okay. By the way, I enjoyed those games. They're super easy. Usually they're fun to play with your kids or with friends, but like they're not a challenge. And that's okay. Not every game from Nintendo needs to be a challenge, but it just needs to be fun and whimsical to play. Kind of a thing that's cool for like a day on like a random weekend. You just beat it and have fun with it. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to be okay with it if it's $70. That's not going to be too much for a game that I'm probably going to beat in 5 hours. That said, we don't know prices or anything on that yet, so we can't really even talk about that aspect of this particular game, because we do know prices for some of the other games. We don't know prices for this one. So then we'll see. The price will probably determine how excited I am for that. I will say that I'm going to just say right off the bat, I think it looks 10 times better than Princess Peach Showtime. I don't think
that art style alone. The art style for me just sells the game.
The hand drawn. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, storybook. So yeah, there's that. Obviously, the other new games that were announced. Age of Calamity looking fantastic as well. So like I counted this in the post show. There was 4 brand new announcements, 9 total games that have never existed before in this direct. Obviously, we knew about 5 of them beforehand, but still 9 total games from Nintendo. And then there were like 4 to 5 like classics coming back in some new way or new DLC or something like that, right? I think that's a really good mix from Nintendo. It means Nintendo showed basically 14 to 15 things that have their IPs involved. 9 of them never existed before. 4 were brand new announcements plus classics. I think it's a really good mix from Nintendo. And the third parties, Requiem. Look, I know the rumors told us we were getting it, but it's one of those things I believe it when I see it. And I've seen it. And I've even seen the comparisons today because people are comparing it to because the trailers dropped for the other versions. Obviously, it debuted here and then the trailers dropped after for everyone. I gotta say, outside of the hair, it looks just fine compared to all the other versions. Obviously, it is 30 FPS. That's like, I think at this point should just be expected for these really big AAA games. But it looks fine. It looks totally passable. I don't know where people are getting the PS3 thing from. I'm confused on that, but it doesn't matter. I think it looks fine. It's running in 1080p. Probably, again, we don't know. The game's not coming out till February. So, like, what we saw today is like the worst the game's ever going to look. It could look better by then. We've already seen this with like Star Wars Outlaws. Remember Star Wars Outlaws? It looked really rough. Like, oh, that's really coming. Look how rough. It's so blurry. And it's like the frame rates are choppy. Chances are by February, when this comes out day and date with the other versions, it's probably going to look better. And obviously, I think Resident Evil 7 and Village, what they showed looked great, but we didn't see a lot of those ones. And they're obviously, before this, some of those were on PS4. So, like, I think those are probably going to look and run just fine. So, again, what we saw today is the worst it's ever going to look. High potential that when we get that February Direct, which I suspect, it's going to look much better in that Direct. Will they fix the hair stuff? I don't know. I kind of feel like the hair stuff might be a DLSS thing because DLSS has had that issue on PC a little bit with some hair stuff, but whatever. As long as the rest of it, as long as they if they can somehow get it to 1440p and docked mode, that would be great. So we'll see what happens. Well, I'm excited by it because it looked like it was running at a consistent frame rate, and that's important. And we played Resident Evil Requiem, unfortunately not Gamebird. We do have a pin for you though, so we'll get that to you. But we did play Resident Evil Requiem at PAX West, and oh my god, was it amazing! Mm-hmm. So imagining that I get to play this in the darkness of my room in the middle of the night on my Switch bed. Yulia, my fiance might be waking up in the middle of the night to screams from me, and I'm looking forward to. Yep. Are you okay? I'm playing a game. That's what I'll say. Yep. I'm looking forward to that. So that's going to be fun. And obviously, there were other third-party games in there. They showed some indie stuff. To me, this was a very good Direct. Now, why the minus? The minus is twofold. One, I do not think they showed a game that looked like we needed Switch 2 to play besides Requiem. Nintendo-wise, I think all of the games they showed feel like the kind of games we could have got on Switch 1. Not necessarily at how crisp they look. Like Fire Emblem looked really crisp. I don't think it would have been that crisp on Switch 1. But it does feel like, they could have made that on Switch 1. And that's okay. I was hoping for one of those showcase, a Monolith Soft, a 3D, like some sort of showcase game that like, hey, this is why we need the power. And I realize there's a lot of things happening under the hood. Like a lot of the destruction stuff in DK Bonanza probably only feels as good as it does because of the power they have. The 24 racers might have only been possible in Mario Kart World because of the power. But it's just from that visual perspective, there wasn't like that big standout from Nintendo. I do think Age of Calamity, it's looking good. Or Age of Imprisonment. My gosh, there's so many games. I'll be the third one. I think that looks really good. But the point is that there wasn't that. So I had to dock a little bit off like being an A+ down to an A for that. And then the rest of the stuff I had to dock had to do with the fact that there was DLC announcements, 2 of them, before the games even come out.
Yeah.
I do not like when companies announce DLC, paid DLC for games before the game's ever been in. Like you're trying to convince us to buy something before we even know if the game's good.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. And I understand
at least
DLC before games come out. Like the DK Bonanza DLC was obviously planned out before games came out. But it's like at least they waited to announce it till months after we've already played the game.
It's never fun to see that. That was definitely annoying to see multiple times in the Direct. But I mean, at least it wasn't day one DLC. I mean, there's always that,
Day one DLC,
which is commonplace in the third party
content. Literally cut content. There's nothing, no other way to look at that. Now I thought I was going to be the last one talking here, but N64 Josh popped in. Thank you so much for being here, Josh. Welcome.
So good to be here, ready to talk this direct.
What's up,
Yeah.
man?
Yeah. So right now, what we're talking about is just our overall feelings and grade for the direct. I just wrapped up mine. How are you feeling about this direct?
Yeah, I gave it a B, and I tweeted out all kind of my pros and cons, and then somebody like replied to me and was like, I think that's an A minus, and I said, how about a B plus? You know, so we did a little compromise there.
Nice.
I think like part of it, I usually keep my expectations pretty low. I had very big expectations for this, especially based on conversations that we had at PAX with Nintendo. It was like, you know, expect to have your mind blown. And it's not that there wasn't like some really, really great stuff and stuff that I'm very, very excited for. But I think like to just kind of get the cons out of the way, they just didn't have that heavy hitter that like everybody in the community is talking about, right? That everybody is super, super excited about, like a 3D Mario, like an Animal Crossing, like Smash, you know, that kind of thing. Something that really, really does crazy number. Even a Zelda game. I mean, obviously we have the Dynasty Warriors game coming out, the Hyrule Warriors game. But so outside of that, when I went back and watched it a second time, I think I even liked it more, honestly, and like kind of knowing more what I was going to be seeing and paying attention closer. I liked it a bit. You were going to say something, Prime?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's funny you say that because that's kind of like what happened a little bit with flipping the switch after I talked to him a bit and Player Essence talked to him. And other people I've noticed that like when they stepped back from the direct and then re-looked at it without the initial expectations they had, a lot of them are like, you know what, that actually was a pretty decent direct. Like even they might not get them to A level, but it's kind of like, you know what, they actually had a lot of stuff in that direct.
I was fortunate that right after I had to get to some work stuff, and so I wasn't able to do like a reaction like show or anything. And so I'm actually grateful for that because I think my initial response, I focused a little too heavily on what I didn't get versus on what we did get. And after, like I said, after watching it a second time, and I'm a huge like Mario Tennis fan, like that, I'm so excited for that. The Koopalings and Wonder, that kind of stuff. Like that's potentially an entirely new game, you know, that we're assuming is going to be $20 or at least enough content to be a new game. And so there's a ton to be excited about. The thing that I really thought about the most today is the fact that like Nintendo is not on their heels. They don't have to basically put all the big guns up front. This felt a bit more like the system was 3 years old and we've already had a lot of the big hitters, and then there's DLC coming for some of those big hitters, and then we get some more niche titles. And I even was doing a little bit of research. I wanted to see what like Japan, like what their social media was saying about it. And they're a lot more positive and a lot more stoked about it than what we were seeing on in our neck of the woods, which I mean, big surprise, right? Like that's pretty typical. But yeah, I think after stepping back, like you said, Prime, it's just it was very solid. And I also, the second time I watched it with an 11-year-old and a 3-year-old, my girlfriend's kids. They were so hyped for certain things. Like when the flower came out, like the little toy, they were both like, "You're getting us that, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, we'll get you that." You know, when they saw like the Wonder stuff and like the Pokemon stuff, the Kirby stuff, they were super, super excited. The movie, they were going crazy. They're like, "This spring?" I'm like, "Yes, this spring." They're like, "We're going to the movies this spring." I'm like, "Yes, this spring." Like they were just so hyped. And so I also loved seeing that aspect of it. Is like, you know, this doesn't have to be so serious either. Like to just kind of watch them just watch with zero expectation and just be excited about what was coming also was kind of like a bit refreshing.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Direct is one of those things where obviously, as a news channel, talk about rumors and leaks, like people get really hyped for certain things, and all these certain, like, we're getting a 3D Mario someday, guys. We're getting a 3D Zelda. These games are coming. These are tentpole IPs, right? They're coming. They're going to come when they're ready, though. This is the way Nintendo's always been. They're not going to rush something out just because it would build excitement. They want to make sure when they show it, it's the best it could be. This is why Odyssey's a 97. Why Breath of the Wild's a 97. Why the Prime games always end up like 94, 95 plus rated. It took 8 years plus a reboot and somewhere in there to get it to us. Like, they want to make sure the games are ready rather than being what a lot of companies do. And unfortunately, what Ubisoft chose to do with Star Wars Outlaws with its initial release, rush it out because it's a big name IP and have a broken mess of a game. That's what it was at launch. And that's not good. Nintendo doesn't want that. In fact, the one time that seemingly happened during the Switch generation was Scarlet and Violet, and Nintendo had to issue a public apology. They were embarrassed. Nintendo got embarrassed by Game Freak and TPC dropping this game that's so buggy, people falling through the world. When's the last time you remember a Nintendo game have a bug happen where people fall through the world? It's just not a bug that happened with Nintendo games. At least not in the modern day. This is obviously a day and age where patches can come before we discover those bugs. But so yeah, to me, really, really great. I thought one game I forgot to bring up was that new Pokemon game. I thought that one looked really interesting. Not my cup of tea per se, but anyone that's like a
dude, they are going to make so much money off that game. That was my first thought. I was like, holy crap, they're going to make so much money.
That like directly appeals to that really massive growing
cozy game.
The
cozy game, farming sim, Minecraft like, but Pokemon. That that game's gonna print money.
So now, but I can't be the only one terrified at the lore implications of that Ditto, though. Surely.
What are you talking about?
Have you ever seen Ditto looks creepy when he transforms into anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the lore implications there are staggering. So I can't wait to see what people make of that.
I didn't know Ditto could turn into human. So this is fun.
That Ditto was precious. I don't know what you people are talking about. It was adorable.
They use that term human pretty loosely.
Yeah. A human that gets Bulbasaur arms and can dig grass out what is happening? It's like creepy looking but cute at the same time, and I'm not sure what to think about.
Yeah. Trying to look away.
Yeah. I'm not really going to play much of the game. I mean, maybe I get lucky and Nintendo sends me a copy, so I at least check it out. But I'm not really that big into the cozy games outside of Animal Crossing. And even Animal Crossing, I usually have an expiration of. I'll play it for 6 months and then I'm going to move on because cozy games are kind of like MMOs to me. Like, they just never really end, and you just keep going and going and going. And like, I want to play all this other stuff, so I can't really fully invest. I'm not at that point in my life anyways that I just want to fully invest in just that, because there's so much other stuff I want to play, not just on Nintendo, on other consoles as well. So that said, I know that game, if I would be shocked if that game does not do a Game Bird set, it just becomes like gang busting. I mean, it might sell better than any Pokemon game ever.
Now watch, they somehow tie it into the anime. Freaking like Team Rocket brings out a whole bunch of Ditto humanoids.
They should.
Right.
They got slits going straight up for eyes.
I mean, what is it called? Pokopia?
Yeah,
Pokopia. Yeah, Pokopia. This looks like one that I might pick up just to try it, just because I've got love for the Pokemon series. I'm like Prime. I'm not a big cozy game player. There's an exception to that. Animal Crossing is not one of them. I do not enjoy Animal Crossing. I've tried every entry. If Animal Crossing was the one more thing, that's a disappointing one more thing for me, with understanding that that's a huge deal for a lot of people. It's a win for a massive audience. But Animal Crossing doesn't. The reason why it doesn't do it for me is because it's missing things that I would want in the game, like a combat system and skill trees and the things that you get in games like Fantasy Life, the new Fantasy Life, which I love, as well as even Dragon Quest Builders. Those are two kind of cozy games that I really enjoy, but there's kind of a storyline to follow. You know, granted, it's not the most substantive storyline, but it's there, and it moves along a plot with different characters and a villain and you know, new weapons and armor that you craft, and there's combat. You're not just watering plants and cutting down weeds. So for me, I'm interested to see obviously there's going to be some sort of a catch 'em all mechanic because you get your abilities from collecting Pokemon. At least that's what it looks like from this first trailer. So I don't know. There might be a hook here that maybe it doesn't have the combat stuff. Maybe there is Pokemon battles in here still. I don't know, but it definitely has my interest peaked.
I kind of see it as a little bit of a like there's that old game that Microsoft made, Viva Pinata, where you build your garden and that attracts certain Pokemon. And I kind of wonder if it's not Nintendo's kind of take on that, because I always looked at that game concept just as a business mind and said, man, you know, that could be absolute gangbusters if it wasn't Microsoft. And I'll be very curious to see what Nintendo does with the same concept.
Hey, no Viva Pinata slander on this show, buddy.
Viva Pinata was a brilliant concept. It was
a
had the unfortunate aspect of being owned by Microsoft.
I mean, the last brilliant rare game until they finally added content to Sea of Thieves. I'll give Sea of Thieves some credit after they added content.
Brilliant.
And it did play well on DS too.
Okay, there you go.
Viva Pinata.
Didn't even know it was there. That's how little I paid attention. I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck is happening? By the way, we can get into some individual aspects here. I just have to know before I go any further that Josh, I think you owe me some money, man.
Ooh. Oh, from what?
Oh,
shit. At PAX,
Here it is.
At PAX,
no. Yeah,
I had that $55 pepperoni pizza that was like this big.
From the first night.
The first night, and not only like when I spent $55 on what looks like it looks like a slice.
Wait, the pizza was $27. You had like 4 beers.
No. My total bill was like 120 something. The pizza was 55 because they convinced me to do this mozzarella thing and then add pepperoni to it, which made it more expensive. And then Yulia's salad was $30. The rest of it was beer.
All right, just let me. Yeah. I won't super chat it because I know YouTube will take half. So
no, not half. It's only 30%. But what I will note here is it's fine. Look, if I'm going to spend that kind of money on what looks like a literal slice of pizza, it better be the most amazing thing to touch my lips. It was like below average. It wasn't even good.
Nothing worse than a below average pizza, man.
This has been in Seattle for over 30 years. Like,
I would rather had Domino's pizza, if I'm honest.
Oh,
whoa!
I was not here for this pizza outing, so I can't comment. But I will say this in Josh's defense, the man has a very gentle touch.
What I would tell you is, like, depends on where you live. I'm not sure how Seattle's pizza scene is, but Springfield, Illinois has a crazy pizza scene. So saying Domino's, man, that's fighting words, man. Here,
I will note though, we did go to a pizza joint later that I think Josh just looked up to see how it was rated. They did buy the slice, and that place was pretty good. I'm not gonna say the best pizza ever. However, their hot honey. They had some homemade hot honey that was
the garlic knots were really good too.
The garlic, you fuck up garlic knots. Get the fuck out of here. You shouldn't be a pizza place.
Right.
But that hot honey sauce is maybe the best hot honey sauce I've ever had in my life. That was really good, and that leveled the pizza up to like, okay, this is almost an S tier slice with this hot honey on it. So you made up for it. But the thing is, that slice was $9, but like the size of the pizza, I paid $55 for. So
I had no idea.
For a pizza.
So here's the thing. The guy we were with is the pickiest eater I've ever met. So I was like, okay, if he likes this place, then I think everybody will probably like it. I had only been there one time. We sat outside. We had a beer. I really liked what they did. Did not remember the prices, nothing. I was just like, this place was a vibe. We can sit outside. They didn't have any outside seating open until after we were done eating. And my pizza was great. I had like blueberries on it, and it was like,
What?
you know, like, yeah, it was. I know it was like, but like, it's like local farms, like vegetables and blueberries and cheeses. I'm like, yo, this is.
God, you're lucky you're not in Jersey. Sopranos will be coming to you looking to do some things, man. God,
I'm not far. So
Gordon Ramsay, no, you put blueberries on your pizza.
I was gonna say.
there's Crawler in the chat saying, hey.
That's funny, dude. Hey, I'm not the one talking shit about you. Don't worry about me. Yeah. Anyway.
All right. So I owe you $55. I got you.
It was just funny. I'm like that. By the way, that was the first food we had in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
So that was
real quick. Hey, we got a Springfielder in the chat. Cool.
It was not. I'm just like, is this what the rest of the trip's going to be? Overly expensive food that's mid. This sucks. Seattle sucks. And then it turns out Seattle wasn't too bad after that. But I'm going to put it this way. The pizza they sold inside the convention center, those little tiny circle ones, that was better. And especially value for what you got. So I know you love it, and that's fine. I gotta say.
Nate, you're at this point, you're just being rude, man.
Savage.
It's all good. I can take it. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Just like I'll say this.
It's a bougie pizza joint, is really what it is. It's super bougie.
I will say, just to point this out, and I probably got to thank Stash for this morning. We went to that ramen place later, one of our last meals or whatever. And I'm not a big ramen guy, so it was just okay. But I will say, you were right about the eggs.
Mm-hmm.
The eggs were amazing. Like you were that made up for the fact that I was like, the flavor is just okay to me. But what really only matters, I did like 25 sake bombs there with Stash. So like, once I had that many in me, it didn't really matter. Everything was good. So,
so before we go on, first and foremost, I got to answer. There's somebody who asked me a question in the chat. Just want to let you know. So, Michael, you asked me what my favorite Springfield pizza place is. It was Galina's Pizza over off of the north end, but it's closed now. So now I'll go Bernie and Betty's or Gabatoni's, which is nationally famous. Now, for you guys, I got a lightning round. What does everybody like pizza toppings, favorite pizza toppings? Because I always got to know what pizza fans. So.
Sure. Let's rapid fire this. I'll just go first. I like a junk pizza. So I like a go pepperoni, breakfast bacon, sausage, black olive, onion, green pepper. Throw some jalapenos on that sumbitch. And you know what? If you want to throw a little sweetness, I don't mind. Put some pineapple on that sumbitch.
That all sounds incredible.
Yeah. It's amazing. I don't always get that because it's stupidly expensive everywhere you go to get that many toppings, but you know.
I'll go really fast. There's one here that it's called the Hot John, and because it's near Philly, and it's just pepperoni, jalapenos, and hot honey, and it's delicious.
Yeah, that's good.
That sounds good.
But my favorite pizza is from the place I grew up, where I graduated high school. It's called Stanwood, Washington. It's an hour north of Seattle. And Jimmy's Pizza is the place, and they have a pie there called Jimmy the Italian, and it's hamburger, pepperoni, pine nuts, spinach, sun-dried tomatoes, and it's honestly a life-changing slice for me. Like, it's the best thing ever.
You told that on the trip. I was like, oh, okay, that sounds better than what I'm eating right now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to try that one too.
Yeah, I might have to make it out there sometime. Tiger Time, favorite toppings on a pizza?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'd probably go mushroom banana peppers. Those are key.
Banana peppers are good.
Love some banana peppers. I'd probably put bacon on there, and I will give a shout out to lobster pizza too. That's kind of crazy, but yeah.
Ooh, that sounds good. Actually.
That's a crazy one, yeah. But I'd probably just go, banana peppers, mushroom, bacon, spinach, some greens on there. Yeah.
Eric.
You pretty much put anything on a pizza, I'll try it.
Yeah.
Y'all making me hungry. All right, back to the
Wait. I gotta say my pizzas, dude.
Whoa,
what the hell?
We gotta you gotta remind everyone you're here, Gamebird.
That felt pointed. No, listen, if I'm going real simple, I can't go wrong with the classic pepperoni, specifically the little pepperonis that curl up when they cook.
Yes,
it's got to be those ones. But
yeah,
if I'm feeling more fun and I want the flavors, I like so many different toppings. Obviously, like olives, mushrooms, pepperoni, jalapenos always great, onions, peppers. I really like when they put roasted garlic and like arugula on the too. Super bomb. Or even like little chunks of feta cheese on there if you want to get fancy.
Yeah, you're eating that with your pinky out.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time. But yeah, no, yeah, those are like the two, like a customized bomb style Supreme, or just like that iconic. What do you call those pepperoni? What are those pepperonis that
the
curl
crispy
up?
ones? Yeah, no, the crispy
Dude,
ones.
they're
Around
and they
here,
get the little tiny. They get the little tiny puddles of
They
the
call
pizza
them
grease.
old style pepperoni around here, but
God.
there has to be. I think they just used to just call it pepperoni back in the day, but now, now I think they just call it old style. They're thick, they curl up, they get crisp. Oh,
Yeah,
so,
dude, they're so good.
yeah. I don't know why we ever went to different pepperoni. They should never changed it.
No,
Dude,
Cheap.
it was
for
perfect
cost reasons.
as is.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper for those razor thin pepperonis. That's really why they.
Yeah,
do it.
well, whoever made that call is an asshole.
Yeah. Why make my food worse, you fucks? Anyway.
Okay.
By the way, they did not use old cool pepperoni on that $55 pizza I had. Just so people know. They cheaped out even on the pepperoni. God damn it. Okay.
The beer was good, right? Did you have something? Was there anything redeeming?
It's beer.
Okay, all right.
Go to a place and have a beer and enjoy it. Then that's not even worth going. What are we doing?
Right. Okay, all right.
Guys, this has been the Pizza Bite Podcast.
Right. I literally
That's
should have just
right.
ordered beer and then just got DoorDash later at the hotel. Would have been a better time.
We should do it. Hey,
What
we
if
should
do the
do.
same anyways?
We should do a pizza party podcast episode where we all order
Oh, yeah.
pizzas and stuff.
Oh boy.
And just
Now
do like
here
a
we
pizza
go.
party podcast.
We're
Here
good
we
with
go.
that. I'm totally
I'd
good
be
with that.
down.
Nothing but chewing the entire time.
with the greasy lips.
Right.
Those
Like the
crunchy
super greasy
pepperoni.
lips.
Get it in my mouth right now, man.
That's great. Okay. All right. So let's get back to the games. The
So the
reason
first
that
games,
the reason that we're here.
Yeah, no, you just wait. All the pizza super. Wait, Nate. Ask the audience what they like on their pizzas.
Yeah.
You know those pizza super chats are going to come flooding in.
Why do I have
I'm a
that?
co-host.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Throw it down there, Chet.
Yeah. Throw it down.
Hey,
the chat.
everyone in chat, listen up. This is Gamebird Classic speaking. Sound off in the chat. Let us know what you want on your pizza right now.
Right now.
Before it's
Yeah.
too late.
Okay. Moving on.
Too bad Pizza Tower wasn't in this
I
direct.
will note if anyone's super fast in their favorite toppings, I will feature it while we're talking about games. You might get a crazy reaction from someone and like, wait, what? That said, let's talk about some games. What game? You know what? Let's go around. Let's pick like an individual game we want to spend some time on. We'll go around the room. Flipping the switch. The one who doesn't own a Switch 2. What game would you like us to talk about right now?
Oh man. Well, let's. I mean, I've got to start it off strong. Metroid Prime 4, man.
There it is.
Yep.
All right, we'll get the Metroid Prime 4 trailer going.
So let me
Go Tom.
start off by saying I've been a lifelong Metroid fan ever since Metroid 1. I still think Metroid 1 is a phenomenal game that is tragically misunderstood by a modern gaming audience. To this day, still hasn't been surpassed when you factor in all macroeconomic conditions such as population growth, gamers getting older, having more disposable income, half the world being behind an iron curtain. Metroid is amazing. Now, Dread is my favorite, but I just played Metroid Prime for the first time literally like 2 years ago on the Nintendo Switch because I never owned a GameCube.
Oh, wow. All right.
And I could not believe how perfect a transition into 3D that Retro was able to get this game, man. I could not believe it. So I've been waiting on this game for like 8 years. And lo and behold, this trailer comes out today. And it's the Metroid I love. We've got psionic powers, kind of like Dune, which if you think about Metroid and the energy crisis, that fits right in. As far as the psionic powers, kind of taking after Dune. She's on a fucking Akira motorbike. It's like all of the sci-fi tropes are coming home to roost. It looks quasi-open world. And I'm just like, what is this game going to be like when it comes out? Like, this is one I am just super anticipating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's go over to Eric. What are your thoughts? I know you've never been a really big Metroid person.
No.
So what do you think and see in this trailer?
I'm excited for people who love Metroid. I mean, me myself, I just know I'm probably not going to pick it up, not just because it doesn't look like a great game. It's just time, mainly. And I have other games that I want to play beforehand. You down the line, never say never, but yeah, it looks like it could be what everybody was looking. Well, a lot of people were looking for, I should say.
Yeah.
It's true. It's kind of in a pretty tight launch window. I think Octopath Traveler 0 comes out the same day, which is another game I'm really looking forward to. Mm-hmm. So there's that aspect of it. But yeah, there's more enemies on screen than there seem to be with Prime. It looks really good. It looks really, really good. Coming out of 8 years of development hell and starting from scratch game development, which who the hell knows what that means? Did they even have to start from scratch on concept? Like, who knows? It looks really good for how long it's been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's go over to Tiger time, man. What do you think? Give me your full thoughts right now. Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, so I remember starting out with Metroid. I played the original Metroid on that same NES that my mom was playing Zelda on, and that game just kicked my ass over and over again. So there's some trauma there from Metroid, but then I played Super Metroid, really liked that.
Hell yeah.
And I remember played Metroid Prime on the Wii, and that totally blew my mind, just like the motion controls and how cool that intro is. We all know that.
Yep.
And then I played Remastered, of course. And yeah, seeing this really got me excited. I will say I haven't played 2 or 3, so I'm one of those people that really wish, yeah, exactly. Really wish that they were more accessible. So still kind of hoping for those to show up in some manner, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to 4. I will say I do still feel like it's not getting the attention it deserves still. It feels like, we still need that dedicated direct, which, I could definitely still see coming, but I don't know. It still feels like just the stuff we saw, it wasn't a lot. It's really cool to see the Metroids going somewhat open world and the bike's really badass. It still looks beautiful, but I do still feel like it needs some more attention. And in terms of the open world too, it did look sort of empty. I saw those concerns online. I think it'd be cool to kind of show more of that desert world and see what's going on with that aspect of it. I did really like the sci-fi elements where it kind of looked like some cool badass Bayonetta style level. So that was really exciting looking. But yeah, I mean, like this here on screen, you can kind of see it's very, very barren in some ways. I mean, we'll see kind of how that ends up shaping up.
See that.
But yeah, I'm definitely super excited and still hoping for 2 and 3. But yeah, I mean, it's looking great overall for sure.
I agree that it could probably use a little bit more attention. The sad thing is, though, Metroid has just never been a big seller, and I nobody regrets that more than me. However, I always point to, I still like to put Metroid as one of Nintendo's most important games, not necessarily because it's a selling game, but because this is the game Nintendo can point to when you have the kiddie charge. So different games, I'm a big believer that, once again, to go back to food, different games service different appetites. So Metroid has always been that hardcore Nintendo game. It's always been that challenging hardcore game that you can point to and say, there it is. You want to say Nintendo's kiddie? Go try OG Metroid and watch it eviscerate you.
Totally. Yeah, like I said, I experienced that with the first Metroid way back in the day. But
or Dread even. Dread is hard.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I'll be interested to see how this carries over. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Let's go over to I guess the Birdman's next, right? We got to fly the fly.
Let's do it. So I gotta be honest. This part of the direct was a little bit disappointing for me, and I say that as someone who's a massive Metroid fan. This is my most anticipated game of the year right now. So it's not to knock the game, but I feel like Nintendo does not know how to market this game properly. Just the way they've been marketing it,
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think we all agree, this is a game that deserves a lot more attention. This is a game that most likely, especially based on Retro's track record, based on the series track record, is going to review extremely well. It's probably going to be an amazing game, more likely than not. And so when I see a trailer like this, one of the first things was, you brought up Tiger Time, was the desert and how barren it looked, or deserted it looked. There's some of that thunder right there. Yeah. But I have been told that this is just one of many large open zones, and that this isn't indicative of what the other larger zones are going to be like. So I don't know how many, but my other concern is, while I think the motorcycle looks awesome, I love that Akira style, like kind of anime, just badass, doing the motorcycle slide and taking out the enemies. My fear with this is, whenever games add a vehicle element, but the vehicle part isn't a central to the game design, it's just like an extra thing that you do in the game, I always feel like it just doesn't feel right. And then a great example of this, I mean, there's so many games that are a great example of this. I hate the vehicles in at least the first 3 Borderlands games feel like ass to me. Just how like slidey they are. Even think the Batman games, like, a lot of people would have thought Arkham Knight was the best of the Batman trilogy, but the Batmobile missions ruined it. So that is a concern of mine. Like, how's this motorcycle going to control? Is it going to feel like a game that's based on being mounted, or is this going to be like an extra side thing that doesn't quite feel as good?
Yeah.
You know, like when you play a game and you're on a mount and you're like, I kind of just want to be back on foot again because the mount doesn't feel like The Witcher. It's another example. Like the horse feels like ass. It's like notorious for feeling terrible. So that's definitely a concern. Doesn't mean that this motorcycle is going to perform poorly. It's just something that I have to think about. But also, not having a Metroid Center Direct announced in this for a later date, for me, is a miss. That's granted, there's still time. The game doesn't come out till December. But we got an announcement of another Kirby Air Riders Direct, but we already had an hour Direct for Kirby Air Riders.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Kirby Air Riders needed more time outside of. We saw a lot of that game, and
it absolutely did not.
Yes, and it's been demoed at Gamescom. It's been demoed at PAX.
That game, Bomba Bin game.
A lot of coverage. So
you're giving Sakurai everything he wants. That's all.
Yes,
this is.
Absolutely.
Grr.
But again, it's like, this game needs it. This game deserves it. I would have been stoked even if they announced that they have a holiday bundle for this game, like a Christmas type bundle that bundles Metroid and a Switch 2, and you get the game for $50, the Switch 2 version, just to move the needle, to get people who are like, I've never been into Metroid, I've never wanted to buy one, but I get the game for $50, the Switch 2 version, and I get a Switch 2. Maybe I'll just try it out. So I don't know. I just feel like they've the pacing, even the pacing of this trailer. The trailer looked really cool. I don't mean to be negative on it. I just like, imagine if this was like a little bit more of an epic story trailer, a little bit of like narrative, a little bit more cinematic. It was some cool motorcycle footage, a shot of Silas, and then a hard cut out. And I'm like, man, they could, like, this looks great if you love Metroid, but if you have no idea what this is, it's kind of like,
a good point.
Huh? You know, I don't know.
So, Gamer, you mentioned the motorcycle.
Well.
You mentioned the motorcycle, and I think you made a great point. I think Nintendo missed a huge opportunity here to make the suit part of the motorcycle itself. Samus, like, there's always this image, and it's the sci-fi element, but there's always the mythological image too. If you go back all throughout mythology, there's the image of a warrior woman taking her helmet off and her hair spilling over the armor. And so the suit has always been integral to Samus Aran's character and has been integral to the Metroid series. The more you can integrate the suit, the better it always turns out. So if there was a way to maybe make a suit, maybe a new suit that formulates into that motorcycle, I think they missed a huge opportunity for that, sadly.
For sure. And I just want to say one last thing. it would not surprise me to see this being the highest or the second or third highest reviewed game of the year. I have full confidence that this game is going to be amazing, and I cannot wait to play it. I was very bummed when we didn't get a demo for it at PAX, because it was one of the things I was really excited to play. But you know, I gotta be real. I feel like they could have marketed it better. They don't need to market it better for me. I'm sold day one. So it's all the millions of people that they really want to buy this game who haven't been buying it, you know, in the past. That
please buy it and play Dread. Buy it and play Metroid Dread, please.
All right, did everyone go yet? I can't remember. Josh did.
I haven't gone.
Oh, okay. Josh.
Yeah, I'm a huge Prime fan. So it's again not. It's I think to just kind of piggyback on Gamebird, it's if you're a fan, you don't. All we needed to see was a logo and we were good. And kind of like Air Riders, they've shown so much. You have to play it. That game just needs a demo and it will sell more copies. Like, in my opinion, like once I played Air Riders, I was like, oh yeah, this is actually quite fun. And Sakurai knows what he's doing. But watching it on screen, and even people that watched the videos that I put out, they were like, it looked like chaos was happening. And it's like, yeah, it is, but it's also fun. So I think the biggest thing to remember and the hardest, maybe the hardest pill to swallow with Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is that it's a Switch 1 game. And that it looks beautiful in some areas and it looks very old in other areas. And so that's something that I think we're starting, you know, we saw Resident Evil, we saw Final Fantasy, we're seeing some of these games that can shine on Switch 2, and I'm not saying it can't, but when you see that desert that looks like there's hardly anything in it, that's people are going to notice that, you know.
Yeah. Like, and like I said, I've been told that there's multiple open zones and they're not all like that, so it's like I wonder why they show the one that's barren.
I do feel like it is important to note that it is a desert too. Like, sure. You know, it is a naturally barren environment. That's something I was thinking about when I was seeing these all online. Like the Gerudo Desert is kind of tastefully barren, though. You know, they use the sandstorms to kind of conceal areas, and you have to go between areas. So if they do it that way, it could still be done well. But I was just thinking about that. It is a desert after all. But
the other thing to consider, and I would hope this isn't the case, is that anybody you talk to in game development will tell you deserts are some of the easiest biomes to develop because there's just not a lot to them. They're sparse, etc. That makes me wonder in the back of my head, is this a last minute addition? I don't think it is, given what I know about Nintendo and retro, but I would hope this isn't some kind of last minute slapdash.
If this serves as ultimately an arena for like a massive scale boss fight,
that would be
that's cool. That would be really cool. That you're on the motorcycle, a huge like Titan sized boss fight, but we'll have to see.
Well, and to even lean into that a little further, if that boss is not beatable until you get a certain power up and you have to literally run from it, and nothing can be there because it kills everything, it also makes sense why it's so barren and there's nothing there. So, you know, it kind of do like the Dune aspect of whatever, like sandworms kind of thing, like that would be great. But I mean, when she got off the bike and the lava spilling out, like everything's looking fantastic. It's just by Metroid, you know, by Metroid. I thought is this, are we going to see Samus in Mario Kart World before Donkey Kong on her on her bike here, you know? Like, and also putting it out after Tron, maybe some people will think they're buying Tron at that point, you know.
All right. First off, if you want to know how hyped I am for Metroid Prime 4, we switch the mic covers because purple seems to be the theme for this game.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Here's the thing. I've been listening. You guys are like, you're excited, you're sold, but then there's just all this criticism. I don't know what the fuck is going on. That was one of the most exciting video game trailers I've seen in my entire goddamn life. They're putting open world in the fucking Metroid while keeping corridors. And it's a sand. It's a new. Well, there's no fucking battles that can fight enemies at once in the middle of the desert. You know, I'm talking about hypothetical boss fights. What the hypothetical should literally be in a battle ass in the middle of a desert fighting all enemies. What are we doing? She can fire her arm cannon while power sliding into another enemy. Oh my God. This looks amazing. One of the greatest in a video game. What are we doing? Oh, no, for casuals. I don't give a fuck.
Prime, I tried to stay positive.
Prime! Metroid Prime. Yeah, never mind. That's not why the channel is called that. It is now. I'm officially changing the Metroid Prime. Oh my God, this game is so good. You want to get more sales for it? I'm more excited. Make people pay. We have an audience. Make them pay attention. Force them. Shove it down their throats. Telling you, this game looks incredible. It is maybe one of the greatest video games to ever exist, and I haven't even played it yet. That's how excited I am. This has the potential to be a 97. And people are going to be like, oh, Expedition 33 won Game of the Year. Yeah, because Metroid Prime didn't qualify because it was in December. Highest rated video game of the year. Pay fucking attention. Nintendo might even drop a trailer for the damn game after it comes out at the Game Awards just to remind everyone. They're going to show the Metacritic and OpenCritic rating right on screen right before Game of the Year just to remind everyone this is bullshit because this should be Game of the Year. By the way, don't forget about this. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I don't appreciate your tone. Friends shouldn't talk.
There's a shit ton to be positive about with Metroid Prime 4. Yeah. But
I'm feeling the hype. I'm feeling just like people are disappointed. Oh, I was already kind of, you know, the desert's kind of boring and like.
Well,
hey. So
what I would say,
don't misconstrue my words because I never said the desert's boring. I said that I wouldn't be surprised if this is the highest game of the year. All I said, my only, and I did clarify that I've been told that there's multiple large open zones, not just the desert.
Yeah, there
I'm
is.
not worried.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about the desert at all. I have zero fear about the desert.
By the way,
so what I would say is, welcome to the curmudgeonly, never-ending nightmare abyss that is the analytical mind of flipping the Switch, Prime.
I just want to say I blame GameBird for my answer.
but I did start positive. I did start very positive.
Hold on. My whole thing was positive. I didn't say one bad thing about the game. I said something bad about Nintendo. I said they can be marketing this game a lot better, and I stand by that 100%. Dude, they could be marketing this game better.
It's going to be
they could be. Hold on, no.
Let me finish.
You talk about story.
Let me finish.
Who gives a fuck about story? Metroid's about gameplay, motherfucker.
Yes. It is. Hold on now. It is. It is about gameplay, but there's also so much. Like if you go back to what Nintendo with Gunpei Yokoi, you've got Alien. You've got Dune with the Metroids being used as energy. You've got so many sci-fi references that you got to respect the story and the lore of Metroid. Come on.
I'm not saying I don't. I'm saying that's not why I buy the games.
I think that's true for most people.
Yeah. Listen, I'm trying to have an honest conversation here. There's a number of games that I've played that I've loved, and then it gets to a random ass. It gets into a random ass vehicle section, and it's like my least favorite part of the game. Even here's a great example of a Nintendo game. I loved Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity. I used to like Dynasty Warriors games. Zelda's my favorite series. This was a match made in heaven. You know what I hated about that game? All the Divine Beast missions. Yeah. They sucked. Maybe one time each Divine Beast was fine.
Yeah,
when I realized I got to do this again.
Yeah, the repeatedness of that was.
But how about Hyrule Castle, guys? How about that last dungeon, Hyrule Castle? It is one of the best combat-centric. I felt like I was an NES fucking Zelda again. I loved Hyrule Castle.
It was good.
Yeah, just give me that with 8 Hyrule Castles, please. That's all I need to be happy. I could die happy.
We'll get to Age of Imprisonment. That's probably going to be the game I bring up if no one else does.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wasn't trying to frame like you're not excited for the game, Gamer. Yeah. Obviously, you are. This is day one for you.
This is my most anticipated.
I'm just sitting here listening to everyone, and I'm like, dude, the energy is so low right now. What is happening? This is like,
well, we've been up since 5:30 in the morning.
We got more excited for Mario Kart World, and look what happened. Like, this game's actually gonna be deserving of the hype. No offense, N64, Josh.
It's fine. I'll cry myself to sleep tonight.
But no, look, I saw some people say like, no way, it's a 97. Look, Metroid Prime's pretty much always scored 95 or higher. That's just the way it's always been. I don't see like red flags in this game at all. Like, look, you can hate how they're marketing it. I don't know what they're supposed to do. People were waiting for a moment in this game that's supposed to be like, oh, this is why it has mass appeal. That's what they just tried today. They showed motorcycle open world. That was them trying to show, hey, this
nothing shows mass appeal like a motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
I'm kidding.
Vehicle combat.
I'm kidding. I'm just
motorcycle's badass, by the way, dude. They show her doing a fucking wheelie, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. And she's a biker chick now. This is sick.
Did you hear the Excite Bike music kick in?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
That actually would be great.
But here's the thing. I gotta say this, guys. I do firmly believe we've seen this a lot already happen this year, and we're getting it again for Kirby Air Riders again. There's going to be a direct for this game.
Yeah,
like an actual direct.
If that happens,
yeah, I think right now they're just trying to tease different aspects, and it's all going to come together in that direct. We're going to see that there's more zones than just the desert, not just in the background. We're going to see that. We're going to see her get off the bike and do things in the open world, because you probably get off the bike in the open world. It's just you're in the middle of the desert. Why the hell would you get off a bike, right? Like, to me, like, the fact we even need a bike, lets you know how big this world is, because you need that form of fast travel to even get around. That's awesome. I'm curious, is it a bike? Do you summon the bike, or is it like a horse? You have to go find it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Keep showing off how great the chat thing is. I'm well aware, okay? Nintendo YouTuber of all time. Our audio listeners, they just kept featuring all these not super chats, all these just regular chats talking about how great Gamebird Classic is. I get it, right? Look, we invited him to be a co-host on the show for a reason. He's amazing.
That's right.
Dude, he's got great charisma. He's sexy. He knows what's up. He's got all the appeal. Twisted.
He's got a budding mustache.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it ain't no Thunderstash, but it's pretty close. You know,
give him a Thunderstash, except maybe that Mr. E in the Yoshi game.
He might grow it out a little more. Let's see what happens. Anyways, no, I wasn't trying to like obviously poo-poo on you guys. You guys obviously mostly are excited for it. Eric, unfortunately, the thing about Eric, and this is why I wanted to hear his thoughts, was like Metroid needs to expand. Like, if this was a 3D Mario, Eric's day wanting it. If it's a 3D Zelda, he's day wanting it. I don't know if there's anything Nintendo can do to make people who don't like Metroid day one Metroid. Like, I just don't think there's anything they can do. I think when you look at the Metroid series, there's nothing about it that's going to create mass appeal, because what makes Metroid great are the very things that don't have mass appeal. Like, that's the problem with the series. And it's only a problem if you think it needs mass appeal. I think there are people, and I've seen this a little bit online today, that are, I would say, a little bit justifiably worried, because after Other M, Nintendo was going to put Metroid on the shelf for a while. There are people that are worried that this could be the last Prime game, the last 3D Metroid game. We're going to get side-scrolling again because Dread did well enough, but people are worried that if this game doesn't sell enough, we're not going to get another one. And I do think that that is a fair discussion point. It's also one reason why they kept it on Switch 1, not just moved it over to Switch 2, because they want as big of an install base as possible to buy this game. But I also sit back and I go, you know, we used to talk about this back when Andres Restart was a co-host about this game, being like, you know, what can they do to make it appeal? Well, it's got to be maybe open world, because people love open world. They did that. You know, it's got to have multiplayer. Haven't seen that yet. That could still be something that gets revealed. This game's coming in December. We have 3 months to hype this game up. So now that we know a release date, the marketing cycle is going to shift to it eventually. I don't know when, because Kirby Air Riders comes out end of November, and they clearly are giving Sakurai everything they want with that game. Which I'm not mad about it, because we know what game's coming next after Kirby Air Riders. It's going to be Smash. So like we know they're get whatever Sakurai wants to do, he's going to get to do. I just hope that's not in lieu of Nintendo doing other direct. Like if they do a Kirby Air Riders direct and then don't do more direct, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Yeah. So maybe Kirby Air Riders ends up blowing up. It could. It's being positioned as the big holiday game. Maybe it does. I'm not gonna sit here and say anything other than on that, because I don't think we're gonna probably talk about Kirby Air Riders much today. I'm not gonna say anything on that other than Sakurai's more popular than he's ever been. Him alone can end up pushing sales the way Kojima does. And I played Kirby Air Riders and it was fantastic. So I think once people get their hands on it, they'll also think it's good. That said, I don't know that it has the appeal. Obviously, it doesn't have the appeal of a Mario Kart. So we'll see. I have no idea. That's like a wild card to me, and it's only a wild card because it has to be evergreen. And I don't know if it's going to be evergreen. Metroid Prime 4, that's kind of the thing. Like, are they going to do enough in this game to make it evergreen? And I think what makes it evergreen is a multiplayer mode that's not announced yet. And that, I think, is going to be a big determining factor if this game continues to sell for months and months and months. But we'll see. I also try to remind myself that, like, the Switch 1 audience, this is one of two big games they get this holiday. Like, we got to remember, for Switch 1, this is it. It's Legends EA and Metroid. That's the big games this holiday. There is all these other games, the Kirby. None of this matters for Switch 1 owners. And Switch 1's still the primary audience for Nintendo. So there is that chance that, like, it might just get a boost because Switch 1 owners don't have anything else to play. Right? So, like, there could be a boost on Switch 1 because of that.
Let's do it, Switch 1 owners.
And I'm all for that. Because if the Switch 1 owners buy that and the rumors are true that Metroid Prime 5 is already being worked on, that's going to just boost Metroid Prime 5 that much more on Switch 2, because people then might buy a Switch 2 for Metroid Prime 5. That could be a strategy Nintendo's going with right now, hoping that Switch 1 will just pick it up because they need something to play. However, we do need a direct. I do admit that, like, in order to convince a majority of people, we need a direct. But I have to say this as well. The problem, and this is a problem for, it's a weird problem. The only people that watch these directs are people that are buying the games anyway. So, like, getting communication out of those directs to other people is very difficult for Nintendo to do. Like a Metroid Prime 4 direct, the only people watching it are people that like Metroid Prime 4. They already like it. They already want it. And they're all just going to see more of it. That's not going to hit with the audience to expand it. How it expands is the same way that happened with Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild has a core audience bigger than Metroid, right? It was like 8 million, was like the best selling Zelda ever. Every Zelda is going to sell 4 million at least, no matter what Nintendo does. That's just how, that's where Zelda was at. But Zelda wasn't like this mega franchise. It was a very popular franchise that actually could never hit 10 million, could never get into the double digits of the millions until Breath of the Wild. And why did Breath of the Wild blow up? Word of mouth. People playing it. People sharing it, showing the clips, talking about it. It getting rated a 97 caught people's attention out of nowhere. This game's being rated as one of the highest rated video games of all time, by the way. We're not just talking about for the year. Of all time. One of the highest rated video games. And on top of that, all the gameplay clips being shown, all the TikToks and the social media, everything around the game was just super hype. And that's because of not Nintendo, but people touching the game and sharing it. And that's what has to happen with Metroid Prime 4. It has to get that where the audience that plays it thinks it's so amazing. They got to share all these clips and talk about it all the time and live stream it all the time. And that's where the word of mouth gets out. And yes, it does need a review very high. And that sucks that we need a game to do like record high reviews in order to like garner attention outside of its core fan base. But I think that's what needs to happen, because this is the last chance for 3D Metroid. I think if this bombs, that's it. Yeah. I think Prime 5 gets canceled. They move Retro onto something else.
Listen, Nate, I agree with that sentiment. And that's where my fears of the way this game has been marketed. And I do agree with you. I do think word of mouth is it's a lot more powerful now because of the internet, Yeah. The way things have changed. But this is something that I am praying that Nintendo either does a dedicated direct or releases like a 10 to 15 minute overview trailer that really shows off a lot of cool features, talks a little bit about the lore and stuff. Because there's a lot of, keep in mind, there's a lot of people with how popular Nintendo is right now. There's a lot of people who started their Nintendo journey with Switch 1. And those are people you want to get on board.
So this
Now,
is
I will note, I'm just glancing at, and this doesn't have anything to do with what's going to happen in the end, but just glancing at the trailer reviews on Nintendo, just Nintendo of America, I haven't checked the other countries. Metroid Prime 4 has about 300,000 views right now. It's well on pace to potentially get to 1 million. That's twice the amount of views of the DK Bonanza DLC. That's ahead of the Legend ZA DLC Mega Evolution stuff, like the ZA trailer. That's ahead of that one. It is only a little bit behind Pocopia that we think is going to sell very, very well. It is ahead of Resident Evil Requiem, which isn't a shocker, first party on Nintendo's own channel. It is also ahead of Age of Imprisonment. It's actually one of the most viewed things coming out of this direct. It is like literally one of the most viewed games. So I think word of mouth starting to get out even a little bit, where people are starting, because this is after the direct, right? Like everyone who was there for the direct, we already saw it. We don't have to watch the trailer again. So I think that there is some word of mouth happening. And I point out, and I say this all the time, you know, I'm obviously a big gamer, love video games. I pay a lot of attention to this stuff. And because of that, you always wonder, who are video game trailers for? Right? Yeah. They only ever seem to hit the core audience. That's really all they ever go to. It doesn't matter what's in the trailer. It doesn't go beyond the core audience. What always brings you beyond in the modern age is two things. One, if you show the trailer at an event that normally doesn't have your audience. Example, the Game Awards. Flapping it in front of an audience that isn't yours. That's why I think Nintendo doesn't always do a good job taking advantage, not being at Summer Game Fest, not having always being big at Game Awards, because that's where you get your games in front of people that don't know about your games. Okay. So that's one thing that you can do with a trailer. But Nintendo's trailers always seem to come in their own events. And Nintendo fans already know about this, right? They are all pretty much decided already if they're buying it. So I feel like word of mouth is really how it goes. And when you look at how games blow up, like Expedition 33 blew up because of word of mouth. Word of mouth made that game blow up. And that's what you see with games in the modern day. The games that blow up are because the word of mouth carries the day and makes it trend on socials. So I'm not going to say hope is lost. You know, the marketing can be as weird as we want. It just matters when the game comes out. Are things happening in it that are so amazing, people can't help but share it on socials, because that's what's going to drive the sales. I firmly believe anyway. So I could be wrong on this, but that's what I believe will happen.
So this is where we kind of round and circle back to that first question you asked, which is how do you rate the direct, right? So
yeah.
When I say, and that's why the question I asked is personally or from a business perspective, because now we get into the business discussion, right? So
yeah.
Now, in terms of a business direct, what do I give the direct? D. And the reason for that is specifically because of not only does it lack any of the major games like an Animal Crossing, a Smash Brothers, a 2D Mario, a classical Zelda.
How we doing, brother?
Oh, look who's here!
He's here! The Stash Man's up here!
Now the real Stash showed up.
What are you talking about? I'm Thunder Stash.
He's celebrating. He's got the victory cigar out.
What kind of cigar is that, Stash? What kind of cigar are you smoking?
Perdomo 30th anniversary. I got a box of it.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm actually puffing on a Vizian from Ecuador right now. So.
Oh, nice. Those are good.
Those are great, man.
I won some of those once I played in a Texas Hold'em tournament.
Okay.
And the ante was a cigar that had to be like $20 and up. And people could rebuy in if they lose for a second cigar. I ended up getting second. I ended up getting about 100 cigars for free.
Nice.
So much that I had to buy a humidor to store them.
Well, good to finally meet the man behind the stash. And with that story there, like this is an open invitation to all of you. But Stash, you're gonna have to come on Liquored Up Live and enthrall me with some of these Texas poker stories, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. So, how's the podcast going tonight?
Nate and I just got into a heated debate over the direct. It got pretty heated. Nate got pretty aggressive towards me.
Because
I'm about to bore everybody with a trip through time.
Yeah, but before we go bore everyone, Stash can't be here for like super long because he's out. I mean, he's having a good time, right? He's out having a good time right now.
Yeah.
So, Stash, thoughts on the direct, and obviously thoughts on Metroid Prime 4 because that's what we're in a heated debate about right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, obviously after the direct, like you said, Nate, I stepped away from the computer for a few and social media, and obviously I was on the road and service wasn't great, but I did see some things on Twitter and saw some people giving some pretty average reviews of the direct. I saw some C's that I didn't quite expect, but that's the thing is that the directs they're not always going to hit for everybody, right?
Yeah.
For me personally, it hit, and I mentioned it in the chat as well. I think there was 10 to 15 games that were shown that I know I'm going to buy.
Hell yeah, dude.
And then Dragon Quest, I mean, dude.
That art style?
Yes.
How good was that art style? Their faces? It reminded me of those stop motion holiday movies. Or Earthbound, yeah.
Yes, it reminds me of Earthbound's concept art for what they wanted to achieve, which, hey, maybe this is a good template for Nintendo to follow and be like, hey, this looks like what our concept art looks like if we wanted to bring, Super Nintendo Earthbound back, we could do this art style, right? Maybe this gives them an in. I don't know. It's obviously wishful thinking, but to me, that's what it reminded me of. But it also looks like Dragon Quest concept art for Dragon Quest 7.
Totally. And I've never played Dragon Quest 7, so this was a big one. I gave the conference a 9 out of 10, an A for me. There's just so much here that I love. So I feel like you'd probably pretty close, Stash, to that, if not the same.
Yeah, if I was giving it a number, I would say a 9. It's not perfect.
Yeah. But
it's damn good. If I gave it a letter, it would be an A. It's not an A minus. It's not an A plus or an A plus plus. But it's damn good. A lot of the games, like I said, I want to be picking up. Dragon Quest again, I'm hyped about. Obviously, a lot of my picks drew on the bingo card hit, which I was pretty excited about. And the tweets too, the follow-up tweet from Nintendo about Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 being in 4K on Switch 2.
So awesome.
Was pretty awesome because that was not mentioned.
I missed that. It's in 4K?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Nintendo tweeted it out after.
Okay.
So between that, obviously, Switch 2 edition of Mario Wonder, that's great. The Yoshi game, one thing I've noticed about Yoshi over the years, and I'm sure you guys have too, they test out new art styles almost every time with Yoshi. You look at Yoshi's Island on SNES, Yoshi's Story on 64, Crafted World, all of them. They all try out different art styles, and here's yet again another one, which is cool. That was good to see. Now, you mentioned you guys were talking about Metroid. So I'll get my thoughts real quick on Metroid. So it's interesting because Metroid, it's a Metroidvania, but it's a first-person Metroidvania. And based on what we saw, and based on the original rumors of it being like open zone, this is very interesting because what we saw today looked almost more than open zone. And now I'm starting to think, wait a minute, are we getting like a first person, open zone, possibly more Metroidvania style game?
Cheers.
And to me, that's extremely appealing. You know what I mean?
Totally.
And the bike, I don't know. The first thing it reminded me of is The Dark Knight with Christian Bale. I'm like, this is badass, dude. So
real
I am
quick,
very
Stash,
excited.
if you don't give this if you don't do this like a wrestling promo, Prime will yell at you. I'm just telling you right now.
Dude, the cigar.
Nah, because he didn't make me buy a $55 pizza.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm never living it down.
I've wasted money on worse things. To be
Gosh,
clear.
that's when you just come back saying, "All right, Toad."
Yeah. Do we have the Toad hat?
No, I don't. I have it at all.
I've never seen him in the same room.
Right?
Yeah. So here's what I think overall. Like I was thinking about this on the way up here because I didn't have to drive. I'm just sitting there with my thoughts, which I don't get to do often because I always drive. When it's Michaela and I always drive because, you know, she'll even tell you, me driving is always the safest option.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about it. It's like we all had so much excitement, right? Going into the direct. We all talked about how it feels like Christmas morning. And we all have like this hope, right? That it could be the best direct ever. And then of course some people are let down, right? I wasn't let down. But I've seen some people saying that they're never going to allow this basically to happen to themselves again, where they get this excited. And I think that's a mistake. It's a bad decision because you got to have hope, man. Like every year you go into, especially as a kid, right? Every year you go into the holidays, you go into Christmas, you always have hope, right? You're filled with hope in your heart and you're excited for what might be under the tree, to see family and all this. And just because it didn't totally hit for you doesn't mean you should give up your hope, because like that's literally what you live for, right? We all live for this every day. We all like live direct to direct as much as we play video games and we're satisfied with what we have right now. We look forward to all these directs. So I would just caution everyone to let's not get out of hand here. This is fun. It's always fun to look forward to directs. Back in the day, we looked forward to the E3s, but now we get directs multiple times a year, right? So I just caution everyone, hey, if it didn't totally hit for you, try to find the positives there, because I don't know how you can't walk away saying you're at least going to get a handful of these games. Like Resident Evil 7, 8, 9, the RE engine is running on Switch too. That means Monster Hunter maybe, right?
Dude, it's huge. Onimusha maybe.
Yeah.
Dude,
Hey, there I am.
Yeah.
The sky's the limit.
Yeah.
And TGS is coming up, Tokyo Game Show. I think personally Microsoft has always been trying to win over that market. They're going to be there. It was announced 4 days ago that they're going to be at TGS. I would not be surprised if they're holding some games because, again, they were absent. And we know that they're developing games for Switch 2 outside of Indiana Jones, obviously. That's not the only game they're bringing over. So
Rare Replay.
Yeah, Rare Replay. Even you look at Rockstar. Again, Rockstar likes to do things on their own terms. And I get that. So when Red Dead gets announced, and I said this a long time ago, probably on the podcast, I think last year, that when Red Dead gets announced for Switch 2, it's going to be announced for PS5 at the same time with a next-gen patch at 60 FPS. So that's all going to happen at the same time, but it's happening. You know? So there's games we wanted to see, right? And they weren't announced, but there's a lot of great games that were announced and that I'm excited for. And it's just like the last direct we had, with Octopath Traveler and The Adventures of Elliot. I'm like, I'm hyped for these games personally, and I know you are, Gamebird. You love HD 2D. I love it.
Dude, the RPG lineup for Switch 2 within less than 6 months on the market is nuts. Like, dude, RPG fans are eating so good. We got Fire Emblem Stash as the closer, and it looks freaking amazing. And Monster Hunter Stories 3 looks amazing. And we're getting the Dragon Quest 7 reimagined. What else? I know there's more RPGs in there today.
My hype level is very high for Dragon Quest. I adore that game. And again, I've talked about it a ton, but I really hope one day the West appreciates Dragon Quest as much as Japan does.
Me too.
It's special, man. Like you can adore Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. There's no rule against that. They're the same company,
So Stash, I skipped the PlayStation. I never had one. And so my Dragon Quest experience is Dragon Quest 1 through 4, 5 on the Super Nintendo. Then I played on a Repro cartridge. And then whoop all the way to Dragon Quest 11. So how is 7? How does that stack up to some of the GOATs like 8 from what I hear and 5?
I would say 7's right there with 11S and Hand of the Hand of the Heavenly Bride.
Okay, so top tier.
Yeah, to me it's like probably top 3. It's really special, man. Yeah, that's why it's getting the remake right now. They're not doing a HD 2D right now of 5 or 6 or 8 or 9. They went to 7. They went to an odd number because
I wondered about that because a lot of people glaze 8 and 5. That's kind of the big ones everybody's glazing. And I'm sitting there thinking, why 7? But you're kind of answering that question. You said this is pretty epic. So.
Yeah, and in Japan, they absolutely adore this game. And even during the direct, like I had my other window open and I was looking up the popularity of Dragon Quest 7 in Japan. And it did say that it's definitely one of the most popular Dragon Quest games right there with Hand of the Heavenly Bride and XIS. So, this game's very special, and I hope people buy it up. I think I saw the price, $60. I'd pay $70 for it, even though I don't want to. I would, but I'm glad it's $60. And in between that, we got the Resident Evil games.
Huge.
Hades 2, which again, I absolutely love Hades. Played it, Switch 2 experience
on a physical too.
Yeah, on the physical, I saw the physical is $50. Saw the pre-order went up. I already got Galaxy 1 and 2 pre-ordered at Best Buy. Got that baby locked in. You never know if it's limited.
Guys, we got Galaxy 2 coming to Switch 2. This is, in my opinion, the best 3D Mario game. In my opinion, this is a huge win. I love Odyssey, don't get me wrong, and I love Mario 64, but there was just something like they took Mario Galaxy 1 is such a magical and special game, and then they took that and they made it even better. They made it
one of the best soundtracks in I think in Mario history. Like for me, I think the best soundtracks go to Mario 64, and then I got to jump to Galaxy games.
First orchestrated Nintendo games.
Mario never had a bad soundtrack. They're so good.
Yeah, they're all so good. Like good. I think it's Good Egg. Is it Good Egg Galaxy? Is that the name?
Yeah. I think that's right.
Dude, yeah, because I have the music. Obviously, I use it in some of my videos, and that soundtrack's so good. Obviously, 64 with one of my favorites, Dire Docs. But man, I was very happy to see this, and the fact that it's going to be in 4K, that was a nice bonus, right?
Yeah, I did not know that. That's really cool that happened.
Yeah, and we're getting Hyrule Warriors. So we're getting Hyrule Warriors. We're getting Pokemon. We're getting Kirby. We're getting Metroid. We're getting Hades 2. And then Q1, Nate and I and Paul were like, dude, Q1 is going to be insane. Like Q1 to spring. So, right, the first 4 to 5 months of 2026 is going to be nuts. Plus, there's going to be more games announced too.
Stash, I want to ask you about a game in particular because I know you don't have a lot of time, and I might not have much more time on the show either. I'm going to find out very soon. But there's a game I wanted to pick your brain at because you're a big sports guy. What do you think of that new Mario Tennis game? Because I got to be honest, guys, I think this looked really good. It looked way better than the last Mario Tennis game. It looked way better than the Switch Strikers game. It looked way better than the Mario Golf game.
That was one of the ones I gave a Commodus thumbs up to. Yeah.
That adventure mode looked like a ton of fun. And then I forget what it's called, fever mode with all the wonder mechanics and all the random chaos. Tons of fun. The 30 fever rackets with 38
that was awesome.
Dude, this game looked awesome. This looked like a redemption for Mario sports games. So I'm just curious your thoughts because this one was a surprising highlight. I never thought a Mario, and I used to love the Mario sports games, but like in the modern age right now, based on what we got with Switch 1, I would have never thought a Mario sports game would have been a highlight in a direct for me. But this one hit pretty hard for me. Stash, I want your thoughts, and I want to hear what everyone else thinks about it because this one was a big one for me.
Yeah, so I think probably your initial thoughts was the same thought I had. When I saw adventure mode, the first thing in my head was, we got a story mode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, this is Camelot at their best when they're allowed to do a story mode, right? And to me, the best Mario sports games had the story mode. And if I recall, it was what? Mario Golf on Game Boy Color, right? With the story mode?
Yes. Yep. And tennis, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peak Mario Golf.
Sluggers
Those are
had
the
one.
MVP days of the series. Oh,
And couldn't you put your character on 64 with the pack?
With the transfer pack?
Yes, you could bring your character over.
So now, guys, John Doe Juggalo in the chat asked a question. It's the question that was on my mind. And I'm hoping that story mode might have answered it. But he says, but will Mario Tennis be complete? None of the sports games on Switch 1 were complete on launch by far. And that is true. A lot of, during the Switch era, Nintendo kind of used the sports games and that first Kirby game as kind of an experiment in, beta basically releasing and then releasing games complete with free downloadable content. So it looks like we're already starting. I guess my answer to that was with this particular game, we're getting a full story mode. On top of that, we're having like 38 characters, 40 rackets, things. It seems pretty complete to me, but I understand why you're asking that question. I just want to get everybody's thoughts on that.
yeah. So I did want to note, like the adventure mode, we had a story mode in Aces. People were let down by it. It didn't feel.
Yes.
It was not.
It didn't present well either when they showed it off too. It just
It was
didn't look
not
that fun.
It was not the ace in the hole that we wanted it to be.
Right.
Yeah. And one thing I did like about Mario Tennis Aces, though, I will note the multiplayer being the tournament mode. I love that.
Sure.
I'm a little sad that doesn't seem to have come back. But they have ranked matches and stuff. Like they're doing a different online with
They
this.
got the tower battles like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, the tower battle is cool. Tower battle. That's a fight. That's like a fighting game classic. Climb the tower to the top. Like I like that. That's pretty neat. I am curious. Like one thing I'm curious about this game, and they didn't show this, is we have all the racket variation. We have the most characters in the history of the franchise.
Yes.
They said that out loud.
Yeah.
Exciting. That sounds like it really sounds like they were able to go all out for this one.
Mm-hmm.
But what I didn't hear was the most courts. I want a lot of courts, and I want a lot of variations. And I want
I do
balls.
too.
All the courts in Mario Tennis, baby.
Yeah,
I will say this based off of like the variety, and it seems like they're having more fun with this one, from the fever rackets to the Wonder Seed stuff. Even the story mode, like this is the Nintendo that I love. The story setup is everyone got turned into babies and forgot how to play tennis. I love it. That's the weird Nintendo charm. So I feel like based on what we've seen, I'm excited to see what the courts are like. because I feel like they're going to get a little bit weirder than what we got in the last game.
That's a great point by Gamebird too. Mario games, the sports games and the Mario Karts have almost always drawn from whatever mainline Mario game was going on at the time. So in this case, it'd be Odyssey and Mario Wonder. And that has fertile ground for awesome courses, courts, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that Mario can draw from in its side games.
To me, guys, so like what I see from tennis, first off, is a strong foundation because we have 38 characters and was it 30 rackets? Was it?
I believe that's
30. Yeah.
I think it was 30.
So, yeah.
So I'm thinking, like, dude, the first thing I thought of is there's so many strategical variables based on the character you pick, the racket you use, and then can the rackets be upgraded? Like, are there any RPG possibly elements in this, even if they're light? But I was looking at it that way. I'm like, man, this is gonna be very fun, and it's coming out so early. You got to ask yourself, how evergreen is this going to be? Like, are they going to continuously update this?
Yeah.
Which I think they are. Look, Mario Kart was the testing ground. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe showed Nintendo that, we can release a game and we can continue to update it throughout the whole generation. And look what happened. Became the best-selling game on Nintendo ever outside of Wii Sports, right? Which was a pack-in. Now, granted, Mario Kart was a pack-in for the holidays, but this is a Wii U game that did absolute numbers. So to me, I really believe they're like, hey, we're onto something here. I think if we give our fans a lot of new content throughout the whole generation, we can continue to do that and like have half development team doing that, take the other half, work on something else. And that's how they pump out games, once a month, because they're able to spread their talent out. So this is exciting to me. That was my takeaway with Mario Tennis is like, this looks deep. And that's what I'm about. You guys know I love competing. So I'm like, this is going to be really fun.
Hey, I wanted to fact check us here. Yes, it is Wii Sports still barely. I think Kart could pass it though.
Yeah, I will say, for how competitive Stash is, we have two people on the show here competing in actual tournaments at PAX West. Only one of them got the job done, and that was
Josh had to go against twins.
What tournament? What tournament?
NBA Jam. It's my fifth one. Fifth one I've won 5-0.
Like Super Nintendo NBA Jam?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I won that at PAX. I won the 94 Super Nintendo tournament at Blockbuster here in Arizona. And then I won 2 arcade tournaments, and then I won the Retro World Series in 2022. So yeah, I really love competing.
Badass.
You guys know this.
I know.
It's maniacal a little bit.
Double check all the bingo cards. And Stash is confident over there that he won. We'll see. We gotta check the record on them. That'll be next week's show when we're all back in studio. So we'll double check those bingo cards and see who the winner and loser was.
Yeah, I'm excited. There's so many games though that weren't announced. Like look at Assassin's Creed, Peggy rated. Still no announcement. It's like that's coming soon. Mirage and Shadows.
Dude, Elden Ring was not there.
Yeah,
I'm starting to feel like that game might get a 2026.
Didn't we get some RPGs on the Japanese end of things too, guys? That weren't announced.
We got the Mega Man. Starlight Collection. Starlink, yeah. So that's nice. It's like, why did you guys not have that in the US Direct? That's weird.
I know.
Like, we love Mega Man 2. We grew up on that.
God, Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 3, some of my favorite. Oh my God. Oh.
Me too. That and of course Mega Man X.
Mega Man X, dude. I must have, when I was a kid, I must have rented that like 9 times from Blockbuster before I owned it. Yeah, I just kept going back and renting it.
Same. Yeah, same. I don't know why we didn't buy it. I mean, we didn't buy it because that's a hard sell. And it's a hard sell with your parents, right? To $3 at Blockbuster versus what, $59.99.
Yeah, 60 to 90.
60,
I Chrono Trigger
70.
for $100.
Yeah, Doom on the Super Nintendo was I think $84.99 when it came out.
Yep. Back then the trend was cheap hardware and expensive software.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Sometimes I think about it. I'm like, man, I look at my collection today and I look at the economy today. Like, I wonder if there's a market for a rental store in my area.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it would help people, and it would be a good business. It would be a win-win for the business owner and the consumer.
Well, stash renting is coming back, especially as the macroeconomics go more and more into turmoil. I think it was the philosopher Guy Debord. He said that we have gone from living to owning, and owning to the appearance of owning. So over time, it's only going to get more and more.
Yeah, I mean that's the motto. You'll own nothing and you'll like it. Sad, but
Stash,
yes.
how much time you giving us left? So I have one question for you, but I want to know how much time you got.
Let me stand up on this this log right here and look over the fence and let me see. Okay, we're good. Don't the guys support this? They know. They know. They were watching this morning too.
That
it's all good.
He's with
Stash Riddle slaps, guys.
He's with his fellows out there. It's gonna be wild, man. All right. Yeah, it's great. All right. So what's one game from the Direct you really want to talk about? Obviously, we already dove deep on Metroid Prime 4. We were starting to go around. I'll let you be the second one because that was flipping the switches one that we were going to go over. What's one big game you really want to dive deep on quick here?
Okay, so again, a lot of great stuff announced. A lot of games I'm picking up. A lot of stuff we knew was coming. We knew about the 777, and me personally, right? I really believed Final Fantasy 7, Resident Evil 7. I had hope in my heart that it would be Dragon Quest 7, but I'm like, I don't want to say it, I don't want to jinx it, because if that happens, like, oh my God, I'm going to lose my shit. And sure enough, it happened, and I was so happy. When that music hit, that Dragon Quest title theme, the Overture theme, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe we're getting this. So that's where I'm at. Like, guys, if you go to obviously I can't do it on my phone, but if you go to howlongtobeat.com, or if you just Google How Long to Beat Dragon Quest 7 PS1, it's a very long game. And you got to wonder if they're going to add anything to it. They usually do add a little bit. They try to stay true to form, but they usually add some additional content, and obviously they add in some modern amenities. But that game for $60 for the amount of playtime and enjoyment you're going to get out of that story, that's huge. I am very, very happy about that. And the Switch One was, look, growing up, the SNES was the king of RPGs, and then PlayStation 1 kind of took that over. Or you could say it was tied. Everyone's got their opinion. PS1 had a ton of great, and then Switch came out, and to me, Switch 1 became the king of RPGs. And then now we have all those games on Switch 1, on Switch 2, and it looks like they're picking up right where they left off with the RPGs like Adventures of Elliot, Octopath Traveler, Final Fantasy 7, and of course, Final Fantasy Twitter came out today and said all three are coming to Switch 2. They confirmed it today, which we already knew this, but it's nice to get another confirmation, right? I just look at that, and we're getting Dragon Quest. We got Dragon Quest 1+2 coming out on October 30th, and I'm just like, dude, this is that's what I love the most. Like, I absolutely love RPGs, so I'm very happy. Eating good. That's the most exciting game for me What about you guys?
I mean, look, it's hard to top Metroid Prime 4, obviously, but we've already kind of gone in depth on that because that's like we've been waiting 8 years for that. I'm very curious on Dragon Quest 7 because again, we've talked about this for a while. I haven't ever really deep dove into Dragon Quest. I have Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D that I haven't dove in yet, but I already bought it because I know that's the prequel to 1 and 2, and that's coming out soon. Like I need to do that, then play the 1 and 2. 7, I don't know. Like I'm assuming you could just dive into that without playing any of the prior ones, like most games out there. So I feel like I'm probably going to give that one a try because that one looked incredible to me. I was commenting on the guy with the mustache, and then here we have the guy with the mustache.
So what I'll tell you, Stash, is you have sold me. I mean, not that I needed much of a push. Sold me on 7, 100%. My first RPG, my first JRPG ever was Dragon Quest 3 on the NES.
Okay. Oh yeah, gold.
And then Dragon Quest 5, importing that on the Super Nintendo on like a repro cartridge.
Yeah,
is one of the things that grew my love for JRPGs. And then finally getting to reunite with Dragon Quest on the Switch with Dragon Quest 11, dream come true. Gave me Final Fantasy 6 vibes in all the best ways in that second.
Yes.
You know. So getting to play another Dragon Quest, yeah, it makes me very happy to hear how good this one is.
Camber, what are your thoughts?
Dude, there's so much stuff from this presentation that I'm excited for. I think it's probably my favorite presentation of the year from Nintendo. But I got to give the big one. I kind of mentioned this at the beginning of the show. I give the big one to Fire Emblem. For me, Prime is my most anticipated game of the year. And it could be my favorite or second or third favorite Switch game, but Fire Emblem 3 Houses is for me top 5, maybe even top 3 games on Switch 1. The game's that good, and it's 3 campaigns in one, and it looks like this one is following in the footsteps of 3 Houses. You know, it looks like it's taking from that, and there's at least at the very least a loose connection to 3 Houses. If anyone played 3 Houses at the end of the trailer, you know, they're at the very least loosely connected. So that one's a big deal. The game looks bigger and prettier than Fire Emblem has ever looked. So yeah, I think that's my big one. But again, Prime 4, it's like Prime 4 is right there. I'll throw out one more game because I know this is one that's probably under the radar for probably 99% of the people who watch this, but you guys know on the podcast, I'm a big fan of visual novels. Well, we got Danganronpa 2, which is
I was thinking about you.
literally one of the best visual novel series, period. One of the best.
I just finished Danganronpa 1, and I'm very excited to get into Danganronpa 2.
2's amazing, and better yet, there's brand new story with brand new murders, brand new mysteries in this one. It's Danganronpa 2 by 2. So I have to shout that one out just because I know it's one that a lot of people probably just completely overlook.
Mm-hmm.
But if you guys like, even if you guys tried like the Phoenix Wright games or even Emio or any of the Famicom Detective, like some of the more recent stuff, check out Danganronpa, guys. Like seriously, you won't be disappointed. These games have killer mysteries, really cool, fun, like trial mechanics. It's a great time.
Yeah, I thought about you when that was announced because isn't that a game that you just talked to us about recently?
Probably. Yeah, I'm sure I have.
Yeah, so I'll have to check that out because I haven't done much dabbling in the visual novels. I have nothing against it. I just haven't dove in yet. So sounds like that's a good one to start with, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So okay, so I didn't really give what like we're gonna go in depth on this probably a little bit later, but Age of Imprisonment. Oh my god. Oh my, they look so good.
Korok Warrior.
Dude, the Korok
Right now.
Dude, even
Korok stole the show.
sometimes even the most excited stuff is like what happened after they showed the box art, the new key art and everything. Dude, Link is somehow in there, but it's not Link. But then there's also, if you pay attention to the art, there's a throwback in there with a scarf to the OG Hyrule Warrior Link.
Okay.
Like, oh my gosh. I'm so excited for this. Like, I'm a Zelda person. I'm already excited. It's canon story. I've enjoyed all the Hyrule Warriors. You know, I like Warrior games. I was obviously going to be excited anyways. I didn't know that I could get this excited. I'm almost as excited for this as I am for like an actual new mainline Zelda. This looks so hyped. The game is running so smooth, so crisp. Oh man.
Yeah, and it's encouraging that Dynasty Warriors Origins was announced. I feel like that just lends more credence to the fact that it's probably going to perform well.
Dude, there's a lot of Kawi Tecmo.
They had so many enemies on screen on Dynasty Warriors Origins. There were at one point there's a screenshot that it shows there's almost like 1,000 characters on screen. I'm like, this is awesome.
It's wild.
Yeah. And Dynasty Warrior Origins, for those that don't know, obviously that game came out earlier this year. PlayStation 5, PC, Xbox. Only the current gen consoles, not the last gen. It's one of the highest rated Dynasty Warrior games ever. So it's really exciting it's coming over.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Tiger Time. Well,
Tiger Time.
We haven't heard from Tiger Time for a bit, so I want to hear some of your what was like your
most hype
games, like 2 or 3 games that really.
Yeah, totally. So, Dragon Quest VII was definitely in my top 3. I remember on the Xbox 360, one of the most random games that I just played a ton of was Blue Dragon. And
hell yeah.
Played the heck out of that game, fighting all the Poos, trying to finally kill the Golden Poo, King Poo. Akira Toriyama, obviously, so a lot of similarities there with Dragon Quest. And I recently played the first game that I've ever played in Dragon Quest, which was Dragon Quest II, which kicked my butt. I got to the final. I can't remember if it's a tower or a castle, and I just kept dying there, and I still haven't beat it to this day. So I've got to get back there. I can't check that one off the list yet. But, it definitely, had aged. So I'm excited to play the 2D HD version of it. But, I still saw all the charm. I still fell in love with the series. So really excited to hop into 7. And I also like how they called it reimagined. It's kind of a double-edged sword. I think people already get kind of confused between remastered and remakes, and now we have the reimagined entering the elements, not really knowing what that means. But I'm really excited to see what the heck reimagined really means.
Is that remix? The reason you're out? Is that the guy?
Come on, buddy. Nate. Hey, this is the guy. This is the guy that was on Facebook making those inappropriate comments.
Yeah.
That's why I had to walk outside. I'm like, Brandon, I don't know if I can trust you to behave today.
Dude, he made some absolutely wild comments when he was streaming on Facebook early in the podcast.
So I'm like, I don't know if I can keep streaming on Facebook because everyone from high school is still making the same inappropriate jokes from high school, which was 20 years ago. Like, you can't do this, guys.
That's hilarious.
2025, got to be a little keep it private, no public setting.
Dude, we were in the Uber, and this guy was getting calls left and right for rides because we're up in a very small town, and it seems like this is the only guy doing business up here. And the guy was like texting while he was driving, and Brandon's like offering to like take over the wheel for him, and like puts his hand on the wheel. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Stop! I was like, dude, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, he literally will never take our ride. We need more rides tonight. Stop it.
Yeah, we need a ride home, dude. Yeah, it's pretty funny, but he's out of control. That's why I had to come outside. I'm like, I can't do this in front of him.
Yeah, that's not the guy getting married, right?
What's that?
Is that the guy getting married, or is it somebody else?
No, the guy getting married is our other very good friend from high school, Matt. But no, Brandon's married with a kid. But
Okay.
Guys, I
sometimes
I hate to cut through. I got to take off. I wish I could stay to the end. Stash is my replacement. You ain't going nowhere, Stash.
Our Uber's almost here.
Well, that doesn't mean you turn the phone off. I need you to carry on for me.
I mean, I could definitely try if they behave, but we're probably gonna act like a bunch of animals.
Party, it ain't gonna behave. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's been fun. I'm stoked. Today was a good day. I want to shout out one more game. I won't talk about it. I just want to shout it out because it looked really cool. And this was just an unexpected, smaller announcement that I thought looked awesome. Poppycom, where you shoot the matching colors and it's co-op based. That game looked like a lot of fun. So I just want to shout that one out before I go. Guys, so nice talking with you. Tiger Time, pleasure to meet you finally.
Yeah, you too.
Flipping the switch. Great to meet you. Great to chat.
Always, man.
I'm sure we'll all talk again soon, and I'll see you all on the next Game Bird Classic.
See you on Wednesday, man.
Stash. Gamer, see you Wednesday.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Oh man. Just so you know, N64 Josh, flipping the
He
switch.
didn't say goodbye to me. He didn't say goodbye to me.
Oh shoot!
Game Bird, yeah, you see, he met you in person now, and he's like, "Fuck that guy."
Yeah.
When Game Bird and Stash step on, I just want to let you guys know you got some vibes to fill here because I can't make up for these vibes. Can't do it.
Depends on how much booze is in me, man.
Yeah, we need some more $20 super chats in the chat. I will get lots of booze in me, and then maybe I can make up the vibes.
I'm gonna switch over to Blanton's. I got 5 bottles of that, and we'll get the vibes rocking.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, shit. God damn. Oh man. All right. Josh, what sort of game were you most excited about from the direct that you want to talk about here?
Oh, it's there's honestly a lot. Like I'm pretty excited about quite a bit. I'll just touch on one briefly, and then you guys already kind of talked about tennis. I loved Aces, and I didn't care. And to be perfectly honest, I don't care about the story aspect. That's not important to me. I didn't care for it in the
story. I don't care about it's the adventure.
Yeah, I like when it came to the Mario golf games on Game Boy. I wanted to play as Mario and just golf. That's all. I did the adventure stuff because I could bring my character over, but it had no appeal to me. And Aces, I did the story, and I was like, yeah, whatever. I'll do it in this one too. It's fine. But to me, it's about those core mechanics. I'm actually bummed they're not bringing back the Aces moves that you could flip way over this. I was like, this is epic, but it created a pretty big skill gap, I think, because then they tried to nerf it, and then now it's not coming back. And it was like, this was such a Nintendo thing. Like it was a very I love that aspect of it. And it also made for some like really hype plays, whereas now it's like this is more of a simulator and less arcade, except for the rackets, of course. But like,
yeah, the rackets, I think, are going to create that skill gap again. That's what's going to happen. Yeah.
And I hope it doesn't come down to like, oh, everybody uses this one racket because it ends up being, like the meta or something like that.
There might be a little rock, paper, scissors action with it too, or there might be like a counter racket to that.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. And like you guys were saying, it just needs to have the content and the support, and then it's gonna be golden. One of the
game modes they've ever had in a tennis game.
Yeah, there's a ton for sure. But I did, like you mentioned too, I loved the tournament mode in Aces. I played that well. Like it was hard to find a match. Like it was like there were some nights there was not a single person playing when I would try to jump in there. So I played it like well into its lifespan, and so really looking forward to that. I think one of the hypest moments for me, I'm a sucker for the Koopalings. When they showed that in Wonder, I really got excited. Like that was something that I was like, this is what I was like. I wanted to see Wonder either go with a 40th anniversary, like Super Mario Brothers style, like those 8 level or those 8 worlds again, and then get to experience them in Wonder with Wonder Flowers. or something with the Koopalings was also the next on my list. Like if they were going to do a Wonder 2 or whatever, and that kind of seems like what we're getting. So I'm very, very excited about that, because my biggest complaint with Wonder is that once I finished it, I was like, I want more. Like they could have made that game twice as long, and I think I would have still wished it was twice as long as that. Like it was just so much fun playing that game, 100%ing it, all that kind of stuff. So very, very excited for what they're doing there. I want to touch just briefly on Fire Emblem. I don't know about you guys, and I mentioned this on Twitter to Player Essence, I believe, that it felt like a PlayStation game. Like the look of it and like the overall maturity of it. Like, and when I said that, it was taken a little bit out of like it. You know how Twitter is. It's like it's like text, right? And so, like what he responded, and some other people responded like, what do you mean, have you never played? And it's like, no, it's not just the story itself. This feels like a mature, like it feels very mature, and it had this cinematic mature vibe to it that I'm like, yes, we need, like, Nintendo needs more stuff like this, that it's just pretty epic. And that kind of got me excited for that game. And to the point that I need to like probably finish 3 houses and even engage, you know what I mean? So, but I know Stash is gonna be leaving soon, so I don't want to go too much longer if he's got other stuff he wants to say.
Okay, the only other thing I'm gonna get in the Uber right now. Oh, is it the same guy? Brandon, do not touch the wheel.
Maybe put him in the back seat.
Well, actually, we do have someone going in the back. Look, we got someone going. Shane's going in the back. He's a grown man, but he's got a.
I was gonna say, yeah. If you want to live dangerously, strap someone to the hood, man.
Trunk. If he touches the wheel, he's a permanent trunk driver.
Strap someone to the hood.
Oh my God! Do I have to lap it? Yeah, I have to lap it.
At least someone that fell a Nintendo fanboy.
Yeah. Oh my God!
No. Oh, here we begin. It's beginning.
Brandon.
All right, we're here in the Uber.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. All right, so I will say
welcome back.
that I know you guys can't see me, but you can hear me, and I will say that I was very excited about Virtual Boy because I never got to own one as a kid.
Oh, fuck, you better know that.
I got to play it at Best Buy once before it was, taken off of demo. And the fact that I can own it for $100 and get basically the whole catalog of games, but also in HD and not, the graphics that it would be like if you were to use a Virtual Boy today is pretty cool.
Yeah, I said it's
That's nice.
So, I'm excited about that.
I'm with you. Like it's something I should not be excited about, and I really am, because as a kid I never got to play it either, and I was like, okay, kind of weird, kind of strange, but it also felt like, I think the excitement came from the fact that like it opens up the door for like Nintendo to get extremely weird at this point. There's everything. What did that say? Brandon, take the wheel.
Yeah, Brandon, take the wheel.
With singing, like,
Jesus, take the wheel, Brandon.
So good.
Please don't take the wheel, Brandon. I'll reach through the phone and slap you.
Yeah.
Stash is like, I will put your face through the bottom of the car. You touch that fucking wheel. Oh my God!
This is how I'm a little concerned for Stash. This is how bad movies start, man.
Yeah, I know. I feel like
this is how bad fucking movies start.
I'm gonna say right now, if I see the phone start flipping in the air, I gotta cut the feed, man. I gotta cut the feed.
I'm watching closely.
Jeez.
That's why I'm not saying anything. I'm watching closely.
Yeah, he's locked in over there.
I gotta lock in, make sure we don't die to where we're going next.
Like, what's that movie with Jamie Foxx and like Tom Cruise where you get in there and one of them's a hitman or some shit?
That's a good movie too. I like that.
That's a great Collateral.
Collateral Damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, Collateral's a great movie.
Yeah. Okay, Eric.
Yes.
What was one of the games that like you were? I don't don't know if you're buying anything out of this direct. I have no idea. We can talk about that later. But is there a game that kind of piqued your interest?
I just like the name, but Dinkum. That was
Dinkum.
fucking awesome. I just love the name. No, I mean, Hades 2 looks freaking awesome. I mean, I'm probably not gonna buy it, but again, it looks freaking really good.
Yeah, Hades 2 is amazing. We already know it's amazing. It's been out on PC for a bit now. I forgot what's the release date for that one.
September 25th.
Yeah, September. Okay, yeah. Then it was soon. Yeah, that's gonna be really exciting. And also, guys, it is console exclusive for a moment, as we're just seeing quickly if Brandon was taking the wheel. Just had to make sure that he's letting the staff is showing us that he has not grabbed the wheel yet.
Brandon, don't touch the wheel, okay?
Podcast episode ever. Should we all just drive quick and get on our phones?
This is wild.
Oh, this is great.
Brandon thinks he's the captain now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not more focused on games. I am enthralled by this.
Yeah, this feels like Anchorman when they went live on Anchorman 2 with the live chasing. What's happening on our show right now?
Be in bed right now. Brandon's trying to dispatch up here.
See, we're about to be in a live police chase. Dispatch is coming out.
1 second, I gotta just look at.
Phil went up, collects us, and Chance says, "Hurry up, Zoo! We're getting there."
Yeah, this does kind of feel like GTA 6 live right now.
Yeah, this is wild.
Dude, you guys look at the graphics on this game. It's incredible.
Pretty sexy.
Okay,
yeah, when we talk about overshooting the market, this is the graphical level we're super talking about.
All right, so I have 2 games I want to make sure we talk about. Obviously, Age of Imprisonment. I'm going to kind of save that maybe towards the end because I'm just such a big Zelda nerd. I like to end with Zelda. What about that new Fire Emblem game, guys? I mean, what are our deep thoughts on that Fire Emblem game? As much as we can have for what we saw. I had just up when it come. I think it's just 2026 in general. What are we thinking on this Fire Emblem game? Because it kind of looks to me like they're maybe going back to that 3-house style, but we don't know 100% for sure, of course, because it was kind of a blanket teaser for like the whole game. But there's like an arena thing going on. You guys know who that was at the end of the trailer, right?
Yes.
Name, please. Prove it.
No.
I don't remember her name, but it's the girl. It's the girl with the green hair on the throne.
Oh.
I'm so disappointed right now.
Hello?
I know who she is, and who is she? Well,
don't remember those names.
Yeah, that was in the trailer.
There's like 100 fucking characters in 3 houses.
I'm taking my headphones off till someone gets it.
But now he can't hear us.
Hang on, Google. Hang on.
So how the hell am I Google is your friend, guys. Google is your friend. You can Google this.
Sothis.
He said no talking until it's.
Sothis.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Sothis.
Okay.
And I looked it up, to be fair.
Someone Googled. There we go.
There we go.
I know how to Google
characters from the game. So like, yep.
Oh, she's from the mobile game. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Dude, you're so lucky you're not in person for this podcast because I might be going to jail on the.
You guys could open a business together and you could double your business.
So when it comes to 3 houses, I guess what I would say, 3 houses, it's got big shoes to fill. 3 houses was like literally a game of the generation. It had like fucking 3 entire, well, not entire 3 new games, but 3 substantially different campaigns that were offered for one $60 package. Like,
oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm so distracted by stats right now.
No, I'm having the same problem, man. We're getting a teaser trailer for GTA 6 here.
Yeah, I swear. We're getting GTA 6 live right now. Hey, Stat. Hey, Stash. Maybe we should let you go so you can go have fun with the boys and not have to censor them on the stream.
Yeah, it'd probably be best.
Yeah, probably for the best, buddy.
It sounds so stressed.
Have a good time. Do a shot in honor of the Metroid Prime 4 stuff today. Do it with the boys. Have a good time. We're getting leaked text messages right now from your buddy on the left. That's actually the driver, but
he's driving.
He's texting and driving. This is what led to the problem to begin with, but it is what it is. All right, guys.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Our crash coming. We got to get off.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Later,
See
man.
you, buddy.
All right, Stash. All right.
Funny.
That was great. I love Stash.
Holy cow.
He is a legend, literally. That's just the way it is. Hopefully, I hear from him later tonight that he's okay.
Seems like a legit Dos Equis guy. I love people like that.
I'm a little scared right now that we might not hear from him later. Okay. All right. So Fire Emblem thoughts. Let's go around for a moment. I glanced over. You were glancing at it a little bit, Eric. You got any thoughts on Fire Emblem? You were just double checking.
Yeah, watching it again.
It looks like shit. Worst game ever.
Yeah, totally.
So what I was saying though is it's got big shoes to fill, and if anybody can do it, it's Intelligent Systems. But man, Three Houses was just such a vibe, generational game, literally. Three substantially meaty campaigns for the price of $60, like the classic paper rock scissors gameplay. I'm thinking back to like Genealogy of the Holy War, which is one of my favorites back on the Super Nintendo, right? And kind of getting that kind of emotional story that you kind of saw with there. It was really good. It was like coming home playing that game. So hopefully this Fire Emblem is even a third as good, and I'd be happy.
Okay. Josh, got any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, when I saw it initially, I was just like this. So there was an element of like this is not the heavy hitter I was hoping for, right? But, and it's only because it's on me. I have not spent enough time with this series that I like I should have. And so it has me wanting to go back, finish Three Houses. I'm a decent way into Three Houses, but I mean, there's like you were just saying, you could play it multiple times, right? And so it's one of those things, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, yeah, I'm glad, because we literally talked about it on the podcast last night with the rumors that it was being shelved, and then all of a sudden it was like the One More Thing game. It was like, okay, I'm glad it's still around. You know what I mean? So, and it's I think at the end of the day, with a healthy Nintendo, this is what we can expect to see. Some of their non-heavy hit. They don't need everything right away. Like we were saying, they can do some of these a bit more niche titles, and it's gonna be great. Like it's gonna be fantastic. And so I really do love the look and the style of it. Seeing it basically look very modern, and even the attacks and everything, it just like it did sell me. It really did sell me. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Tiger time.
Yeah, no. So I feel like Fire Emblem has always had this crazy ability to create good characters, even back on like the first Fire Emblems. I remember playing Sacred Stones, the GBA game.
Ah, yes.
All the time. Yeah, I love that game. And I feel like this series has always had this really special ability to just like create awesome characters that if I let them die or if they died, I was always tempted to restart. And there was like that moral battle of like, do I do this and kind of ruin the purity of my playthrough because I love this character so much? And so that's why when they went to Path of Radiance with the GameCube, it was like, holy cow, this is so cool. This is 3D. They can do even better storytelling. And then with Three Houses, obviously, I feel like everything just peaked, and Fire Emblem met kind of the potential I always saw, even in like those little cute little 2D sprites on Sacred Stones and the early Fire Emblems. Three Houses just blew me away for that reason. And they kind of took like the best of Persona and what they'd already created with Fire Emblem. And so when I was watching Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, I kind of found myself thinking a lot about Metaphor, actually. Metaphor Re Fantasio. It seems like just like this shot here, even it kind of looks like it has that same kind of grand scale to it. You know, this actual Coliseum looking place looks exactly like a scene in Metaphor. I can't remember the exact moment in the game, but where you're kind of being judged in some way, and Luis is kind of overlooking you, looking down at you. You're kind of at the base of the Coliseum, and this looks exactly like Metaphor, and that's kind of where my head went without even thinking of Fire Emblem, interestingly. And that's definitely a compliment. You know, I think if they can keep on building on the relationship stuff that they started with Three Houses and how cool that was, as well as having kind of the branching storylines and just like seeing them walking around, the graphics, the art style looks beautiful.
The city looks so huge.
Yeah, the city looks huge. The amount of stuff that are actually going on the screen, just like even in the actual battles themselves, looks so cool and fluid. Yeah, no, I'm really excited for this. It looks like everything I've wanting in the next Fire Emblem. I mean, the one thing we haven't really seen that much of, obviously, is how the social systems are going to work, or whether they're going to try to be as ambitious as they were with the storylines. But I love how the battlefields look. They look very, you know, interesting. There's a lot of verticality there. The movement looks cool. Just all these little cutscenes when you're battling, it all looks really awesome. So yeah, no, I'm loving what I'm seeing. It just looks like Fire Emblem plus like more of those kind of Atlas style elements that they're hopefully going to incorporate more of. So yeah,
Just noticed too, it looks like we're getting a guest shot from Alucard in this game too, which you don't get that every day.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Look at that guy. He's a dead ringer.
Yeah. No, I mean, just like these cutscenes, it looks pretty hardcore. You know, that kid was potentially being beheaded. That guy right there kind of has a Luis vibe from Metaphor to him. So yeah, I'm excited.
What were we thinking over there, Zoo?
Yeah, I mean it looks really good. I guess the only thing, you know, to kind of add on it, I like Fire Emblem a lot. It's just one of those things where, as far as ending a direct, I feel like it's better as an opener than a closer. And again, I love direct, but just looking at it from the business perspective, is this going to sell consoles? And no. So
yeah, see, it's interesting because it's a 2026 game. So like, and there's no, they didn't say like spring, like they said with so many other titles. So this is probably second half of next year. And so I think about that, and you know, doesn't necessarily have to be the system seller when it comes out. Like there'll be other games announced coming next year. Gen 10 Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting into before Stash showed in. So we've got another direct. Nintendo's got one more direct to solidify the reputation of the Switch 2 in year one. So after year one, consoles kind of get locked into a little bit of a reputation. So this is such a vital period. So hopefully we see some stuff in the next, you know, general direct that, you know, will be a system seller or something like that. But you know, it's just one of those things where I'm hoping to see something that's going to be that mass market hit. And here's the thing, could be something we don't even know about. Nintendo does that all the time. Wii Sports, things of that nature. So
yeah,
could be something we don't even know about. Could be a new mass market appealing game. But it's just that I remember back to E3 2017 and what a banger that was. And we got everything from, you know, games like Xenoblade 2 and Shin Megami Tensei 4 to here's some more on Mario Odyssey. Here's DLC for Breath of the Wild. Like it was a bangerang. And looking at it at the same time this year, it just, I don't know. I get concerned from the business perspective more than the personal perspective. I like these games. I just don't know if anybody beyond the Nintendo enthusiast is going to like these games.
I think about the business perspective because I bring this up a lot on my live streams and a little bit in my videos. I don't usually dive too much into it because in the end, as like Nintendo fans are reporting on news, like the business perspective, that's for Nintendo to worry about, not us, right? Like, you know, as long as I'm satisfied, I'm good.
Me too. I'm a fucking business dork. So
the business side matters a lot. Like for me, you know, like I remember you rated the thing like a D from a business perspective. I kind of feel like you know, I felt this way so far this year, and I feel like this now. Obviously, the Switch 2 has been selling incredibly well. We'll see what the next financial report does. We'll see what it says.
I mean, Mario Kart alone, right?
Yeah.
Well, Mario Kart was the right choice. So.
Yeah, and we'll see what it says after the holidays. my whole thing is like, if Switch 2 continues to sell incredibly well, like if Nintendo hits their 15 million mark for the end of this fiscal year, with the current lineup they have right now, which I would call kind of like their B to B plus stuff. It's not their A. Everyone talks about it banger lineup. It's kind of like, no, these are all really, really good games, but they're not the kind of traditional system sellers. If they somehow hit 15 million while this is what they're throwing out there, which by the way, I'm really excited by this stuff. That to me actually bodes really well. And it might have actually been a smarter business decision, saving some of the big, because we think about the pop Breath of the Wild got, the pop that Mario did, the pop even Smash got. Well, imagining those games coming slightly later in the gen could actually help extend the generation even longer than we're used to. Because if they can maintain the momentum until those games, we already know those games will probably pop even bigger because there's already, a 30 plus million install base by the time that comes out. So it's curious to me, like from a business perspective of, this feels weird, but if Switch 2 keeps selling incredibly well, then maybe it's not so weird and Nintendo knows what they're doing.
So there is some wisdom to what you're saying, right? So
yeah.
The main thing of it, though, is video games are a momentum-based business. So if they can maintain that momentum, certainly. But generally speaking, it's hard to maintain momentum without some kind of a mega seller, right? So the other thing to look at is you can sell hardware, but if you're not selling software, that's almost as bad, if not worse, because then we all lose, including the games industry, gamers. So the question becomes, how good are third-party sales? We know first-party sales are going to be fine. But how good are third-party sales? And if the third-party sales hold up and increase, we could be looking at the ability to sustain that momentum until we get to that heavy hitter.
Yeah,
if they dry up, if the Switch falls to disinterest, for example, its greatest competitor, which I will always say is the Switch One. It's not fucking Steam Deck. It's not going to be the $1,000 Xbox fuck you system. It's going to be the Switch One. You have to convince Switch One gamers that this is worth the hardware increase in an economically tumultuous, geopolitically tumultuous period when honestly the games industry overshot the market 2 fucking generations ago. So, the question becomes, one, is Switch 2 an overshot? If it is, it's not as much as the others. So it's always compared to what, which is the economist's question. And if it's an overshot, can you convince enough people to jump on board? Or are they good enough on Switch 2 and they're going to ride out some of this tumultuous period and the whole game industry takes an egg? There's much more at stake than just Nintendo, because Microsoft's not interested in expanding the audience. Sony's not interested in expanding the audience. You know damn well PC's not. So Nintendo is the only company that ever has an interest in disruptive innovation, blue ocean strategy, the things that led to the success of things like the Switch and the Wii. And for them to potentially abandon that in favor of going to the specs increase and going red ocean and going sustaining innovation, I get why they did it. The Switch was a monumental success.
Yeah, you can't abandon, obviously.
Yeah, and it was probably the right move in this particular macroeconomic conditions. But the danger of a sustaining innovation is they almost always underperform the disruptive innovation. And it worries me, not just for Nintendo, but for gaming, because if the Nintendo Switch doesn't expand the audience, nothing's going to. We're just stuck.
Well, it's interesting because I feel like the consoles are probably overall shrunk over the years.
They have.
Like I know you talk about PC hasn't really expanded or anything. Well, PC gaming is more popular than it's ever been. It's one of the single largest video game audiences in the world.
It's because it's cannibalizing consoles.
Well, it's also, I think, because of Asia. Like consoles weren't allowed to be sold for a long time there, and it really led to the rise of PC. And obviously,
and look at like emerging markets, like Thailand, or not Thailand, but look at Turkey, look at Saudi Arabia. Any markets that are expanded markets, which consoles could expand into, get swooped up by PC so quickly. It's a real problem.
Sure. And it's interesting that we talk about this. Meanwhile, PlayStation 5 is on pace for another 100 million. We know Switch has, is one of the best selling systems of all time. Switch 2 just had the fastest selling launch ever in the history of games. It kind of feels like things really
got to be careful with fastest selling. That's for investors.
It's fastest selling at the moment. That might literally change when we get the next financial update.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because I think what Nintendo wants, and I'm just going to be honest, and I think Switch 2 is their attempt to do it, is they don't care about expanding. They care about maintaining. Like, they want to be like PlayStation and be consistently at 100 million every single time. I also think for them, it's really hard because they just brought both their divisions together where it's a handheld and home console. It's really hard to leave that when that's always been like, especially handheld wise, like that's always been like their major success. Like their worst selling handheld is 75 million.
They did a terrific job on Switch. Terrific job.
Yeah. So it obviously price is a big thing some people talk about. Obviously, maybe it's pricing this up. Out of that, of course, we live in different economic conditions today where everything's going up. PlayStation 6 might be $1,000. So like, it's just kind of the way the world is going, that everything gets more expensive. Obviously,
and that's the only hope. Again, it's the economist's question. Yes, it's an overshoot the market, but again, if they overshot the market, Sony and Microsoft super overshot the market, and so they can ask the question, hey, compared to what? And we're still the family friendly option in the new normal, right?
Yeah, and then can they get the Switch 2 Lite that eventually comes out? Can they somehow get that price point around 300, which I think is the sweet spot to reinvigorate the lower end of the market that wants something more affordable? And I know, guys, I know that's $100 more than Switch Lite, guys, but like, yeah, well, not today because Switch Lite went up in price in the US, but I think that like that's kind of a sweet spot because I think the dream of $200 systems, I think that's kind of in the past. Like the economy can't maintain a $200 system. It's just not profitable. It's
not if they want to continue to increase the specs and the processing power. And again, that's been my it was Iwata's proposition back in the Nintendo Wii, as he said, hey, gaming is not growing. Console gaming is not growing, guys. All that it's doing is it's riding the macroeconomic trends of population growth, more income, emerging markets. If the macroeconomics go into reverse, gaming will follow that reverse. And that proposition was rejected by the third parties. And look what happened in 2008. Over 250 development studios closed while Nintendo was able to ride it out. It was a bad time. Nintendo made the right call. So Nintendo said at the time, they said, all of this HD development, it's too expensive, guys. We've overshot the market. Most gamers don't care about processing and graphics. They care about good quality games. If we can deliver that, then we don't have to spend all the money going after the obsessive freaks known as hardcore gamers that care about this stuff. We can appeal to the mass market. And they did a great job of doing that before the Wii U. We're going right back into sustaining innovation, though.
So speaking of the business side, I think this is a good time to bring up this aspect that was after the show. How do we think about the prices on some of this stuff out there?
I feel better about it. I feel better about it now that I know it's 4K.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we talk about Galaxy 1 and 2. Yeah, it's $70, but you get 4K on Switch 2. You get both games. Obviously, you break it down, $35 a game. I've seen a lot of arguments today, like, oh, it was $10, per one on Wii U. I'm like, okay, yeah, well, Wii U, they were desperate. Can we just be like frank? Nintendo was in desperate times.
For sure.
Like they had to do anything they could to try to sell anything at that time. They're not in those desperate times. And I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, Galaxy 2 and 4K, that's not worth $35. What the fuck are you talking about? Ain't worth $30.
Yeah, totally.
Gamebird earlier was telling us it's like the greatest Mario game ever. Like, what are we doing? Like,
from the perspective of the investor, so I'm a consumer. I'm not an investor. If I were an investor, they're doing exactly the right thing. They are trying to price exactly the maximum someone can pay. So they're doing their fiduciary responsibility when they do that. It is up to consumers to set that boundary. And here's the thing: regardless of what anybody says on the internet, positive or negative, consumers will set that boundary. They'll tell Nintendo ultimately where the line is, and that's what they'll do.
Like, I'm very curious. I think Galaxy 1 and 2 will get away with the price points, and I think it's just because one, it's $40 individually to buy it on the eShop. A lot of people think these games are really great. There could be a lot of consumers that this is the first time they've ever played Galaxy 2. A Galaxy 1, it did come out on Switch, but it was a FOMO limited time release. So I do think that it's Mario, it's a bigger IP. I think that it'll be fine. What I am curious the most about are the $50 Kirby amiibos.
Can I touch on Galaxy real quick?
Yes.
Because I think it's super strategic because of the movie. I think they saw the increase of sales of New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe when the Super Mario Brothers movie came out, pushed that game into the top 10 for a while. I don't know if it's still there off the top of my head. And now they're releasing not only a Mario game, but a Mario game of the same exact name. Like it seems so strategic in my mind that it's
actually smart. I think that's one of the smart business moves they're doing. The movie is called, the Galaxy movie, right? And these games come out before then. They come out for this holiday. They're going to sell pretty well because of the holiday and all the hype. And then they're going to get that second boost right off the movie. Yeah. All the kids, all the parents watching.
So Josh also makes a great point too, as far as, so there is a factor to consider here. And that is that, and this is coming from, everybody's going to hang me now, coming from a classical 3D Mario hater a long time ago. But 3D Mario never sold as well as 2D Mario, but there's a game changer that just happened, and that's Super Mario Odyssey.
Yeah. So, changed everything.
Yeah. I think what Nintendo is trying to do is reintroduce some of the 3D Mario games from the past to get curmudgeons like me who are angry that you never gave me my fucking 2D Mario game on a console for 18 years. I'm sitting here on the Super Nintendo when I jumped the N64 being like, okay, this 3D Mario's, it's all right, but I can't wait to see what they do on the 64 with my 2D Mario. 18 years, asshole, is what they told me. So I was a bitter Betty about that for a long fucking time, and I'm not anymore because now I get my Wonder game, and we got a banger 3D Mario that finally makes that Z-axis work. I loved it. So there's a lot of people that may be revisiting 2D Mario, and so you could see a game that hell sold not even half of what New Super Mario Brothers Wii sold do pretty incredible post Odyssey. And the Mario movie, like Josh said, just going to propel it even further.
Yeah, no, I agree on that. Like, that's one of the smart things I think they did. And obviously for the 40th anniversary, and they said like the movies, like the, that's like the end, like that's their ultimate end for the anniversary. I'm really excited about the idea of these games reaching a new audience because, well, yeah, the 3D Marios have always sold well. They've kind of sold like Zelda. Like, it's good. It's just not good for Mario.
Compared to 2D Mario,
Mario sells way better. And we saw that when they came back. I guess after they made it miss it with like New Super Mario Bros. We literally just saw an explosion of sales, reminding Nintendo, "Hey, these sell way better than 3D."
They do.
And then they just slammed a bunch of New Super Mario Bros. Games, which I don't blame them because the sales don't lie. It was doing incredible. Like, why wouldn't you slam a bunch of those?
100%. But Odyssey is doing 2D Mario numbers for the first time.
Odyssey changed like the expectation.
It made 3D Mario a viable thing. It did.
Yeah.
Even I have to admit that.
Yeah. Odyssey and Breath of the Wild for the respective franchises.
Breath of the Wild, yeah, that's what I was talking about before Stash came on. Is so if you look at, so you mentioned that Breath of the Wild is the best-selling Zelda game of all time. It absolutely is. It's not even close.
Yeah. No.
What I will say though is we did have, if you adjust for the macroeconomics, if you adjust for population increase, the original Zelda sold 6.5 million copies in 1988, guys.
A lot back then. Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, that's with a cold market. That's with post-crash. Nobody knew what the fucking Nintendo was. Nobody knew what the hell a Zelda was. So cold market. You've got half the world behind an iron curtain. You've got problems with getting into North America. Despite all of those obstacles, Nintendo sold 6. That adjusts to about 11.5 million copies when you adjust for them, just on population. That adjusts for, let alone all the other factors. Then you have the cartridge shortage of 1988. So in 1988, you have it to where, hey, you couldn't even get some of these games and reprinted until 1990. So you could argue that games like Zelda 2, Zelda 1, Mario Brothers 1 and 2 were undersold even at the time demand. Yeah. So, Breath of the Wild, now again, it's not close. Breath of the Wild is shattered Zelda 1, even with macroeconomics.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show you that Nintendo, when they want to, and that's what I loved about the Switch so much, is it was game after game like this. They can do these social phenomenons. They can do them. It's just a matter of needing to and wanting to, man.
Yeah. And I think those games are coming for Switch too, everyone. Like It's one of those. I think right now to make games like that, it takes longer in today's economy, in today's game development. It's taking longer and longer to make games, even for Nintendo. Furukawa was even talking about that last year, that like games are more expensive and they take longer to make. It is what it is. But Nintendo has this incredible thing where, unlike the other first party outlets, they have a lot of like B tier games that they can release frequently. And it's interesting because we all thought, like, you go back to the initial speculation on Switch 2, it's delayed, it's this, it's that, and that's so they can have this incredible year one, mega ultimate, all these system sellers. And that's not really what they're going with besides Mario Kart. And I think that that's okay, because I think what Nintendo's trying to do right now is create those moments with other IP while the ones that they know will probably work get time to cook properly. Like bringing back 3D Donkey Kong. That was them trying to capture that moment for DK. Did they do it? We don't know, because it's too fresh. And what made Mario Odyssey, Zelda, etc., it wasn't just the initial sales, it was the evergreenness of these games that have never actually been evergreen in the past. And we don't know yet if DK is going to be evergreen. Mario Kart, we know it'll probably bundled every holiday. It's going to probably continue to sell. This is just what Nintendo does with Mario Kart.
Mario Kart's going to be a monster.
Yeah. But even at $80, whatever, they're going to keep bundling in for $50. It's going to keep selling. But we know that's evergreen. Mario Kart's been proven time and time again to be an evergreen title. Maybe not the level it was on Switch. That was just unheard of. But it's always sold well. They've never had a problem selling Mario Kart.
No.
DK, I'm very curious. And now we got the DLC. That's cool. Does that mean there'll be more DLC for it in the future? We don't know. This is them, I think, trying to see, can we make Donkey Kong evergreen? Can we get a boost of sales this holiday, because we're dropping this DLC right now? Can we see this be one of the best sellers this holiday? Can we see it bounce back with the Mario movie if DK's in the Mario movie as well? Like, can we make this an evergreen IP? And I think that's what they're starting to try to do with some of their B tier games, is take them to that next level, because that's basically, they did it with their A tier. Like Mario's always been A tier, but like their most expensive Mario games have never been able to sell as well as some of their cheaper ones, which are the side scrolling. Well, they proved it with Odyssey. They could do it. They proved it with Zelda. They could do it. Okay. And then they proved it with Splatoon. And Splatoon just continued to explode and grow. And now that's a 10, 15 million seller every time. Well, is Pokemon going to slow down now that it's more expensive? No, actually, Pokemon's going to start selling better than it's ever sold since.
Yeah, look at what is it? Luigi's Mansion 2 is a game that just took off on the Switch.
Dude, Luigi's Mansion 3, man. Oh, that blew up.
We need 4 badly.
Yeah, 4. Like they have all these system sellers now that we're anticipating off of Switch. Those games are going to come.
I never would have predicted Luigi's Mansion 3 would be a fucking system, but there it is.
Dude.
It's in that territory.
Dude, it blew up. So like that's incredible.
That
I think that what they're trying to do is, hey, can we make our B tier games do that as well? And if we can, and we give them the time to not be overshadowed by our biggest of the big.
So Rush Dog says he's on Liquored Up Live sometimes. He says DK getting a demo was a bad sign. Odyssey didn't need a demo. What do we think of that?
I don't think it's a bad sign, because I think Switch 2 is going to sell really well this holiday, regardless of anything, because they have a Pokemon bundle. And there's going to be a lot of people that want to upgrade. Pokemon fans are going to want to upgrade the Switch 2 to get
Pokemon will take care of
the best version of the game, right? And while that bundle's running, Mario Kart bundle is still going to at the same time. So I think it's going to actually sell incredibly well this holiday. And I think the idea is, when those new owners buy it, can we make them buy DK as their second game? Well, they might need to be sold on it. And to be sold on it, you got to try it. I think demos are a good thing.
So devil's advocate question. Do you think people will buy the Pokemon Legends game? That's one of those, Switch being its main competitor again. Are they going to, people going to stick with the Switch, or do you think they buy it for the Switch too?
So I think Switch 1's going to have the most sales for it. Like that's just come on. The audience is too massive. It's going to have. We can
probably anticipate that someone will buy it for Switch 2 as well. So Switch 2 for it as well.
Yeah. Well, we've seen even on the Amazon charts, like the bestseller charts, the ZA bundles, like way up there. We know people are buying it. Okay. I don't think it's going to outsell Switch 1 in terms of total sales. Like it's too hard at this point. The install base isn't big enough. But I do think we're going to see, and this would be a win for Nintendo, a win for Pokemon Company and everything. I think it's going to be multiple millions that buy the ZA bundle.
Oh, for sure. And that's the thing. That's what I always tell people is there is another dog in this fight as the old Switch 1 curmudgeon. So keep in mind, yes, the Switch is competing with Switch 2, but guess who sells the Switch? Nintendo.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and success for Switch is success for Nintendo.
I think after next year, I think they're gonna go because we know Tamagotchi Life is coming. I think Gen 10 Pokemon.
Oh, that thing's gonna do monsters too.
Might end up on Switch 1 as well. But I think after next year, they're gonna kind of just stop putting games on Switch 1. I think that's like Nintendo's plan. Like we're gonna keep it going while we try to build a 15, 20, 25 million install base, and then we're gonna be like, okay, we're done now. We want everyone to buy Switch 2.
Lame.
Yeah, I mean that
it is what it is. It is what it is.
Business.
It's business, man. They got to do me eventually somehow.
But I will. Here's the thing, though. See, here's the thing. This is what's the thing. That you're saying lame. You know what people thought was lame with PlayStation 5? That all the PS5 games were on PS4 for 5 years.
You're right. Actually, and it's so funny you mentioned that, Prime. I remember back in the day being super critical of Sony because God of War 2 was on the PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's super nice to PlayStation 2 owners. Why the fuck is that not on PlayStation 3? So you can't win. And
you can't win. Nintendo's strategy is our games sell systems. For our games to sell systems, we got to stop putting them on the old system. You know.
And here's the other thing about the the whole division between Switch 1 and Switch 2 ultimately will pan out, I think. Is when you do that, and Rush Dog actually he just took it out of my mouth, which is Switch shouldn't be releasing Switch 1 and Switch 2 edition for Pokemon and Metroid. And again, it really depends on how they count those numbers, Rush, because I'm not sure how they count the numbers yet. But yeah, they should sell the Switch 2 edition only and explain to customers that Switch 2 version works on Switch 1. I could see that working. I could also see Soccer Mom Karen being really confused. I could see both ends of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still better than Wii U.
Okay, everything's better than Wii U, unless it's your personal opinion on like really loving the system. Josh, what were we gonna say?
The thing that we're really seeing from them too is toys and like the flower, the amiibo. I mean, there's like close to $300 worth of amiibo that got announced in this thing. Like it almost feels like they're trying to supplement the low sales of Prime for potential low sales of Prime with amiibo. Like, and they're not. It's $100 for those 3 amiibo.
I don't even want to talk. Look,
so
for starters, I want to see what the price of the amiibo is in other countries. I haven't looked yet. Because I know we already saw a price increase with amiibo, and a lot of that was built off the tariffs because the amiibo are made in Japan and China, and there's like more extreme tariffs there than there is for some of the other places Nintendo gets their stuff made for the US. So I know some of that was driven by tariffs, but it's like 100% increase. Now like 150, 200% increase of what amiibo used to be, which the tariffs aren't that extreme. That we need that 200. I mean, there was at one point the way it was going back and forth with China, but that's not what everything settled down at. So it is obviously like there's greed involved here, and Nintendo obviously, you know, I'm not immune to this guy. Nintendo's being greedy with these amiibo prices, absolutely. I also wonder, and I don't have the numbers. Nintendo doesn't ever say like share sales numbers of amiibo. I wonder if amiibo sales numbers have been like rapidly declining for a long time, regardless of the price. So they kind of figure, hey, for the hardcore that are still going to buy these, we need to, you know, let's get as much money as we can because, like, you know, the amiibo just aren't doing what they used to do. But we don't know 100% for sure if that's the case. Nintendo's never going to tell us. I am curious to see if Nintendo has now hit the point where amiibo just won't sell because of the prices, or is it going to prove to be completely irrelevant because people buy mostly as collector's items, like
thankfully I'm safe from this issue, thank goodness. Same with the Virtual Boy $100 thing. The reason I'm safe from it is I have a live-in girlfriend, and I have over 500 physical Switch games, guys. And you should have seen the little shelf that I had to put all my Switch games on. And I had to fucking fight to get these 2 bigger shelves in a study to put my Switch games on there. And so it's the same reason. It's just like VR. It's just like those adult toys. It's just like there is no way in hell that the live-in girlfriend is going to tolerate me with my head in this goofy looking thing. She comes home and have to explain to her shameful boyfriend
Nah, you just got to invent the shrink ray from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. So when she's going to be around, shit, let me shrink all this stuff quick. Oh, she's at work? Fuck yeah.
So I played Wonder. Like, I really loved Wonder, but I was under the impression that people did not like those talking flowers. Is that... Do people actually like them enough for the amiibo? Because
I love
so here's the thing on the talking flowers. So this is what I've tried to explain this to the talking flower haters. I know a dude named I know a dude. He's an old blogger named Sean Malmstrom, right? And he hates these things. He hates these talking flowers.
Yep.
And you have to explain. It's like, look, dude, Mario comes from Alice in Wonderland. It's a literary nonsense trajectory. That's where Mario comes from. It's Arabian Nights. It's Gulliver's Travels. It's Alice in Wonderland. The talking flowers fit perfectly into the bizarre world of the mushroom or flower kingdoms. It's like, I get that the voice can be annoying, but it is so perfect. It's in the fucking name. They're going for Mario Wonder. It's Alice, except he's a plumber from Brooklyn. It's perfect, but yeah, I get people that don't like the voice, but if you understood the roots of Mario and the literary nonsense roots, they'd be fine with it.
Who the fuck is the second time I watched the direct with my girlfriend's kids, the flower popped and they were like, "You're buying us that, right?" I was like, "Of course, I'll buy 3." You know, because there'll be one right behind me next to the piranha plant. So like I think that kind of stuff's working. I don't know that like Alarmo did super great for them, but they've told us like years ago that they were going to start expanding into different markets, and they're really doing that with the amusement parks, the movies, their Legos are going crazy. Game Boy's coming out soon. You know they're making money from that, and I've got the stack of Lego behind me there. It's small, but and a few more to build. The NES and Bowser, like it. I feel like they're hedging their bets, knowing that like gaming is in such a strange place. Like, especially right, I don't know if you guys are feeling this right now. And I'm so thankful that like I get codes sent to me, but like trying to purchase everything that got released this last week, like that is a hefty number when you're looking at like Chronos and Star Wars and Silk Song, and now we got new DLCs coming out, and Kirby DLC was just a week ago. Like all that stuff, like it's there's a lot to play right now. There is a whole lot, and then trying to find the time for all of it too. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna pump the brakes a bit, because like I'm gonna buy this, play it for 5 minutes to make a video about it, and then not touch it, right? And so it does where the other, where Xbox and Sony are like obviously Sony has other businesses and stuff that they're doing, and so does Microsoft, but you're not seeing you're not seeing as many toys. They're tried with like Lego and Horizon, right? There was some of that stuff out there, but
wasn't that adorable?
It just doesn't have the pull that Nintendo has. So it was very cute.
They tried.
They did.
Yeah.
How? Oh, look at them try. look at them try to create social phenomenon over there on Sony. Oh, look at them.
Yeah. It's one of those things, when the flower thing, like as that story was talking about, and your friend's bitching about it, are you not aware that in the settings you can turn it off?
Yeah.
He just hates the talking flower with a passion. He thinks it's like anti-Mario, and it's like, no, buddy, it is as Mario as it gets. It's
Super Mario. Like it's very much like Mario.
This isn't what I want out of Mario. It's like I get that, but this is Alice in Wonderland, homie.
Wait until that flower thing becomes like one of the best-selling Nintendo toys of all time, because they put a Mario Wonder flower in that talks in the Galaxy, movie.
Yeah, they've always had stuff like Child Delphiniums and Sunshine.
I saw a post and it showed like the Looming or whatever that star is called.
Yeah.
And it said, hey, they were actually teasing the sequel to Mario the whole time. They hid it behind the Yoshi egg, but they just didn't. They were already telegraphing it.
Well, technically, that was in the first movie. It was in a cage. It was a funny moment. It was a really funny moment, because it was like Oh, dude, is that thing on crack right now? The way it's talking,
Mhm.
yeah, this is awesome.
Right.
It was one of the funniest moments of the movie because you would never think that would talk that way after Galaxy. And you're like, oh shit, they're going hardcore with this. And
Yeah,
now it's in the next movie, and it's like, okay, what kind of other crazy shit's coming out of that thing's mouth? I can't wait.
Right.
More evidence of the talking flower in literary nonsense roots. Here's another one, guys. This is Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz in the poppy fields, the laughing flowers. It's all right there, man.
He's also commentating in the new tennis game.
Yeah,
that's
talking
awesome.
Flowers.
Yeah,
he is. Yeah, he's commentating.
Catch that.
I will point out that, like, because I originally brought up like the price point stuff on some of this. More so, I'm not actually that upset about any of the price of the games. I'm actually pretty happy with the way a lot of the pricing went on the games. But like with some of the amiibo and all that, I'll just throw out there that I feel like, the pricing seems shocking when amiibo used to be $15. The $50 ones are very shocking, but then there's also, these are the most complex amiibo they've ever made. They're swappable. You can swap the characters on them. So they have magnets involved. I'm not saying magnets are super expensive, but magnets involved, microchips involved, lots of different stuff. I will note that in the end, like, no matter what anyone says about pricing, just like they said about the price of Mario Kart, just like they said about the price of the system or wherever else, the market will ultimately determine if Nintendo's pricing this stuff correctly.
Yep.
So if the stuff goes on to sell well, then it sells well, and you can be mad about it. But if people think it's worth the money and they have the money and they can buy it, then hey, you know what? It is what it is. Like, the market always corrects itself if things are not priced correctly. It happens all the time, and this goes back to like economics class. Like, there's multiple different ways to approach selling things, right? Like, you could sell things at lower prices and hope you sell a shitload of them,
right?
Like barely profitable, but you sell like 30 million of them, so that's $30 million off $1 profitability. Or you sell things more expensive but sell less of them, but then also get the same profits. There's like different strategies in the market. It seems like Nintendo might be leaning towards that second strategy the longer amiibos are out. But I also feel like it's all about what the market will bear. And if the market doesn't, like, Nintendo has probably already seen a little bit. We've had $30 and $40 amiibos already this generation. It was already happening from day one with the new amiibo that we were getting on Switch 2. Like, we literally this isn't new pricing, guys. When we see the $50 ones are, but the 30 and the 40, we've already been getting that. That's not new. And Nintendo already has data. And if that data is telling them, hey, the market's bearing the cost of these, then it's the correct decision for them to keep those price points.
So here's a fun story that actually might bear that out. It's from Robert Cialdini's book Influence. Great book, by the way. If you guys have never checked this out, amazing fucking book. But in this book, he's looking at the compare and contrast principle in terms of persuasion and influencing. The lady went on vacation who owned a jewelry store, and she couldn't sell this turquoise jewelry. So finally, she hastily wrote a note saying, mark this down 50%. That way we can get rid of it and get room for more inventory. She came back. Jewelry had all sold out. She said, oh, great. But it wasn't sold at 50%. She accidentally put 150%. So she marked it up. And it sold because you had tourists who showed up, saw the upgraded value, thought it was expensive, and considered that to be a valuable piece or a more ritzy piece because of that, and bought it all up. I'm not saying Nintendo's doing that, but it does show you that sometimes higher pricing can work in favor of a company.
Absolutely.
The other thing to consider on this is the fact that it's my friend V has a theory called will capture theory, and that is that as this economy worsens for many people, more and more money is stratified at the top echelons of society. And so a certain segment of the population has all the money, especially given the fact that Europe and America are going through a credit crunch right now. It's harder to get credit to buy things, on credit card, etc. So more and more of the wealth is sanctioned up at the very top amount. And so they're not really, it could explain why some of these companies, including video game companies, are no longer looking for the expanded audience like I love to talk about. Maybe they're looking for that specific segment that has all the money and marketing and leveraging those customers because they have it, and they'll buy whatever because it doesn't matter to them. They have all the money. So I'm not sure if that's entirely true, but it's one theory as to why everything is moving in this direction.
It's kind of the line that Nintendo walks with the variable pricing too, like you were talking about, where it's nice that things can be cheaper than, $6 and $70, but when something is less than you might have expected, then maybe you don't think it's as good.
Exactly.
I mean, at the other side, you're having panic attacks.
you see it as
think
cheap.
Metroid's going to be 80. You're like, holy cow, nobody's going to buy that. But also, it might be worth 80. So it's interesting how the consumer will take that and run with it. But,
Yeah, absolutely.
And Final Fantasy, what? It's coming in at 40 right now. If you do the early, like basically, if you pre-order it, they called it like early. They had some strange name for it.
Well, because you get the original Final Fantasy
with
that.
And that probably
is
won't
cool.
be that way after launch. So yeah, that's just like a cool thing they're doing now. Okay. So we're gonna transition over to the Q&A section here, which is super chats, guys. You guys can super chat in your questions if you still have them. And I'll just remind everyone, I kind of lowered everything because I just feel like getting wild tonight. $10 shots the rest of the stream. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if we end on a strong note. Let's go.
We're gonna get fucked up.
We get a spam with $10 super chats with questions. We put some questions in there for the Q&A. Let's just get this going because our very first one came a long time ago before the show even started. Astral's off the chain. They thought the direct was good overall. Surely, for the few, I love we're going old English here. That thought it was a below average direct. That Prime 4 release date was good enough for me. And I think for some, certain fans, like, hey, you got that one thing you really wanted, Prime 4. That's what you expected. You were always going to be pretty happy, right? So, yeah, cool. I'm happy for you, man. We did have some gifted stuff come in. Steak gifted a membership on my channel, and then he did it again over on GameBird. So thank you so much for that support, Steak.
Nice.
Hell yeah. TS Bud 95. My first Nintendo podcast with a Switch 2 in my hands. Love this console. Been playing Mario Kart World Online. Look at that.
Love
Pretty
that.
Nice.
Yeah, TS Bud said on my stream last night he was buying a Switch 2 today, and I'm like, sweet. So it's awesome, man.
Congrats, man.
Enjoy. Yeah. And if you have Switch 1, enjoy all those upgrades to all the Switch 1 games because they're so good.
It's
They're
crazy.
So
Yeah.
Joe Taku. The Direct was all right, but I'm disappointed with the Galaxy ports. Those are too expensive for what they offer. What do you guys think? We didn't really talk much about the price point of the Galaxy games. What do you guys think?
I was much more upset before I found out there was 4K and there were some controlled things that were changing and some other things.
Yeah, what it says, I'm over on the official website. It says with enhanced resolution, 1080p obviously on Switch, 4K on Switch 2, improved UI, the extra storybook chapters, which they did put in the Direct, a new assist mode, and then they say and more. And as I scroll down, I was looking at some of this stuff. Obviously, they show off the visuals and some of the 4K stuff. The assist mode is obviously it increases your life, bouncing you back from falls and more. So that's like for people that really struggle playing the game, which I get that's a thing that happens. The storybook chapters, which they already kind of went over. I don't really want to spoil too much on that. They have a soundtrack mode as well to play all the soundtracks. They obviously have Amiibo support, which wasn't there because Amiibos didn't exist back then. It helps you get some extra items in game, plus the Rosalina Amiibo. I know, dude, the Rosalina Amiibo sitting in the chair looks incredible. I don't know what you guys think about that, but that Amiibo looks so good. So yeah, that's kind of like some of the big stuff they're pushing on the official website, anyways. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. I don't know if I see 120 FPS mentioned briefly here, but I don't know if that's actually part of it. So I'm gonna leave that alone because I'm not 100% sure if there is 120 FPS mode. We'll have to. I wouldn't be surprised if there is, but we'll have to wait and see on that front because it's kind of in like the fine text. So I'm not really sure if that's how every game is, like in the fine text or not, and not every game has 120. So I'm gonna not promise that, but it does technically mention it really briefly. Josh, what do you think about the prices?
It's just expected at this point. I don't know what else to say really. Like because I've had a lot of people ask me like, what do you think about these and it's like, it's just gaming's expensive at this point. Like I feel like I may have a little bit of fatigue overall from just like more like remakes and stuff like that coming out and like not enough like new stuff. At the same time as somebody that wants entire libraries of games on one system, we have one 3D Mario left, and that's the 3DS game. I'm pretty sure that that won't be playable on the Switch 2, and so or even Switch, and so that is super cool to me. The price overall, like, I'm not surprised by it. I'm not. I saw a lot of people saying you could get them for $10 or $20 on the Wii U, but they didn't have those upgrades. You still had to play them with the Wii remote and the nunchuck or whatever. Like, so to be able to play these with just the Pro controller and to have them in the collection, I guess it's just this hobby is not as affordable as it used to be, and I think that's most hobbies. And so I just tell everybody, like, vote with your wallet if you don't want it, And I know it's like a frustrating thing because then they're like, well, but so many other people are buying it. It's not going to change anything. I don't know what to say. Like,
That's
I don't
the market, man.
It's just the way it goes. Like, I don't know. Get a second job. Isn't that what the CEOs tell us?
Well, I
Randy said.
fucking hate game key cards with a passion. I fucking hate them. I'm fully under the understanding that the world may not agree with me on that, and I may lose that, and that's how the market crumbles. I'm old. I've got a pretty good game selection. I don't have a right to dictate to younger gamers how they run their hobby. If they want a digital future, if they want game key cards,
it's gonna be all digital.
It is their future to choose. It's not mine anymore.
It's already pretty much all digital on PC. It's been that way for a while. It's all digital on your phones.
Yeah,
PlayStation. The rumors around PS6 is that none of them come with a disc drive.
No, we're at the Alamo, Nate, for sure. We're at the fucking Alamo on physical game.
And now, to me, look, I love physical games. I always have, but even I've been buying more digital over the years. And I think it's just one of those things that I kind of realize that I play games for games. I don't really care if I own it physically at this point. Like, I like it, cool to have, but like, I play games for the game. I'm not going to stop gaming just because I can't buy a disc or I can't buy a cartridge.
It's also
and people that are dicks to other people because they play physical or play digital. Don't be that way.
Yeah,
let people choose their medium, man.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way it should be. I'll also note, like, it's kind of interesting when we talk about how like gaming's gotten more expensive, and it has in many regards. But like, I remember being younger, even like a young adult or high school kid, games were so expensive back then that we had to rent them. Our parents couldn't even afford them.
Yeah.
And people talk about like, oh, well, games back then were what, 60? I'm like, yeah, $60, but $60 was worth a shitload more back then than it is today.
Some of them were 100.
Yeah, Perfect Dark was not cheap. Like on the 64, like I see sale ads with like $84.95, like $84.99 for some games, and it was like,
let's put it this way: like, there was a point in my life as an adult, like I was making the same sort of salary my dad was when I was a kid, but he couldn't afford jack shit, and yet I sitting here can afford games that he couldn't afford. So it's like, I don't really know. There's so many like things economically that play into like, has gaming actually gotten a lot more expensive when we can afford more with the same money than we could back then, even though the prices have gone up? It's weird. Like I'm not like an econ professor. I'm not like, I can't explain all the economics around all of this, but it is kind of interesting because to me, gaming's always been stupidly expensive. It's never been cheap. And I think there was
the economist question though, Nate. It's compared to what? So if you're a concert guy, or if you're traveling, traveling, like gaming's cheap, but it's getting to where that's not the case as much anymore.
Well, I think also what happened was there was a really nice period when games settled into 60, and then the price stopped changing, and then consoles started getting a little cheaper at launch, and then next thing you know, the prices basically just locked in for like 12 years in the 2000s. And that led to where people were starting to make more money. The economy was doing well, and the price points didn't change. And so everything started to feel super affordable. But now we're back to where, no, the prices are going back up, like we thought was probably going to happen back in the day, but didn't.
Right.
I think 100%. To answer your question too, like, why did it seem the first 3 years of the Switch, I believe, Best Buy, Amazon, you could get all your games for $49.99. They all had they most of those companies, if you bought the games early, you got, or if you were part of their membership or whatever the case is, like I collected the entire North American retail release of Switch 1 when it came out for the first year. And it was because of those discounts that was possible. But there's no way I'm doing that now. And I know I'm making more money than I did back then. There's no question, you know. It's it's so, I mean, but I do know for a fact when you look back and you're like, why was it? Do you guys remember that? Like Best Buy, like everything was.
I remember Walmart being $10 off almost everything Switch wise when it came out.
Yeah, Amazon was the same way.
Yeah, a lot of these companies, that's a strategic thing. They cut out their profit margin to sell it at cost for them. So you're using their websites, you're using their stores, so then you might buy other stuff that's way more profitable for
loss
them.
leader.
Yep.
Leader.
You're a loss leader. And the thing is, they're not really losing anything because they're not selling it for a loss. They're just not selling it for a profit.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that's a
classic retail.
It's a very classic retail thing. Walmart literally got as big as it did by doing.
Oh yeah, and funny enough, I'm an executive in retail, so that's my language.
It's totally a thing, and it's still a thing. Costco is doing it right now, right? Costco has everything cheaper for Switch 2. All the games, all the accessories are cheaper.
Dude,
Why?
they had Tears of the Kingdom for like $50 or $54.
Yeah, they just want to get you in the store. You got to have a membership to be there. That's money made right there off the membership. And once you have the membership, you're probably going to start shopping there a hell of a lot more. That's what happens. Like, you know, it's a strategy and it works. I'm not complaining, by the way. Keep giving me those game discounts.
The $1 hot dog, man.
I was a Costco member before I realized all the games were cheaper. So keep giving them to me. I'm good with that.
The $1 hot dog. It's mighty.
No, dude, it tastes pretty good. Sometimes they hit right. Those $1.
No, that's a mighty thing, man.
Yeah, dude, these are fucking huge, dude. There's the base to see outside of the fair, man.
Yeah, I mean,
and a soda.
When I think about this, I think about another game that came out in kind of that Mario Galaxy time, which is Metroid Prime. And it's all a matter of perspective, really. I mean, because Metroid Prime Remastered, what did that release for? It was $40. And I mean, you could easily argue that Mario Galaxy is a better experience. You know, I know many people wouldn't, but you can make that justification pretty easily. And for 70 half, that's 35 for pretty much the same type of experience in the upgrade that they gave to Metroid Prime. And so you're getting each of those games, those two Mario games, for less than that Metroid Prime remaster.
Yeah.
Again, it's just kind of all about your perspective here. I mean, I can see why Nintendo's doing it. You know, the 3D All-Stars was $60 and that sold like over 10 million copies. So I can definitely see it from their angle. It's also nice, you know, from a consumer's angle, because Mario Galaxy 2 is kind of like Prime 2 and 3, where it's harder to access these days. So, you know, there's definitely some benefits to it. I can see where they're coming from. And again, yeah, it's a matter of perspective. You could easily justify it by looking around at Nintendo's pricing, but you know, I get $70 for two games that we've already had, but they're great games, and $35 for each technically. You know, I think you could pretty easily justify that upscaled, you know.
And like Tyler says, to some people like me who skipped entire generations, Galaxy 2 is basically a new game. Now, I had the Wii, but at the time I wasn't playing 3D Mario. I was being stubborn. So it's like a new game to me.
Yeah, exactly. I really didn't play that one as much as I would have liked either. I only know it because I love the soundtrack, even though I didn't even play the game that much. You know, it was one of those things where I played it as a kid. I didn't really process it the way I would now. So
right,
I'd love to check it out again, you know, with this adult perspective.
Yeah,
sometimes that's fun, revisiting games at a later time in your life, and you get the different things.
It's like a whole new game. It's awesome. That's why I like the remakes, the remasters. You know, it can easily, you know, go into the realm of greedy, but it is really cool because last time I played these games, I was like 10, and I don't even know what I was thinking about, like what's for dinner, or the girl next door or something, you know.
So some of those games we played back then are wild. Though. I'll never forget playing Final Fantasy VI when I was little, and it's like, oh yeah, I learned about things like learned about some wild stuff from old Kefka in Final Fantasy VI.
Oh yeah, yeah. Some games can mature you real fast.
Age 12. It's like,
Yeah.
All right. Free Metroid Head did a 5. Let's say Ditto is Pokemon's version of the X Parasite from Metroid. Totally. I never thought about that Super Chat came in. That's a good one.
I'm scared of that Ditto.
Ditto's crazy, man. Dude, Ditto did some crazy stuff in the animated series as well.
Okay, so those who know the lore, if you guys have watched Wooly Versus, those who know the lore of Kirby, the dark lore of Kirby versus that Ditto, who wins? Which Eldritch Nightmare abomination wins?
I mean, Ditto can just become that abomination. So,
ooh, yeah.
That's the fun thing about Ditto. Ditto's everything.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ditto when Ditto can become you.
I imagine this world where even the houses are fucking Dittos looking at you. It's like, oh.
That is
You're walking down the neighborhood.
Surprise.
Everything is Ditto.
Pretty much.
The whole world. It's like the new fucking Garfield.
You look at the back of the game cart and it's got a Ditto face on it.
Oh god.
Garfield, I am eternal, John, except it's Ditto.
Alvy says, love you, Dave, but literally have a headache now. It's probably from when I was popping off. By the way, it's kind of funny when people complain about that. You have like half the chat going, "This is what I'm here for." So it's like, hey, are you not entertained? That's what I'm here. I'm here to entertain. We're putting on a show. I found bad vibes. I'm like, no, stop the bad vibes.
You like that?
You like that? Yeah, no, it reminds me of that the meme from 300, you know. Anyways, Lupac, Nintendo fans see a motorcycle in a Metroid game and say it doesn't fit, but see a motorcycle in Breath of the Wild and think it's amazing. What actually makes sense? We have horses in the game too. Like, we don't need a motorcycle. We don't need the map.
Man, speaking of amiibos, I know I get in trouble with these toys if I get them, but you talk about, I saw that Samus Aran on a motorcycle amiibo, and I'm like, God damn it.
I know, it looks so good.
Like, and that is Samus Aran on a fucking bike.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, when I saw some fans mad at this, I'm sitting here, I'm like, dude, okay, this is a game with spaceships. You don't think motorcycles exist? It's way weirder in Breath of the Wild than it is in this game. Like,
again, what are the roots of the game? It's science fiction. Fucking Akira. Go away. Shoot.
Dude, Samus morphs into a ball, so we can't have balls on like, a bike? Come on. Wing Commando 7 comes and said they say we need either one of the Virtual Boy peripherals to play it. But do you think TV mode will still be an option, maybe even after an update? Well, right now, obviously, they're saying it's required. So you have to get at least a $25 cardboard to do it. I think a lot of it is because they're trying to give people the OG experience with the lenses. And that's really what you're buying is the lens. Obviously, the $100 one, which, yes, it is more expensive in the US than other countries. Again, we all know that's economy tariff crap related because all the accessories are more expensive here. Is it worth your $100 for plastic and some lenses? I don't know. It's going to sell out. It is what it is. People are going to buy it for collector's reasons. That said, I am interested in the cardboard version. What I'm also interested in is, are those lenses different than the lenses that are on the Labo?
The Labo?
Like, yeah. Are they actually different? Because if they are, okay. But if they're not, can I put it in Labo and trick it and let me play it? I'll modify my Labo to fit my Switch too. Don't worry about it. Well, we'll see.
Good call.
Because I already have that, so I feel like I might test that out before I decide to purchase the cardboard. But we'll see. Because to be honest, look, Virtual Boy wasn't good, guys.
Nope.
It was not good. These games are not good. It's not good. Okay. So you're only really buying it for nostalgia, or just because it's an era of Nintendo nobody bought, so you're just kind of curious,
right?
You know. Or you're a collector. It's totally a collector ad. It's not really much of a value add to MSO. I got to be honest. But it is cool. And I will say, lots of people are going to buy the $100 thing just because you know how expensive the actual Virtual Boy is to get? Oh.
Yeah, like $300.
Dude, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And that's without the games. None of the games. So, like, yeah. And it might not work. That's the thing. Like, so, like, at least this is like, hey, it's something that looks like it. It feels like the part. And so a lot of people pick it up just because part of Nintendo history, right? That's basically what the selling point is for it. It's a collector's thing and to put in your back shelf, and for Zoo over there to embarrass his living girlfriend.
And hey, like I said, I get it, man. I have Hanafuda cards, so I get the collector aspect.
Yeah. But those are easier to hide. Put them in a drawer.
Yep.
Here you go. And I wish for Dragon Quest 7, and it appeared. Hell yeah. Lots of people excited for DQ7. By the way, like people that think the sales are bad in Japan, wait till Dragon Quest 7 drops. Japan goes nuts. They go as nuts for Dragon Quest as they do any of Nintendo's
That game closed schools over there. Or it did. Yeah. They literally outlawed it on school days.
Yeah, it's that franchise is literally as popular as any Nintendo IP is out there. So like it's gonna do gang. I mean, even when 1 and 2 HD comes out, I bet you Switch 2 sales bump up, even though it's also on Switch 1. That game's gonna do gangbusters. And you know what? That's okay. So that's like the difference in like the different parts of the world. Like they get excited for different things. I'm excited for Dragon Quest, but I know it's not as big here as Final Fantasy, right? Like that's bigger in the US, but Dragon Quest is just massive. And Square's got to be happy because it's both of them are their IP. So they win either way, right? Square just wins. It is what it is. All right, Boo Mini. This was over on Gamebird's channel. So the showstopper, in my opinion, was Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. It looks incredible, and this is coming from a person who's never played Metroid and never had an interest. Also, the music.
Yes,
that's good. See, a trailer sold someone.
There we go.
Look, Gamebird was saying that's a shit trailer. It ain't going to sell anyone. Gamebird, your own chat.
I don't know if that's quite what he said.
Boo Mini was in your chat, super chat. He's giving you money to tell you how wrong you are, and he's not even here to shit talk him. God dang it! Better be watching this section.
Poor Gamebird.
But the music is amazing. Music's always been amazing in Metroid, so it's nice to see somebody who's never really been a fan recognizing that just off a trailer. Yeah, it's great stuff.
That is awesome.
Always glad to see the proliferation of Metroid to new people.
Yeah,
I mean, like Stash's idea.
Oh, what's that? What was Stash's idea?
I don't remember if it was in the direct this morning or the last podcast. He's like, he's going to buy his family, whoever likes video games, that's the game he's going to give them. I like that idea a lot. That's a good call for Metroid.
Well, I feel like anyone who actually tries a Metroid game just gets hooked. It's just getting them to try it.
Yeah, the barrier to entry is a little harder. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, think about how popular Metroidvanias have gotten from the 2D side-scrolling perspective. Well, because they were cheap, more people were willing to try it from the indie scene. And now look at what Silksong's doing. Like that's what happens.
For other old men, it's the Defender 2 cabinet in the back of the arcade, surrounded by smoke-filled guys that are sitting there going for challenge mode. So yeah, you have the easier games like Donkey Kong Pac-Man up front, but in the back, the cool kids are playing Defender 2.
In the back. That's right.
Yeah, Metroid is Nintendo's Defender 2.
Speaking of Boo Mini, will any of you be buying the Wonder Plant? Well, we had 64 Joshes because the kiddos
3
over there
picking up 3 of them at least.
One for you,
one for me, one for each of them.
There you go.
I'm buying my friend one.
We all are. We're all getting your friend one.
Yeah, it's on the house.
So what I think is interesting about it is that's like the one thing they announced and we know the price for that seems all right. That actually seems like people don't seem mad about the price of it. So, all right. Am I going to get one, by the way? I don't know. My kids haven't seen the direct yet, so we'll see if they happen to want one. I kind of want one just to put it on the set. Right off, baby. But I don't know if I can have it randomly talking to me while I'm like trying to work. Like, what the hell is talking to me over there? Who got in my office? Anyways.
Yeah, I really like the flowers, but I like how it randomly talks, so I might. I don't know.
Dude, it reminds me of the Furbies when they would start shit talking me.
Right.
Why
middle of the night?
Talking me because you heard me and Eric shit talking the other day, so now you're repeating the shit talk back. Thanks.
Right.
God dang it. No, you're not allowed to tell me to fuck off. Who taught you? Oh wait, that was me. Fuck. Furbies, man.
Don't feed them after midnight.
I used to train my sister's Furby to say the nastiest shit. I got in so much trouble for it. Anyways, public library is a great place for renting games. Yes, surprisingly, for people who don't know, public libraries actually have become like the haven for game rentals today. Redbox is gone. We still have GameFly, of course, but if you don't want to wait for stuff in the mail, there's actually a surprising amount of games at the library. And they're free to rent. You just gotta be a member. Like
when my son passed, the library in my hometown was being rebuilt, and they dedicated a whole gaming room to him. And I have consulted with them on what consoles to put in there. They've done Smash tournaments in there. They've done
awesome.
Mario Kart tournaments in there. So yeah, gaming is very active in your local library. Well, at least in some of them. So
I mean, when I was a kid, people were going on the computers there to play RuneScape all the time. Like gaming's always kind of been, at least from my childhood onwards, part of the library experience. And I get it. Let's embracing modern culture, get people in. Maybe they rent some books, maybe they don't, but you're keeping people engaged in a community thing. And I think that's always a positive. So yeah, I'm happy that has literally been continuing to this day, especially with how expensive gaming has gotten for many. So
that's a great point. I actually worked at a library, and yeah, that was one of my favorite parts was our growing library, video game collection. Even we were in the process of getting a Switch and a few consoles that people could rent out. We weren't sure if those were ever going to come back, but
yeah, you never know. Yeah,
but it's still a cool idea.
This makes me so happy to hear, and I'm going to try to get something going here in Springfield. I think too.
Well,
I love initiatives like game sharing at libraries, or like, for example, tool libraries, time banks. I love these kind of initiatives. So
that's
thing. Really cool.
And like, to be honest, a lot of people that work at libraries are older. So maybe they just need that nudge from the community to just be like, hey, this is a thing that people would check out. And then once they see those circulations,
you get the youth to come into the library.
Exactly.
Yeah, very cool.
Libraries always struggle with that. So yeah. If your local library doesn't, I'm sure you could talk them into it for sure.
Yeah, I'll look into that for sure.
Yeah, there we go. So if your library ain't doing it, just have a conversation with them. Just talk to the right people and explain the appeal of this and how it can get the youth in.
Okay.
You can really get, if they're afraid to invest in it, hey, you could start with some of the cheaper games to get them in. And
totally.
I'd be happy to donate to something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. People will donate games too, for sure. Yeah. If you just literally just put out there as an advertisement, even on Facebook, like, hey, we're trying to open up a game rental thing. We're looking for some game donations so we can try to get the youth to come into the library more often. Like, seems like a great idea. I think it'd be a lot of that. People have huge collections. Yeah, people have huge collections, and maybe you can look for console donations to maybe rent out. And it'd be great. I think that'd be good instead of selling it at a garage sale or whatever, or just letting it come back. Come in.
I love
See
that.
Yeah. Boomany says, when can we expect the Minoru Construct amiibo? I don't know. It's probably gonna happen. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't think we need to go any further with that one. I can't right now. And we didn't even dive deep on that, so it just means I get to dive deep on this later, closer to the launch. Jorge FT says, I think people need to realize that if a certain game like 3D Mario isn't in the Direct, probably not ready to be shown, which is a good point. Also, you want Nintendo to show incomplete games, then you'll need to wait. Yeah, the only game Nintendo, and I've talked about this many times, like the only franchise they tend to show like super early, like I'm talking about like it's a couple of years away every time, is 3D Zelda. They tend to tease that a couple of years before it's ready. Every single time. You can look at it like consistently. Tears of the Kingdom 2019 came out in 2023. Obviously, a little bit later than they probably planned because of COVID, but still teased early. Breath of the Wild 2014 didn't come out till 2017. You can see that with even Skyward Sword when that was shown off in 2009, didn't come out to 2011. It's very consistent with 3D Zelda that they do tease it a couple of years early.
Some of that's polish, some of that is literally strategy for hype.
Yeah, and Zelda, and I think what Nintendo realizes, like Zelda fans love theorizing, and that helps drive hype for their game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I do literally think they're going to show it off next year, just a little snippet, just to get people hyped. And then we're going to be for 2 years, debating, talking, looking for any minor screenshot they throw out on the official Zelda Twitter account. And it's just going to drive hype because it works for Zelda.
So I'll add in there about the 3D, since I was one of the ones that was disappointed in 3D Mario, Jorge. What I'll add to that, is that part of it is that it's not necessarily that we want to rush incomplete games. It's just understanding that Nintendo, the bottleneck is always software. It's never hardware. So, for example, the GameCube had this issue. Hardware was done. They were waiting on software. It's always a bottleneck for Nintendo development. And I know this. I used to be an investor in Nintendo, and I know this because I talked to some game devs, etc. Bottleneck is the software. So you have to be very strategic in how you plan your software releases. And up until I realized, actually it was EPD already working on Donkey Kong and the timeline around the Switch 2 maybe being delayed, my thinking was, okay, I'm Donkey Kong Bonanza looks like a great joint, looks like an amazing game, but it certainly is a choice when you're trying to launch a new console, when you could add EPD1 working on a 3D Mario game and maybe do the Donkey Kong later. But come to find out, they were already working on the Donkey Kong perhaps as a Switch 1 game, and it just sort of rolled that way. So I become a little more understanding there, but it wasn't so much that we want the games rushed. It's like, what the fuck is Nintendo doing with its development management, right? And its development pipeline. And it's just like another example is, why the fuck is Sakurai working on a Bomba Ben GameCube title instead of working on the next Smash? And the answer being that Sakurai honestly probably deserves to work on whatever he wants to work on, at least for a little bit.
You can't just slam him with Smash all the time.
Yeah, and so if he wants to make the Bomba Ben game, I'm good with that. Like, make the Bomba Ben game, and then we can get back to business.
I think that's truly just what it. And I gotta say, guys, like, even when we think about like it being a lot of B tier games so far for Switch 2, it's a hell of a better lineup than we have for Switch 1 last year. So it's already an improvement over the final full year of Switch. So like,
I'm thinking about that real quick. What do we have final year of Switch? Is the Switch curmudgeon?
Oh my gosh. Princess Peach Showtime. That was the big showcase game.
Okay,
Banger.
Mario and Luigi Brothership. Echoes of Wisdom, which was all right.
I like Echoes.
It's 1,000 Year Door.
There was Luigi's Mansion 2 HD.
That's pretty weak.
I'm like, it was not a very good year. And somehow, we made it to Switch 2. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like, compared to last year, this is an amazing lineup.
Yeah.
You know what? Even as a Switch 1 curmudgeon, fair.
And it's probably going to get, but that's the thing. Like, we know the big ones are still going to come. So like, it's only going to get better from here. That's kind of what's really nice for the next, probably 2 to 3 years. Okay. Let's see here. Next up, we have Warren Bowman's DC channel says, what if Nintendo Switch 2 hardware and software start tanking? What will Nintendo do? Nate, say again for NS2 sales. I forgot. Bottom floor, middle road, best case. If it starts tanking, I don't know if they're gonna panic. They might lower price points a bit to try to get things to come back up, like drop everything $50 and just take losses on systems to try to, they did that with GameCube back in the day to try to bounce things back. They did it with the 3DS. They started taking a loss on 3DS to help them bounce back, but they're gonna pair a price drop like that with the release of what they think is a guaranteed seller, and hope that that's going to turn things around. That's probably what it's like 3D Mario, right? They'll like drop the price right when 3D Mario is coming out, kind of thing. That's usually the strategy Nintendo's done in the past, because they're not going to give up on Switch 2. They've got too much invested in development right now on it. But I also like, what's tanking? Like, we don't know what Nintendo's own expectations are, right? So like, it's going to sell better than Wii U. It's already well on pace for that in year 1. So what is tanking? And Nintendo's never had a handheld sell less than 75 million. So would a 75 million seller be tanking for them? I don't know.
Could be construed as an underperformance, but certainly not tanking. But here's the thing, guys. It's almost certainly going to underperform Switch 1 because of the macroeconomics. It could do everything right, and it's going to underperform Switch 1.
Yeah.
Plus, the macroeconomics are not there for it to overperform Switch 1. And even if they do, Jack Ryan's just going to lie and cry, and Jim Ryan is just going to make up another 10 million sales.
Well, he doesn't work there anymore, so he probably can't do that.
He'll do it. He'll do it from beyond.
From beyond. It's interesting. It's funny because he did say that, and then Sony finally made it like official. Although I think somebody said the final production number, I think they said of PS2 was like 160.62 million or something. So that probably was. They probably sold every one of them, but I don't know why they didn't update that like decades ago. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, because Nintendo was about to catch him. That's why.
Well, yeah, we know they had no reason to really do it. It's stupid. Yeah, it's just salty. That being said, salty bitch. That being said, that's what I think they'll try to do. Will it work? I don't know. Of course, like if this is something Nintendo worries about, because Nintendo's still riding high. Like they don't have just the one. Like when Switch came out, they needed that to succeed because they didn't have a lot of other revenue sources. Now they got billion-dollar movie franchises coming. Like one already happened, the next one's coming. Coming. You know, they have Legos now that they didn't have before. That stuff, literally from Lego company's mouth, fastest selling new Lego sets ever. And that includes back in the Star Wars days when that stuff started popping off. So like they're doing incredible there. They have the theme parks now. They're about to open their third one. Like clearly they're doing that because it's working and they're making so they have a lot more revenue from different places that they don't need to bank everything on Switch 2 success, even though Switch 2's success has led to a lot of these, or Switch's success led to a lot of these other things existing. So that's why I kind of feel like no matter what, Switch 2 probably would never tank because I think all of this stuff works together.
There's also the aspect that Nintendo manages their money better than just about any company on the
planet. They have no debt, lots of money in the bank.
There's also, and you're absolutely correct. Nintendo has replaced the dual console revenue with theme parks, with Hollywood, with movies. Note that these are two industries that are typically bulletproof, even in macroeconomically turbulent times.
Yep.
There is a method to Nintendo's madness. They are making that pivot to the more tumultuous economy, and they seem to be doing well on those aspects.
Put it this way, guys. Theme parks survived COVID.
Yep.
That's all you need to know about how bulletproof theme parks are. They survived a time when you couldn't even go to them. As soon as you could go back, they were back to being full again. Yeah. So Nintendo's got themselves into some very healthy markets that can help them, deal with any sort of dip in consoles. And again, I think this all works together because Nintendo uses these things to promote their consoles and vice versa. So like it all kind of goes together.
But just prepare, guys. It's not going to outsell the Switch. I hope the audience knows that, and it doesn't necessarily have to. That's the important.
Yeah, I think internally, and I don't know this, but I think internally they probably just have the goal to get it back above 100 million.
Sure.
I think that's that I think the way Nintendo is, they just care about consistency, and I think they just want to be PlayStation in that we're going to sell 100 million every time because we used to rarely ever do that. So if we could do that every single console generation, we're very happy with that because we're expanding in these other avenues.
Yeah, I still wish we could get some of that Iwata spirit of expanding the audience again, but it might not be the time economically for it. It just
also, a lot of that was based on Nintendo was failing with what they were trying to do before. Like GameCube didn't do well. We got to try something different. Wii U did the worst thing ever. We got to do it was driven by a lack of success. So yeah.
Again, when the audience expands,
I'm just trying to point out that Iwata didn't just do it on a whim. It was because what they were doing wasn't working.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
but what Iwata did worked really fucking good.
Until he did Wii U. Until he did Wii U.
Iwata did do Wii U, yeah. But again, I get what the Wii U was going for. I just want to say,
cut him off, Josh. Just cut him to the throat. Get your words in.
No, that's all good. It's all good.
But no, I mean, they were trying to replace the television. That's what they were trying to do.
Sure.
They just underestimated that here everybody has a little television in their pocket.
Yeah, happens.
I do wonder if because of how much they have diversified, if that's why we do see the Switch 2 the way it is, like a machine that is more powerful, doesn't really follow their typical pattern. And because everything, I mean, I think it's the healthy Nintendo that we've wanted to see for so long, but you have to, I mean, look at the NES to the SNES. There was a dip, right? Like every time they've had a successful console, there's always been a dip afterwards. And they I think if you stay in the ecosystem, you're probably loving what you're playing right now, right? But if it's not something that you can afford at the moment or that kind of thing like that. It sucks. It's a bummer, you know. But I love seeing what we saw earlier, like somebody jumping in today. Like I saw my first direct with Switch 2 in hand, you know, like that kind of stuff's awesome, you know. So it's super cool. It's just I think they've made so many good business decisions that they can take that risk without, and it also plays into the whole thing. Like when we come to directs, we have these massive expectations because Switch 1 had to succeed. Like they were
all in. If
yes.
Switch tanked, Nintendo wouldn't have been out of business. They had plenty of money, but it's just like that's a handheld that tanked. I don't know if they know where to go from there.
Right. Sega.
That's a bad one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
they're going third party. That's the next. Which I mean, that could have been a step.
I don't think so. Nintendo views their entire vision is arcade based, so it's integrated hardware and software.
Yeah.
To go third party, they see the hardware is inherently adding value to the software. To go third party would kill their soul as a company. Don't do it.
It would kill their soul as a company, but like if they just kept failing at hardware, at some point they would just be like, okay, before we run out of money, we probably should just realize that this isn't working anymore. Just like they used to be against mobile games, and now they do release some, not a ton, but they do release some mobile games.
Yeah.
But you know, the idea of that is, hey, we have like Pocket Camp, so then we can promote New Horizons, right? Like,
commercial. It's a commercial for the real games.
Yeah. Steak 1024. I thought B+/B, obviously for the direct, didn't like some physicals, not same date. Yeah, that was interesting that we saw some physicals that weren't same date. How do you guys feel about it? A couple low games of fall and winter 2025 dates in the direct, but no actual date. I'll take a shot with you. Well, first off, Steak, thank you so much. I already took one. You know what? I'll do a bonus one with you. Cheers, buddy. That said, how do I feel about it? It's interesting that we got this direct and they were like, fall and winter, here's no dates. Thankfully, it wasn't any Nintendo's games that pulled that. But it was just the third parties that were. Nintendo can't control if third parties want to release their release dates or not. Like if Elden Ring doesn't have a release date yet, they can't force them to be in the direct and give you one. So I thought it was an interesting choice by those companies to want to be in the direct without being able to lock down release dates. Meanwhile, here's Nintendo just peppering release dates from here all the way through spring. It's like, you're kind of, if you can't find your way in there, people are going to forget about your game. Like that's what's going to happen. So yeah, I thought that was a little weird, but like that's not on Nintendo. That's on those companies making that decision to not give a direct date. And maybe it's because the games aren't done. Then maybe it's not time to show it. You know, I don't know. My thoughts. Anyone else got thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm just glad that we got the release dates we were looking for, mostly on the Nintendo side. Yeah, the third party stuff, I feel like you pretty much said all that needs to be said there. But yeah, it feels like it kind of comes with the territory with Nintendo and third parties and how that line of communication seems to work. In terms of the physicals, yeah, that is an interesting detail as well. I don't know if that's part of just slowly phasing people out of the idea of getting physical. You know, you don't want to wait, so you buy the digital. So this maybe is maybe a micro tactic to do that is my only logic there. I don't know. It's an interesting one.
Third parties have been trying to push things to digital for a while because it's so much more profitable for them. Right. So a lot of the ones that we saw were third parties doing this. A lot of third parties doing digital release, physical later. Yeah, they make more money digitally. Right. Like, you know, and on other platforms, PlayStation 5's 80% of sales are digital. So like they want Nintendo's platform to be like that for them. And it's weird because I bet you some of these physical games will end up being game key cards, which is the same fucking thing. Like, it's like, what are we doing? I am happy to see. What was it? There was one of the bigger games that was shown today from a third party was full. It was Hades 2. Full
Hades
physical.
2, yeah.
Full physical for Hades 2. I'm very happy to see. I did not expect that because it's an indie game. Really happy to see that.
Apparently, Nintendo's publishing it.
Well, that's probably how they pulled it off then. Well, you know what? That was probably the agreement they got for it to be timed exclusive.
Yeah.
Was Nintendo handles the publishing for the physical to make it more affordable for them to do it. That was probably that actually makes sense. Hey guys, you want your physical covered by Nintendo? Agree to exclusivity, and they'll probably take care of it for you.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting.
That's a good deal. It's a good deal. Happy for them. I think that's really going to help that game blow up on Switch too. I think it was a very smart move because you're going to please everyone, digital and physical owners, and your amazing game with amazing reviews already. Everyone knows how good you are, and you can't buy it on PlayStation. You can't buy it on Xbox right now. So another $10 one. So that's another shot. Thank you so much, Demonic Brawler. Cheers, buddy. It says, how do you all feel about the now officially announced Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy? That's right. They did announce a full trilogy's coming. They announced it after the Direct. It's coming to Switch 2. And how about the amount of storage required if you own all three? Remake Intergrade is 90 gigabytes. I guess, how big is it on PlayStation?
That's a big number for sure.
Well, we know if you guys ever play on other consoles, like this is nothing. 90 gigabytes, like it's true. It's not even an average. Like you run 100 plus on most games,
right?
Play games.
It's optimization, guys, and that explains a lot of why the graphical leaps aren't as big. Like again, all this power, all this hardware, it's not for us. It's for game developers. It allows them to throw their spaghetti code on and just go to town, man. So, yeah, it's part of it. Now, some of it is going to be just they're too big, what they want to do. It's too ambitious. But 9 times out of 10, when you start seeing 80, 90, 150 gigabyte games, it's because they just don't know how to fucking optimize, and it's all spaghetti code. And the systems allow them to do that. And now we literally have PCs that push things like fake frames. Your PC has to generate fake frames just to run the game properly with like Unreal Engine 5 and some of this stuff. And it's a nightmare direction we're going in with that.
I'm just going to get the Final Fantasy micro SD card express that will hold all of the games. And when I want to play them, I'll just pop it in and then I'll pop it out, you know?
There we go.
I think it's interesting because I believe 90 gigabytes is actually slightly bigger than it is on PS5.
That's interesting. Wow.
So that to me screams I'm not saying they didn't optimize the game to run well because I played it. It runs well. But I think that like they didn't optimize their compression for the game because the game is not 4K on Switch 2. So you don't need raw 4K assets, and that's what takes up a lot of space. And I kind of feel like they maybe left those assets in, and that's why it's so damn big. And that sucks because I really feel like if you would have properly optimized the actual files like that, they probably could have got this down to be on a card, but it's going to be a game key card. It is what it is. Yeah, sucks. There's no reason for it to be the same file size as PS5 when it doesn't have the same fidelity of the 4K visuals as PS5. So like, I don't get it. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the storage hurts, but it's great to see Final Fantasy on a Nintendo console. Yeah. You know, it's really cool.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, this is what we're.
Raps it in the chat, making me laugh. He says, "Love fake frames, CP 2077 4K, max settings at 80 plus FPS.
Yes.
Fake frames." Raps it. I don't understand a word you just said. Does it play Mario Kart? That's your average mass market customer. It's like, oh yeah, 89,000 teraflops at 480k, and I don't understand the word you just said.
It's about frame them, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, does it play Mario Kart?
It doesn't play Mario Kart. Actually, if you emulate, yes, it does.
I was like, are we gonna say the words?
You can say emulate. We're not talking about piracy. We're not saying go on and be an you matey. Now Nintendo will never invite me to another event again. They actually didn't invite me to the event, and Stash isn't here during this moment, so Stash will still get the invite.
Yes.
Overshooting the market though. They just needed to play Mario Kart. That's all Karen needed.
Mario Kart.
I'm also not here.
Yeah, right. I didn't say it.
We're not promoting piracy, so we're all good. I don't actually. I think piracy is bad. So there you go. Mario Brawler. I feel some kind of way about Mario Tennis now being my most anticipated newly announced first-party Switch 2 game. he's like, oh, facepalm, angry, shit.
The whole
to be
story.
fair, it looks badass. So like, I can't even blame you. Like, it actually looks really good, but also you're like, I can't believe that's the one I said. Yeah, I don't think anyone would have believed that Mario Tennis would be like that anticipated for some people, that you're looking forward to it more than Metroid. You're looking forward to it more than, anything else coming out right now. But hey, at least you know when it's coming out. So to be happy about that, there's a release date for that one early next year. The last super chat I see right now, unless we get some bonus ones here right at the end on our way hell out of here. Aliciasaurus says, now that we know about Galaxy 1 and 2 ports and the Galaxy movie, do you think we could be getting Galaxy 3 by holiday next year? Whoa. No, that's my take. I don't need to say anything. Just no, it's not happening. Anyone else? Eric said, so yeah. Eric, I think maybe.
So Nintendo typically likes to do something novel with their 3D Mario games.
I'll also
never say never.
I'm going to say this. There's going to be more Mario movies, and 3D Mario is not coming until 2027 or 2028. And by then, we're going to be talking about the next Mario movie. So, no, the next Mario movie will just be themed potentially around the next Mario game, rather than trying to theme a new Mario game around the current movie. Like,
they skipped like 9 games.
Yeah. So I just kind of think that it's just I know a lot of people have always wanted another Galaxy game, and I understand that, but it's just like wanting another Twilight Princess style Zelda game. Like, they're going to do what they're going to do. It is what it is. They're very consistent with what they do. And look, love it or hate it, Odyssey sold way better. I'm not saying we're getting an Odyssey 2. I'm saying that they're proving that if they keep going with this unique thing every time and they push it correctly, it'll probably work. So, yeah, I just don't think they're going to go back to the Galaxy stuff.
That's still wild. Why Galaxy, I guess, would be my question. We literally went from Plumber in Brooklyn to space already. It's like we missed Dinosaur Land. We missed Mushroom World.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Yeah,
I'm not mad. I'm going to love it no matter what. But
until we see it, they probably have their reason, and because we know this is going to probably be a long running movie series for a while. I don't think this is like the last Mario movie we're getting, right? You don't do $1 billion in probably back-to-back movies and like, oh yeah, we're done with this franchise. I'm like, no, come on. There's gonna be more. And they probably like try to build it into a DK movie someday. So they can start doing DK, then Mario, DK, then Mario, Maybe a Luigi spinoff or Luigi's Mansion style game or movie. Yeah.
Someone in the chat mentioned Earthbound. My heart breaks every time.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. So yeah, there we go. All right. I think that's it, unless we get some surprise last minute shots, last minute stuff going on. I have no idea. Let's go around and let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Let's start with the first timer, the old timer, flipping the switch.
Yeah, so you can find me at Flipping the Switch. I'm doing a Grapple Dog review, so I'm going to be getting back to Switch reviews. If I can pry myself off Morrowind. But yeah, it's at Flipping the Switch. So just like flipping and then Switch, like the video game system. And then you can find me at Happy Wanderer with 1P, getting into all kinds of dumbass fights on Twitter.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. You want to see some dumbass fights on Twitter, go follow him. And 64 Josh.
Yeah, guys, I'm N64 Josh everywhere. As you can see, also on Farmers Only, as Lon Rancher. So,
Wait, is that your OnlyFans? Holy shit.
That's nice.
It's Farmers Only. It's Farmers Only. It's different.
It's different. It's OnlyFans for just farmers.
Just farmers, man.
Yeah, I also host the Nintendo Powercast. If you need some more podcasts to listen to while you're at work and or at the gym or whatever. So
always.
Yeah.
There we go. Tiger time.
What's up? Yeah, no, so cool to be on here. Thanks again for having me on. It was a blast talking with you guys. That's kind of my favorite part about creating content, just being online, even though it can be kind of crazy sometimes. It's also a space for us to just, talk about games and do stuff like this. So it was really cool to be on here. You can find
Tiger
me.
Time. Are you on Twitter? Because you're the only one I couldn't find. Are you on Twitter or Blue Sky?
Yeah, I'm on both of those guys.
Gotcha.
As
What is
Tiger
your
Time.
Twitter? I'll at you right now.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I post like once a month. We'll see if I can. We'll see if I can increase that clip. But
yeah, what's your username?
I think it's just my Tiger Time. I think.
I don't
tell how much.
I got a Pam Britton at Tiger Time 33, so that's not you.
That's not me.
It's Tiger Time 1. Tiger Time 1, the number 1.
Because someone else with a cat photo had that.
And I'm drunk, so how am I spelling Tiger?
Yes.
Exactly.
Just Tiger. There you are.
And then
I tried to spell you TY for some stupid reason. There we go.
Well, that's the TY, the time. Because my name's Tyler. That's where that comes from.
All right, we're good. Gotcha.
So you're
it's
on
Tyler Time. That's what it is. It's Tyler Time.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out. Well, because my friends in college called me Tiger. Like when we get real rowdy, the Tiger would come out.
There we go. So
it is.
Better watch out.
All right. So if he comes on more often, eventually the wild tiger stories are.
Yeah, you didn't quite see the tiger growl tonight, but
the
we'll
fact that Stash couldn't get it out while he's sitting there smoking a cigar while the driver's texting while driving. Yeah, that didn't get anything out of you. Then I don't even know if it's possible.
Yeah, I think I've got to get used to this. The East Coast here, my bedtime's like 10, so I've got to get my endurance up too if I return.
It's funny too because you watched the show, so you knew what you were in for coming on.
Right. There's something different about being on. You're right, though. I do.
Hey, Josh, check this out. Rapson says that's a setup. Big city banker visiting the farm to foreclose. Oh, Farmer Josh, you better come get your pigs, man. Don't let him take them.
Yeah, and just remember, he also said, "Oops, just farmers." God, I love this community.
Don't let him take them.
It's so great, guys. The podcast community, it's so awesome. Eric.
Yeah, you can find me here and on our Clips channel. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, whoa, we got a bonus shot.
Oh,
we ain't done yet. Hold on. I have my shot glass put away. I got to get it back out. Hold up. And Tellybit said not so fast. You said $10 shot. I got $10 shot. And let me bitch about
I'm getting the bottle up too. Here we go.
Yeah. You say, let me bitch about this direct because I already see it's a negative.
I just grabbed what I reached for. It looks like it's St. Germain's elderflower liqueur this time.
Oh my God.
Hey,
gotta eat that with a blueberry pizza.
Hey, I finished the bottle today. Yay. I don't know
heard
if it's
that.
Tellybit
that's
says,
strong.
That's strong.
Smells like medicine.
I'm underwhelmed with first party Switch 2. I love Nintendo, but I'm looking for something to push the console past launch. Metroid Bike looked PS2-ish. Prime, make me feel better. Okay. You want me to make me feel better?
You go to the Clips channel. Eric will have the wrestling promo Prime speech later this week.
I swear that comes up as a token. I don't control the clips anymore. He does it all on his own. So that could happen. I might not even notice because I don't even watch the clips. I'm on the show. I don't have to watch the clips. I experienced it live. Okay, first off, to make you feel better, a little bit of this seems to go a long way at times. So we'll start with that. Let me get this down for you.
Bottoms up.
Did you just drop yours?
That's not good by itself. Oh, that needs mixed with sweet tea. God damn.
See, he's not even on camera, and I can just tell that hurt.
Not good.
Okay. All right. So, obviously, you're looking for me to make you feel better. All right. So, obviously, I can't do anything about you giving a fuck what Prime 4 looks like. You think that looks PS2-ish? I think you're forgetting what PS2 games look like. Go watch like actual PS2 footage, not emulated. Go look at real PS2 footage. It ain't good by today's standards. This is it's so far beyond PS2. But that's me setting the point aside. Obviously, I can't change your mind on what you feel about the graphics. Okay? It is what it is. How about the gameplay? That's what really fucking matters. The gameplay looks incredible. I don't care if this fucking thing looks like a SNES game. You know how many amazing SNES-style games are on the eShop? All I care about is that the game is badass to play. It looks fucking badass to play. That's what I care about. Now, in terms of you being underwhelmed by first-party Switch 2, again, a lot of personal opinions, right? But I'm gonna explain something to you. DK Bonanza is a Game of the Year contender. Whoever thought 3D Donkey Kong would be that? That lets you know that game's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. You own a Switch 2. Why are you bitching? That's a first party thing. You underwhelmed my Mario Kart world. What do you want me to do about that? Take the cart and shove it up your ass. All right, let's move on to the next game we want to talk about here. Have you seen what Age of Imprisonment looks like? Age of Imprisonment looks like one of the greatest Hyrule Warrior games of all time. It actually matters now because there's 3 of them. So incredible. Did you see the box art? Link is somehow in the game, but it's not Link, but it is Link. And there's like throwbacks and the Korok. This was badass Korok ever. Bakar, go take a fucking
warrior.
Yeah. Bakar, go take a seat. We have a new favorite Korok on the planet. I don't even know what it's called yet, but he's a badass. That happened 10,000 years ago, before my time. I'm glad I get to experience it in my time. Moving beyond that, did you see Mario Tennis? Holy shit. It might be the best Mario Tennis since I was a little wee lad playing it on Game Boy Color. This looks incredible. It looks so much. Aces was really good, but there's so many modes in this. It looks like it's just, oh man, the rackets. I'm stupidly excited there, but you want some hype. You want some hype. You're underwhelmed. Think about this, buddy. It only gets better from here. Everything gets better from here. This is the B tier Nintendo. That means the A tier still to come. You're so used to Switch where you got the A tier out the gate. They're dropping A tier middle gen. Meanwhile, they're dropping what might be the greatest Fire Emblem game of all fucking time next year. The third parties are showing up. Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Fuck it. That means we're getting all things Capcom in the future. It is what it is. That should be exciting to you. Unless you hate Capcom. If you do, then you can go suck a chode because bottom line is Capcom makes great games. It is what it is. We're getting the entire trilogy of Final Fantasy VII games. You know what that should tell you? Square Enix is bringing everything over. Final Fantasy 17, that's going to come over one day. 16, they'll probably come over before that. We already know we get the big support of Octopath Traveler 0 and Elliot. You know there's going to be more. Monster Hunter Wilds could even possibly make an appearance, but if Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't, that means we're going to get an exclusive Monster Hunter game, at least a timed exclusive for Nintendo Switch 2. The bottom line is, you don't have to like the library now. What you have to see is if you have games to play, the big guns are still coming. And that's what's exciting, is that Nintendo isn't even unloading the barrel, and you might already own a Switch 2. So it's going to come. This isn't like PlayStation, where you hope a Last of Us happens and then it doesn't. At least it hasn't yet. A new one, a fresh one, a Last of Us Part 3. You're still waiting. This isn't PlayStation where you're waiting for exclusive games that aren't on PS4. And then you had to wait all the way for Astrobot. Incredible game. But why is it a 3D platformer? Why can't it be one of your other big IPs? A 3D platformer that only 1.5 million people bought. Yeah, it's Game of the Year, but nobody on PlayStation seems to give a fuck about that game. Maybe it should come to Switch 2, Sony, by the way. You want to make that game sell, bring it to Switch 2. Switch 2 people will buy fucking Astrobot. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That game will sell way more copies over here than on PS5. It's literally the audience for platformers. Bring it the fuck over. Like, seriously. Great game, by the way. I beat it on PS5. Bring it over. But no, seriously, man, I can't do anything about your personal hype. I can only give you my hype. And if you want to live vicariously through me, I gave the Direct an A-. Dude, there's so many incredible. We have 4 brand new games we didn't know about coming from Nintendo today. That was incredible. 5 other ones that we weren't going to have without Switch 2. So we have 9 total Nintendo IP games coming that did not exist before Switch 2. We obviously have 5 classics, all-time classics coming back, and or games that came out recently getting new content. Look, maybe you're not into the Mario Wonder stuff. I admit I'm not that big into the Mario Wonder DLC until Yulia and my kids decide to get hyped about it. And then they're like, fuck it, let's go. Let's have a good time. And then I end up loving it because that's what always happens when I do multiplayer in Mario. I'm not into it until I play it, and then I'm like, oh, fuck, this is great. Unless you're Mario Party Jamboree, you can go fuck off. That DLC is the worst. Jesus. You want me to keep going? I mean, I don't know how much more hype you want. Look, I got my criticism, but I also got my fuck yeah. Fire Emblem was a fuck yeah moment today.
So his skepticism was already down. You didn't have to step on its nuts.
Well,
that said, here, let me put it like this until
I'm not going to lie to him, but I'm off.
let me put it like this until he bit. And I am a Switch 2 skeptic as well. So let me put it this way. So you've got the Switch family of systems, right? While you're waiting for all those AAA games you're waiting for and all those big mass market games, you can hang out on the Switch 1. And when you get to Switch 2, you're going to have 500 plus banger games. Ask me, you can shoot me a message on Twitter or something. I will give you, no matter what you're into, there is something for you on the Switch family of systems. Meanwhile, to put it in perspective, compare and contrast, again, persuasion, right? To put it in perspective, over there, you got Goku, and Vegeta, and they're getting ready to have a fight.
Here we go.
And Vegeta says, hey, Goku says to Vegeta, says, hey, let's go fight someplace empty so we don't hurt anybody else. And they go to the PlayStation 5 exclusive page, and they throw down. So you can be over there in that fucking wasteland. Or you can be on Nintendo Switch 1 with the best goddamn game library of all time while you wait for Switch 2 to actually do something worth buying it for.
By the way, that great library of all time. Look, he just did Mike drop going.
That's awesome.
You know what's awesome about that? By the way, you want some more hype for Switch 2? That best goddamn library of all time? It plays even better on Switch 2, motherfuckers.
Oh,
I dropped my mic, but it's too expensive. I gotta get a prop mic that I just don't mind dropping all the time.
Get like the GameCube mic from back in the day and just drop one of those.
Yeah, I should. That'd be great. It's on point for the. How much are those, by the way? I gotta look right now. eBay. Hold on. How much are those little GameCube microphones?
I saw one not that long because they make like an off-brand one, I think maybe or something. Or we saw them at PAX. That's where they were. I don't think they're that much.
Oh, they're not that bad. You can get them for like $12, $15. Yeah. Okay, that's worth it for a prop that I just dropped. Hopefully, no one gets mad that I'm gonna ruin one of these and they never work again. Okay. Okay, hold on. We have a response off of that. I don't know if it's because of me or if it's because of flipping the Switch.
Oh yeah, there he is.
I approve of the hype. I agree. Warriors look sick. Get more drinks? Well, shit. It's $10 for a shot. I'm not cracking another beer. You want the backstage again? Are you sure? Are you sure you're backstage? I can't add you. It says you will need to connect their mic and cam. So your microphone's not connected. I don't know what's going on.
You dropped it.
It's almost better. Yeah, he did drop it. Literally.
Straight up.
Dude, when he dropped out, apparently that was not that was perfect. That was like the perfect dropout.
That was good.
It's like a real life Twitter block. Like he just
maybe I'll pour a halvesy for you. I'll pour a halvesy shot because you did half a 10, right? Let me grab something here. You get a halvesy. I appreciate you. He's working on it. He's trying to get back in here before we end. But thank you so much, Nintenbyte. Thank you so much for all the support tonight. Oh, we're not done. See, this is what happens. I start talking and the super chats keep coming. Do you guys ever wonder why my normal live streams sometimes go till 1 a.m.? This is what happens. It just doesn't stop sometimes. I wonder what the new solo mode is like for Super Mario Brothers. Oh my God. Wonder. Switch to it's getting to be a mouthful these days.
That's a big one.
Like that abbreviation. I'm like, wait a second. What the fuck is that? I had to think for a second. Such a long abbreviation. Literally.
It defeats the purpose when it's not abbreviated.
The Smubbless Tui. Yeah, I don't know. That's like we there might not be a new solo mode. It looks like it's all multiplayer. That's what it feels like. I hope not, because then Mario Party is supposed to be multiplayer. It's just it feels like a bunch of bullshit. Okay, he says, okay, I'm back. Let's see. Is he? I still can't add him.
I saw something about Rosalina being playable. Is that?
Maybe I gotta kick. You know what? I'm flipping the switch. If you're watching, I'm gonna kick you from the studio, rejoin, and see if it works for you. So let me kick you out because it could just be a bug or something. So
in one of the pictures, you can see Rosalina and then you have to zoom in on it. But apparently she's gonna be in there.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
That's a great touch.
Down in the left corner, you can kind of
I think she's gonna be everywhere pretty soon. So
yeah, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, not many characters because of the $2 super chat. By the way, I accidentally overpoured. Oh no, it's like almost a full shot. My bad. That's what it is. I have a heavy pour on my shots and then a heavy pour on a half shot. Probably what I should be doing for normal shots. How's a root beer shot, by the way? When the Phillips root beer is actually ice cold, it tastes pretty good. It actually does taste. It doesn't taste good warm. It's shit warm. But It's not bad. I feel like I just did a shot of A&W quick. But it's booze. All right. God tier pub food bangers and mashed lamb shanks. I'm not a big lamb guy, but I'd probably still try it, to be fair. I feel like I hate
Sounds
lamb.
amazing.
Yeah, I don't hate lamb. All right. That should do it. Well, actually, no, I haven't started up myself yet. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice. Okay. So
maybe we can actually add him back to stage.
Oh, can we? Look at that.
Okay, I'm back. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna touch it.
Did you do a literal mic drop in real life?
No, my fat fingers hit the mic and unplugged it.
Well, I have to say, it was epic.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out very thematically.
It was like you were like, I made this perfect point. Fuck you, I'm out.
I wish I was that cool.
Well, if you didn't come back, you could have just let us all be that cool. Happy to have you back for the end here. So I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. I am on pretty much all major social medias. I'm not active on all of them. So if you want to know where I'm most active, it's going to be obviously on YouTube. That's what we do here, Nintendo Prime. Over on X as well, Ninty Prime. I'm probably going to eventually, I've been debating on starting to get a bit more into TikTok. I do have a Nintendo_Prime account on TikTok with like 500 followers. I haven't really done much over there. Probably should talk to people like Josh, who actually is successful on TikTok, to figure out what the fuck I should be doing.
I got you.
Because like I got to start diversifying a bit more from YouTube, especially since I've had some recent issues with the algorithm. Good to be on more stuff, doing more things, different things. So that's a place if you guys want to follow over there, that I'm going to start probably putting some shorts out, or I should call shorts, I guess TikToks out. And then who knows, maybe some live streams over there. We'll kind of see. We got to play around with some stuff. And then and also figure out how do you even make money over there? I have no fucking idea. That's what Josh knows all the business over there. And then I shit talk a lot on Twitter. It's fun. Mostly I'm kind of serious about things, but every now and like you get so many trolls on X that you gotta have fun with it. Like people always like, why are you quote tweeting this guy and saying it? Because like it's funny. It's funny to me. I'm having fun. That's what if they're having fun, I'm gonna have fun. It is what it is. And somehow
it should be.
Yeah, like you gotta have fun, right? I don't actually take any of those comments serious. It's just fun because like there's so many console warriors on X. It's great. Like I will literally I'll just talk about how like, man, I'm really excited for this one thing for Nintendo. Oh, fuck you, 30 FPS, like LOL, play on PlayStation. I'm like, yeah, I never said anything bad about PlayStation. Why are you even bringing it up? I'm confused. Like, what does that have to do with this conversation right now? What's better over there? I'm like, yeah, I agree. And like, is there a point to this? Nah, Switch 2 sucks. I'm like, okay, cool. Why do you care about a system you're not playing? Go play your PlayStation 5. What are we doing?
That's why they're on Twitter. They have nothing to play.
I had a PlayStation guy one time, and he was kind of doing that same shit. He's like, well, Switch 1 sucks. You can't even fucking run games that my cell phone can run. And he's just like, over here where we're big boy gamers, like I have a suit. I bet you don't even own a suit. I'm like, okay, fucking dude from Applebee's and fucking waiter from Applebee's. Talk about your goddamn suit.
Why do people think having a suit means you have like a bunch of money?
He has a suit. Yeah, he shops at the men's warehouse. You
can get like a $50 suit. What are we doing?
Hey, when they started the men's warehouse in 1987, cheap suits for everybody, right?
Dude, I'm literally like a YouTuber that has pretty much no need for a suit, and I have a suit.
I am wearing.
I got it at fucking Goodwill.
Own a suit.
It was Goodwill, and I spent $20.
Yep.
like it's not that big. I can get a better suit if I ever want one, but instead I'm going to be dressing like an Aristocat and going to a ball next month. So that's where I put my money. I spent way more on that than I did the suit. So
yeah.
By the way, what I'm saying is you might see me wear it again as a costume for Halloween on the podcast.
That would be.
It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I got the feathery shirt here. I got the total aristocrat vest. I even got the pants, although you can't see it on the show, but I might wear it anyways. The pants, they're hilarious.
At least for one day, you get to feel like a PlayStation aristocrat, like a big boy.
That's what I should do. I should put a PlayStation logo somewhere on it.
Yeah, make sure you have your Applebee's badge on too that says Nate.
Yeah. Oh God, put a crown on me, but it's PlayStation on the crown. Just I'm the king of PlayStation, motherfuckers. Get the cane.
Well, yeah, since you're in your big boy suit and you're a fucking waiter from Applebee's, go get my fucking water then.
Well, here's the thing. I can't get you water, but what I can get you is another shot because Intellibit dropped another 10.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Josh, you made me feel better. Now let's agree we want Twilight HD already. No, actually, I disagree. I want Twilight Princess 4K or Twilight Princess remake with the Wii U tech demo style, baby.
Twilight Princess freaks me out, man.
It'll freak you out even more if they remake it with the Wii U tech.
They got some weird ass NPCs. They got like the fucking belly shirt clown and shit in that game.
Yeah, they do.
I always hated that with some of the later Enuma Zelda games. Like, you can name the NPC by their bizarre fucking characteristics. So you've got like white lip gloss and Skyward Sword. You've got like red pompadour. You've got regal unibrow. Like, he's got like this one big white unibrow on his head.
Cheers.
Here we go.
Yeah, thank you so much. You didn't do another shot of that shit that.
No, oh God, no. This is Ownby's Tennessee Whiskey Special Edition.
Oh, there we go.
That's much better.
Yeah. All right, cool, guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. That's going to do it for the show. You can follow the Nintenbyte Podcast everywhere podcasts are heard on all of the audio stuff. I technically don't have the one up from earlier this week, but I was like, kind of weird because it becomes irrelevant the moment that this podcast happens. But, whatever. I'll throw them both up. We'll see what happens. And then you can also follow the Nintenbyte Podcast Clips channel that Eric's updating all the time, putting all the latest clips up. It is slowly growing on its own, which is pretty good, considering that I haven't had time to promote it. Sorry, Eric.
We're almost at 1,500.
Yeah, we're getting there. I think it's at
it's 1,491.
I think it's 1,000. I think it's 1,510. Last I checked. Actually, I think it went up.
Oh, and it may have. The last I looked this morning was.
Yeah, I think it went up. But let me just double. I could be wrong on that. Oh no, 149.
Yeah,
really close. Like,
yeah, that's what I said.
Really stupidly close to get into 1.5K. So if you guys want to go subscribe to the Nintenbyte Podcast Clips channel, literally just type that in YouTube. It'll pop up. Stuff over there. Some stuff's going off on its own, like the Nintendo Direct predictions. Ended up hitting 236 views a couple days ago. That's huge for a channel not being promoted that has such a small following. So yeah, go over and follow that if you want to get more bite size. And I say bite size in quotations because like the latest clip is 1:45. But how long our show is.
You do realize that that's basically one clip. This whole damn podcast because we only talked one.
Well, just wait. Someone's gonna come in and they're gonna, they're gonna come in and timestamp and then give you some ideas of where you should clip
this. Yeah, this is liquored up live numbers, man. 4:30, getting up there.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you same time next week on Wednesday.
Peace.
Later, guys.